All right, I believe that we should be live. Thank you everyone for joining us today. Today we are joined by Nadir Ahmed and we're joined by Amir Khan. We're going to be discussing science in Islam, science in the Quran, science in the Hadith, I believe. I kind of gave Nadir the option of what he would like to talk about, and we'll restrict our conversation to his points. We have we're all interested in the truth, but how do we determine what religion is true? I often ask Muslims in the comment section who come onto my channel and they leave a comment on one of my videos, what is your best evidence that Islam is true? I don't often get an answer, but when I do, those are the conversations that I want to have because I want to go where the evidence leads. Nadir has offered to come on. He's been offering to come on for a couple different subjects for a while, but he offered to come on after seeing Amir's presentation on science and how science was one of the reasons that Amir embraced Christianity and left Islam. So we're going to get Nadir's argument as to why he thinks that the scientific information found in the Quran, found in the sayings of Muhammad, supports the truth of Islam. And then I'm going to ask a number of pressing questions to see if that holds up to scrutiny, because the truth should hold up to scrutiny. So before we dive into the actual subject at hand, let me open us in a word of prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for this time together. We thank you for the technology that allows us to connect with people all around the world. We are thankful to live in a time where we are able to freely discuss our ideas in a peaceful manner. This hasn't always been the case in world history. Often people with different beliefs have been at war with one another. And free exchange of information before the modern times was difficult. People didn't have something equivalent to the internet. So even if they wanted to peacefully discuss things, they could only discuss with people in their own local communities, which often had the same ideas that they did. We ask that you be with us today, that you guide our discussion, and you lead us to the truth, whatever that may be. I pray that you will give me a mustard seed's worth of faith today, and perhaps a little bit more wisdom than that. I ask that whatever is true that is said today is remembered, and whatever that is false is forgotten. We ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen. All right. We're just going to have a brief introduction with Amir, so I'll throw it to him now. Reintroduce yourself to the audience. You've been on the channel a couple times, but I'm sure not everyone watching is familiar with who you are. So just take a couple minutes to introduce yourself. You there, Amir? It looks like he's on mute.
Okay, I'm here. All right. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Amir Khan, and I am originally from Pakistan. I was a Muslim there, Sunni Muslim. I converted. I left Islam and became an atheist. Didn't work out for me. Then became Quranist because Quran seemed much better than the Hadith about drinking urine or dipping your bugs in your soup. Those kind of stuff didn't go well with me in Hadith, so I turned Quranist. But then in Quran, I figured out it's even worse because there's stuff about sex slaves, and there's stuff about slavery in general never was looked down upon, and women's right, beating your wife, and then a lot of scientific issues like sun setting in mud, or earth getting separated from the sky, which is not truth, and genetic disorders caused by like a relative marriage. Anyways, I wanted to give my short introduction. So that's those kind of verses made me leave Islam at the end of the day. Then I discovered Christianity that my main point was about Christianity, that it wasn't moral. But then I realized that the New Testament is much aligned with our morality of modern world. So that's why I am Christian, and I am really firm in my belief and want to continue like this. That's my introduction.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Had a super chat from Solitary Emmy. Just a super sticker with saying, So thank you very much for that donation. Earlier, as we were getting ready to start, Nadir left the following comment. He said, kudos to Thaddeus. I don't think Muslim apologists would invite Christian Prince, Shamoon, and others, at least not for a fair debate. And I do very much appreciate Nadir coming on here. I often challenge Muslims to give their evidence. Not a lot are willing to do so. I think that there needs to be more exchange of ideas. And I'm happy to have Nadir on with that. I have a couple more words to say about that. But first, Nadir, why don't you take a couple minutes to introduce yourself?
Okay, thank you. So my name is Nadir Ahmed. I guess I'm a Muslim apologist. I've been doing this for about 25 years now. Really since the beginning of the internet. I used to just tell you one quick story about myself. I used to meet Sam Shimon, who's another Christian apologist. We used to meet in a restaurant, and so really from that exchange, it really kind of got me into the internet and got me more deeper into debating these things. And so that's and right now I'm leading the debate on Quran and science for those of you who watch the Modern Day Debate channel. I'm leading the debate on that, as well as addressing many of the issues like on sex slavery in general, which Amir pointed out. So, and I think what we're seeing is a kind of a domination on that channel where we as Muslims, we are the ones who are able to answer these challenges and questions, but I don't see other religions able to do so. So that's just a brief intro of myself.
Excellent. So some people in the chat have already alluded to your reputation, Nadir. Some people asked me why I agreed to do this. So I just want to get the record straight here. I told Nadir that I'm not going to judge him by what he's done in the past, and I think that everyone should be given the same opportunity, that they should have a fair chance. I've had some real jokers on this channel, people who came up live and then just started to scream at me, people who took really bizarre positions. I'm open for a free exchange of ideas. So I'm happy to have Nadir on. I told him that as long as he is respectful, he doesn't complain about fairness issues, because that drives me nuts when people just want to spend all their time complaining that I'm not being fair or something along those lines. And as long as he doesn't try to use this time to complain about other people he's talked to in the past, that he'll be invited back. I'm a pretty easygoing guy, and I believe that the truth, it will be obvious, that the truth doesn't need people to hide. I'm happy to exchange ideas with anyone. I also have Rob from Sentinel Apologetics up here. I had invited him, so apologies to Nadir. He didn't know this was going to happen, because neither did I. I had originally proposed this idea to Rob. He didn't manage to get back to me, so I didn't know he was going to be here today. But he has a science background, so I wanted to have his input as well. So why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, Rob?
Yeah, it's literally happenstance. I'm just seeing this live, so I just thought, hey, I didn't get a response, and I'll ask again live. But I appreciate you bringing me on. It's nice to meet you, Nadir.
You do?
And yeah, I run Central Apologetics. My background is in engineering and currently doing a master's in astronomy. And that's basically it. I run a politics channel, sort of like a hobby. My approach is thoroughly academic, became a Christian in 2015. And yeah, that's it.
Excellent. So in line with what I just said, I wanted to give Nadir the opportunity to clarify a couple things that he's kind of infamous in the Christian community for. So the first thing is that he had a debate with David Wood, I don't know, 10 years ago or so, and on the subject of does Islam teach offensive war? And in Nadir's opening statement, he kind of acted like he didn't know what the Quran said. And a lot of people have come to the conclusion that he actually was surprised about that. So, Nadir, do you want to clarify what happened in that debate?
Yeah, so I think what people are referring to is this nefarious video which has been circulating on the internet of me asking something like, well, can we change the topic or something like that? Because I got, quote, surprised by what the Quran taught. So the video is a hoax. In my last debate with David Wood, I brought up this video. I was like, so you could just watch the very first like 20 seconds and you'll see I actually raised this. I said, David, this, and I'm not accusing him of doing it, but somebody did it. But the video is a hoax. There was no surprise. So basically, I was mocking and ridiculing this, really, the Quran teaches this. So then I sat down, I wonder why it teaches that. And then I got up and said, I know the answer, because there were the most, and then I gave the answer for it, but the video cut off my answer to make it look like I got stumped. And like this, there's many hoax videos out there about me, so don't fall for them. And that's how you know when you're good, because I'll tell you what, Muslims do the same thing to Christians. They do. They deride all the good Christian apologists like CP, Sam Shimon, David Wood. They deride them, mock them, call them liars in the exact same way that the Christians do. So don't fall for that.
Yeah, I think that I've seen, the full debate, and anyone who says that Nadir didn't know definitely either didn't watch far enough to, if it's the full debate, or they are just not thinking clearly, because he had a lot of prepared arguments on the subject. However, it still probably wasn't the wisest move to pretend that you didn't know something in retrospect there. Now, the other thing that you're most known for in the Christian community is your discussion with Michael Brown. Michael Brown was under the impression that the discussion was that you were coming on to ask some questions about the meaning of Hebrew words, and then so that's what he thought was going to happen. That it was just actually someone wanting to question, get the correct answers to information, and then from our perspective, you tried to turn it into a debate over what the Bible really means. So what would you like to say about that incident?
Well, he's right about that. It shouldn't have been a debate. People turned it into a debate. I don't think it was me. But it got heated because he was insulting me. He was putting me down. He was saying comments like, "You must be a disguised Muslim to make Islam look bad." And I said, you can insult me all you want. And so I said, look, we can debate this at another time. But yeah, actually at that time, I didn't really know too much about Deuteronomy 18:18. I was kind of, the Muslim organization said, we don't believe in debates. We believe in discussion. So I said, okay, yeah, I won't debate the guy. First of all, I'm not really an expert on this. But then afterwards, I got to learn a little bit more about this. And you should watch my subsequent debate with Tony Costa on the subject of Deuteronomy 18:18. And by the way, it was actually, in that discussion, I said, look, Brown, if you want to discuss this or debate this, we could do this at another time. But Brown did not come forward.
All right. Well, we have your perspective on it. Michael Brown, obviously I have no idea what happened behind closed or, in private communications, but on the air, Michael Brown said that he would have preferred a debate, and he was told that wasn't what you were interested in. And then I guess he probably didn't really offer a debate on air. He just said that's what he would have preferred. He probably was kind of disgusted about the way things went, and maybe the bridges had been burned, so to speak, and he was no longer interested in a debate. Any case, that's neither here nor there. I just wanted to give you that opportunity to clear the air on those issues before we got into today's topic. So I've offered Nadir some time to give his argument first.
Hey
And
Ted, I'm
yes,
like really short on time. Can I just go over my points and I will just leave? If Nadir is okay with it, I just wanna
Yeah.
go over a few points that I uh,
Sure.
sure,
decided.
absolutely.
I'm not feeling well. I'm really under the weather, so I want to go relax. It happened last time too. Something about this
Yeah.
debates. So if we can, I can share my screen and just go over some points. Then I will leave.
Yep,
So
that's fine. Nadir nodded, so I'm taking
Mhm.
that as agreement. Your way or Yahweh, tested by fire, asked me to ask you, Nadir, what happened to, he says, our debate challenge on slavery in the Bible. So I don't know anything about that, but he asked me to ask you.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right.
so my screen share. I don't know if you
Yep.
can.
Let me put that up. All right.
All right. So last time I was showing this slide, and I added a couple more points just by watching Nadir's video. So wait a second. So some people say that in Quran it says moon doesn't have his own light. I don't agree to it. I know Arabic enough that I know Nur is the light, Allah's light, people's light. It's just a direct light. But in Bible it says a moon does not shine, which is it doesn't. I'm not saying this is a scientific statement, but this is better than how Quran describes. So if we actually go by that scientific, we can always say that Bible is telling you exactly, and Quran could have copied from it, which I will prove that it did. So that, and I was talking about the embryology aspect in it, and you can see that Job actually described these steps even better. And it says, milk is the fluid. Not gonna say what fluid that looks like milk. Anyways, it says do not pour me out like milk and curdle me like cheese. And you can see the curdling process is so similar to what do you call that, cytoblast, right, happening. And you can see how the cells are forming, which is quite similar to how cheese are curdled. And it's also say cheese, the curdled cheese kind of looks like embryo. And it says clothe me with skin and flesh and intertwine me with bones and tendons. And you can see everything is simultaneously happening, not step by step like how Quran says and then. And so that's one thing. And also Quran says that you cannot drink alcohol. Here in Bible it says it how it's actually supposed to be. It's actually okay to drink wine. It's just that do not drink wine or fermented drinks while you're pregnant. So you will become pregnant and have a son. Now then drink no wine and also eat clean. So in Quran, I saw Nadia's video about fetal alcohol syndrome. It says it happens because of alcohol, but it also goes one step forward and tells you to not eat anything unclean. Now, it doesn't say do not drink alcohol. It does say don't get drunk in many verses. Everybody knows, so I'm not going to share those verses, but we know it says do not drink wine, or back in the days supposed to be alcohol or fermented drinks, because when you're pregnant, exposure to alcohol actually causes fetal alcohol syndrome. Just drinking wine is not bad. I'll show it to you. So here, according to WebMD, and they have citations at the bottom if everybody's interested. Drinking wine actually has its benefits. It promotes healthier heart, and it's a shield against cancer, which is one of the biggest killers out there, and it causes a stronger bones and sharper minds. So when Quran, it says like you can drink wine, and it can increase your age to according to other articles. So when Quran says do not drink alcohol, it actually eliminates all these benefits that wine gives you if you drink it. But Bible kind of says it more accurately, which is do not drink while you're pregnant. Or also it says in other verses do not get drunk, which I think Thaddeus can point out. And there was another thing in Quran that actually goes over. Uh, Hold on a minute. Anyways, this maybe I'll share it later. Just not feeling that well today. And other than this stuff, like the washing hands is already in. It even says to wash it with the running water, which is more important than just washing your hands, even with mud or anything. Now, that was from the Bible. And there's one big criticism by Nadir about the mustard seed. And as you can see, that is not that's not a proper argument, because first off, it's just a saying, because you can see even in hadith it says mustard seeds weight of a pride. So it's kind of already back in the days it was assumed that it is really really small. So whenever it says whoever has a mustard seed's weight of pride, now how can you weigh a mustard seed and the pride itself? It doesn't make sense. Well, it doesn't make sense because it's just a saying that people back then said, and he still said it. And so that's where the mustard seed parable came from. And also, as you can see, that the sunflower goes through a rapid hybrid speciation. So we can say that it has a really really fast speciation. So back in the days, it could have been the smallest seed. We don't know, because it hybridized really really fast and speciate. So what we have today is not the same what we had back in the days. And about some problems with Quran. It says here that he reached setting of the place where it was setting in muddy spring, and I think that's really scientifically inaccurate, because we know sun doesn't set in a muddy spring. And okay, another thing the Quran says that you can marry within your cousins. And if you read this article, and cousin marriages are really terrible on your genetics. And they found a lot of Pakistanis, which and I mean, gladly my parents were not related. They did not follow Quran. They married outside of the family. And like, I mean, it's the sunnah of Prophet, who married his own cousin, and they didn't follow it. So I think my genetics are okay, but they found in Pakistanis it causes a lot of issues, because they have genetic disorders from cousin marriage, which Quran allows, makes it halal. And I was going over more things that so a lot of the stuff in Quran, there is some stuff that you can say is scientific, which I don't agree. But let's say if it is you can see this hadith, which is from Sahih al-Bukhari. It says there was a Christian, and he used to write revelation from the Prophet. So it doesn't matter he knew to write or not. There are the Christians writing for him. So of course they're gonna get information from their own Bible. And he even said that Muhammad knows nothing but what I have written for him. So you can see this accusation means something. These are not just people saying. It's actually in Al-Bukhari. And if you see this one, that in Sahih Muslim 1442b, he actually got information from the Greeks and Persians. So if something sounds similar to what Greek knew, we know that he borrowed information from them. And he also used that information in his own favor. So I think that's just my statement I wanted to make about the seed thing and the cousin marriage. And I know this people will say, oh, it's just a figurative speech. He found it setting. It doesn't mean that he's saying it. So something similar to mustard, that is a figurative speech. And about the alcohol in Quran, it says do not drink alcohol whatsoever. And I showed that it actually drinking wine has benefits to it. And anyway, so guys, I gotta go. I'm not feeling well, but just wanted to put out these statements. And if anybody want to verify, I will leave these links in the description. I'll ask that. But that's it.
Excellent. All right. Thank you, Amir. I do apologize to the audience. There was some confusion as to what was going on there. They're like, why is Nadir arguing against the Quran or against science in Islam? So I should have been clear, but that was Amir's points that he wanted to get across. if he had been here the whole time, he would have brought those up in response to what Nadir had said. But since he's not feeling well and he's unable to stay, he wanted to just get all those points out there. After Nadir makes his presentation, we'll go through these points one at a time. We're not going to just, have this dump and then a dump back and forth, which is kind of why I don't like debates when you have, a set amount of time. You tend to just kind of have your pre-prepared things and you just dump all those, and then in your response you dump your pre-prepared response, so it's not really a conversation. So I do apologize about that, but this is the only way that Amir could share today, and I did want to give him that opportunity. So I'll now give the floor to Nadir, and he's welcome to spend as much time as he likes laying out his case.
Just one last thing. I will put these links in the chat in this where we have the video, Ninja. I'll put that so you can actually, if Nadir wants, he can look into it. But I will leave and I will watch it later. Maybe I'll come back if I feel better.
Okay.
I'll drink some wine. Maybe I'll feel better. All right.
Sounds good.
I'm putting the links. Okay.
Yep.
Bye.
All right. So, Nadir, did you want to share your screen or did you want to just talk?
Yeah. Okay. So maybe I probably address a couple of points which Amir raised.
Yep. That's fine. You can do that.
Okay,
first.
That's fine. All right. Yeah. So I'm glad that he raised these issues, and one of the miracles of the Quran is that it is in complete harmony with modern science. You will find no scientific errors in there. Now, one thing I will agree with Amir is look, you should not just explain away alleged scientific errors by saying this is figurative, this is metaphorical. Obviously, that's a way religions try to hide and cloak the alleged scientific errors. So yeah, he raised some good points. So let me just address the first one. I think he mentioned about the sun setting in a pool of murky waters. Well, what I would say to that, look, if the Quran said the sun physically enters into a pool of murky waters, then the Quran is clearly wrong, and that would be a scientific error. But that's not what the Quran says. So first of all, let's get the verse in front of us. And as we can see over here, it's talking about verse 18, verse 86, until when he reached the setting of the sun, he found it. So I hope this is clear. It's talking about from the perspective of Dhul Qarnayn. That's the first problem here. It's not making a scientific statement, but we're going to keep continuing. So I hope it's clear. I'm not saying, it's all metaphorical. That's not what I'm saying. I said, he found it setting in a murky water. So that word setting, what exactly is being translated over there? We see that the word there is taghreb. Okay, so what, as I underlined it right over here, so what does taghreb mean? And you'll find the same word over here in the hadith where the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said that basically he asked him, do you know where the sun sets? He said, it taghrebs in a pool of murky waters. So let us go to Tafsir Jalalain and see, I'm using him as an authority, but let's see his understanding of the Arabic language, and let's see what he says over here about that. Okay, so this is Tafsir Jalalain, as he states over here, and I'm going to go very quickly through this so that you're just going to have to pause on my on the YouTube just to get all my reference here, guys. So it states very clearly here, it's described as seen from the perspective of the eye. This is Jalalain over here. Now, this was written at a time when really modern science was not advanced enough where people would know, okay, wait a second, to say it physically enters into a pool of murky waters, that's scientifically incorrect. So that's a good thing. This is a commentary from hundreds of years ago. Let's go on to the next reference here now. Here, the Prophet Muhammad said, hey, in the following hadith, said, hey, do you know where the sun goes? Now, notice he didn't say taghreb. This tadhebufi, for those people who speak Arabic, that's where it's physically going here. Now, this is kind of the moment we've all waited for here. He says, now, if he believed it physically goes into a pool of murky water, then he probably would have said it right here. But he does not say that. He says it goes under the throne of Allah. And by the way, and then he continues, that also is scientifically correct, but we can talk about that at another time. So the point over here, look, he makes a distinct difference where the sun sets and where the sun goes. And when he asked where the sun goes, he didn't say into a pool of murky waters. So I hope that answers that. He also mentioned something about cousin marriages. No, the Quran actually does not encourage cousin marriages. He said it is allowed. Yes, it's allowed, but let's get the science right about it. It's true in Pakistan they are having issues with people marrying their cousin, but as a scientists point out, it's the frequency of it, not the individual occurrence of people marrying their cousins. So I think he got confused on that. So let's get the scientific opinion on this matter. Where's my cousin thing? There you go. Sorry about that. Let's open up that document. And as this shows over, where did it go? Oh, yeah, here we go. First of all, the first important point to point out over here, it states over here that right around 80% of all marriages in human history have actually been from first or second cousins. This is from Business Insider article over there. So the actual scientific position, I'm quoting from you from Science Daily over here. I'm sorry, this is actually another article I was going to share with you before I get to the scientific position. It states over here that people are more likely to choose a spouse with people who have similar DNA. This is from Science Daily. This has been the latest research. So the whole question now, wait a second, even if you ban cousin marriage, would that actually fix the problem if people are marrying people who have similar DNA? So that's why just banning cousin marriage doesn't make sense. Okay, now let's get to the scientific position on this issue over here, which is, if I can find it over here. Yeah, this is coming from Stanford at the Tech. This is from Stanford University. It states over here, while the chance may be increased, referring to cousin marriage, it isn't as high as most people think. Children of parents who are cousins or half siblings have a slightly higher 1 to 2% risk of being born with a disability. So it's just not high enough. And that's why the medical community is not banning the individual occurrence, but rather the frequency of this incident. So, but anyways, does Islam encourage cousin marriage? The answer is no, it doesn't. It's not in the Quran and it's nowhere in the Hadith. Rather, the Quran makes it very clear on who you should marry. It states over here, a woman may be married for 4 reasons: for her property, her status, her beauty, and her religion. So try to get the one who is religious. May your hands be besmirched with dust if you don't do that. So if you apply this, once again, you'll see that it's going to be very rare that the one who is best, actually the word there for religious means not only just in her religion, but her character, her behavior. If you follow the prophetic advice, it's going to be very rare you're actually going to come out with your cousin. So that's the prophetic advice on who you should get married to. So is there any contradiction with science? Absolutely not. So, but the main takeaway from this here, I think, what needs to be addressed, needs to be further researched. What's the point of banning cousin marriages when people are already marrying people who are similar in their DNA? So I hope that answers that question. So let me go ahead and start off with my little small presentation on why the Quran is a scientific miracle. And I think the evidence is going to be very definitive. It's going to clearly, definitively prove Muhammad to be a true prophet. Now, I don't expect everybody to just convert to Islam. Well, quite frankly, because there's so many polemics against Islam. As Amir was pointing out, he slavery, sex slavery, all these things. Even though, so that's what's in people's minds. So even if people do see the evidence, I think they're not going to convert to Islam. So it's going to be a process to start answering, addressing these claims, and actually, to be quite frankly, I know I'm always the guy debating Quran science, but that actually is not the greatest argument for Islam. The greatest argument for Islam is actually in the topic of the Bible, the Quran, and slavery. But we cannot find Christian participants who are willing to debate that. We're ready, and that's going to be the greatest evidence for Islam. But this Quran science is also good as well. So hopefully that debate will come to fruition. But anyway, so let me get into why the scientific miracles and what makes the Quran a scientific miracle that definitively proves Muhammad to be a true prophet. And I'll take about maybe 12 minutes more on that. About 12 more minutes on that. So let me go ahead and share my desktop over here. And the first scientific miracle or scientifically correct statement, which you're going to find in the Quran or inside from Prophet Muhammad himself, is he gives the cure, the preventive cure for AIDS, Ebola, and COVID. So these are viruses which are known as zoonotic diseases. Zoonotic diseases are basically viruses which jump from animal to human beings. I'm going to primarily focus on monkeys and bats. Okay, so basically it's from, as you can see from the CDC over here, it's these viruses come from hunting and the butchery and the processing of meats from infected animals, which are monkeys and bats. Now, let me show you what Prophet Muhammad has to say on this topic over here. We'll go to what Islam says. Islam actually condemns the consumption of monkeys and bats in the following hadith. It says, Allah's messenger forbade the eating of meats of beasts having fangs. So here we see the preventive cure for these terrible diseases. And so now at this point, you can say, okay, well, this is a good point, maybe, but that in and of itself will not prove Islam right. So it's a cumulative case. It's about it agreeing with science again and again and again, where you just can't pass it off as a coincidence, or maybe he's plagiarizing from some other source, or maybe he's copying from science. Wait a second. There is something significant here. But what is it that really, as I stated in my opening, that will definitively prove Muhammad to be the true prophet? And that is, Jesus also spoke about this topic, but Muhammad gave the scientifically superior answer on meat consumption. And this just doesn't happen one time, but this happens again and again and again. So basically, just to kind of sum up, I'll just share with you this article from Got Questions, just to kind of give the Christian stance. It states over here that basically, this is from gotquestions.org, which is a very popular authoritative Christian website. It says, Jesus declared all foods clean. Later, God gave the Apostle Peter a vision, which implied formerly unclean animals could be eaten. Do not call upon anything impure that God has made clean. But from a scientific point of view, you could see the impact. Let me show you the impact which we see all over the world. This is the following article is an article about monkey consumption. People eat meat, monkey meat. I didn't know it was actually tasted good. But I guess people all over the world consume monkey meat, and if you look at them, they're mainly coming from Christians, but when it comes to the Muslims, the article just specify when it comes to Muslims are basically do not consume monkey meat. Why? Because of the prohibition on that. So here we see it is about a scientifically superior answer. So I know Amir did raise some issues about alcohol, so let me just kind of clear up the air on that. So fetal alcohol syndrome, he's right. Basically, this is a disease you get from consumption of alcohol, and which I mean, if the woman consumes alcohol, it could affect her fetus. So the Quran condemns the consumption of alcohol inside chapter 50, verse 90, basically saying all the intoxicants are forbidden. And this has had a dramatic impact, as we can see in the following research coming from the Europe Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. It states very clear that that the Muslim women are 50 times less likely to give birth to a fetal alcohol child. So once again, we see that this is a scientifically superior answer than even what Jesus gave. Now I think Amir did mention that alcohol is good for you, and in wine, it helps with the heart and things like that. But I think unfortunately he's unaware of the latest research on this topic. And this is an article on CNN where they basically published it. It says many studies have shown that the overall health risks of drinking alcohol outweighs any benefits. So the benefits which Amir was talking about, as we can see from the article here, the overall health risk outweighs any benefits. And there's another article where they said even one drink of alcohol will cause brain damage. So now, how is this significant? Once again, the Quran gets it right when it comes to the science of alcohol. It states over here inside chapter 2, verse 219, They have some benefits for the people, but their harm is far greater than their benefit. Word for word agreement with modern science. So it's not just one statement which agrees with science, as we saw, they're 50 times less likely to give birth to an FAS child, but now we have uh, these scientific statements which agree with modern science, they come in pairs. And this is my point. Compare it with what's in the Bible. And you're going to see that Islam is giving a scientifically superior answer than what you're seeing, than actually what is what we find in the Bible. And I want to go back to that study here, because the study actually stated very clearly that really, if you want to study the article, you want to study the fetal alcohol syndrome, you got to go to the Christians. It states over here. In contrast, wine is part of communion of the Catholic faith, and abstinence is much less common amongst Catholics. So the article actually points, this is where you're going to find the disease. And you're going to find many Christian women, let me see if I could get some of those articles for you, basically giving birth to FAS child. So the point here is, and here's an example of an article of a child chugging wine in her communion. Why? Because there's something about the Bible which really has this type of loophole. And I don't want to get into Bible verses because it doesn't matter. There's no way, irregardless of however you want to interpret the Bible, that's up to you. But what cannot be refuted here is that Islam is a superior answer. It's a superior answer on meat consumption. It's a superior answer on alcohol. And so now we're beginning to establish a pattern over here. We're seeing that, Jesus talked about a lot of things in the Bible that, talked about alcohol, he talked about meat consumption, he talked about the mustard seed, he talked about the epileptic child. And Islam comes and shadows Jesus here. And when you look at and gives a different answer to these very same questions. And when you look at the answers which Muhammad gave, it is a far superior answer from a scientific perspective. So let's talk about the epileptic child over here. Now this is very interesting, very, very interesting. A child suffering from seizure came both to Jesus and Muhammad. So is this all a coincidence, or is there some kind of meaning behind this? And of course we see that this, so basically, to make a long story short, Jesus heals a child and says this child is demon possessed, and so, but the problem is the Bible also lists the kid's symptoms, that he was foaming at the mouth. He had this when he was when he was a child, and he basically tremored. Here's the verses about him foaming at the mouth. Those are foaming at the mouth, that's a symptom of an epileptic. But the Christians say, look, nope, he was demon possessed. Okay, let's go along with it. We're not here to prove the Bible wrong. That's not the issue here. Okay, he was demon possessed, no problem. But where the problem comes now, an epileptic or a person suffering from seizures and a demon possessed person, they become indistinguishable. That's where the problem is. So now let's get to the scientific research on this topic, and let's see what how Islam actually gives a better answer on this. So we see over here, I'm quoting from and this is going to be my last point, then we can open it up for discussion here. So this is from epilepsy.com over here, where I'm just going to quote from this person suffering from epilepsy. Has anyone had a problem with religious family members whipping out Mark 9? This is a chapter where Jesus heals a boy who apparently is having a seizure, then declared that you must have demons in you, or you have spiritual unrest. You're not right with God. My father did that recently. So here we're seeing the impact of biblical verses. But to make it very clear, I will give you the scientific research pinpointing that it is the Bible which is responsible for the stigmatization of epileptics as being demon possessed. I will quote from you Carl Oten-Naken. He's a specialist in neurology at Oslo University. Let's read his research. It says Christianization reinforced the belief in healing by religious ritual. The New Testament described how Jesus healed a boy suffering from lunacy. So here they're pinpointing the Bible. Here's another article from nature.com. again, when it talked about the stigmatization of epileptics, all the research which I'm sharing with you are all pinpointing the New Testament as being the problem causing this. Now let's get to Prophet Muhammad and we'll see the scientific miracle. And this is what I will tell you is a smoking gun. It is a death blow which will prove Muhammad to be the true prophet. And so here we see over here a person suffering from seizure came to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now this is very interesting. Will he repeat that he is a demon possessed child like we saw, previously? No, he says, I will invoke Allah to cure you. So here we see from the Islamic canon, it removes the terrible stigmatization that epileptics have suffered for thousands of years. And he refuses to repeat the same issue which we saw. So from a scientific point of view, once again, I've given you 3 examples. I'm going to stop my share here, where Islam is giving the scientifically superior answers than what we find in the Gospels. And that's what makes Muhammad a true prophet, because a man living 1400 years ago, he's not going to have that kind of advanced scientific knowledge. So that's it. You want to open up for a discussion?
All right, very good. So Rob, since I wasn't planning on him being on here, he doesn't have my outline of how this is going to proceed, but we're going to spend some time talking about methodology first before we get into any specifics, because we need to have some objective criteria so that we're not just playing a game here. But before we do that, I do want to give Rob a chance to give any first thoughts on Nadir's presentation. Were you impressed, or is this something you were expecting?
I appreciate Nadir's transparency with maintaining some sort of like there's a certain confidence he's providing in regards to his argumentation. My approach from a peer-reviewed context is that I would like to see more peer-reviewed, a much more peer-reviewed context in the approach. But I suppose that would lead into, when we actually get into the discussions on what the scholarship and the academia say. So yeah.
All right, very good. So you gave us 3 examples. I know you have some more, but you gave us 3 examples of what you consider to be errors in the Bible that you consider corrected by Muhammad and or the Quran.
Well, I would say that it just gives a better answer. I don't want to get into Bible errors. It just gives a superior answer.
Okay,
but there was a problem. Like the discussion was Quran scientific test, not hadith, because if we go to hadith, there's a lot of material. But since we did not,
don't worry,
we'll
get
there. Bring hadith.
Don't worry. I mean, we got to get some methodology out of the way first. So you've given us an interpretation of the Quran, and you've given us an interpretation of some science. But before I ask you about interpretation, I first do want to compliment you that I think your argument, the general structure of your argument anyway, is better than what Muslim apologists usually do. That they try to go to a specific text of the Quran and they say that this is advanced scientific knowledge. No one could have possibly had it. Therefore, this verse proves Islam true. Your approach is a bit different. Your approach is this cumulative approach where you say, if there are, several things that could each be explained by coincidence, for example, then it becomes, none of them by themselves are all that important, but together they are more important, which I think is a very important distinction that the audience needs to understand, because this is actually the game that atheists usually play on us, that we cite a piece of evidence and they say, well, that piece of evidence is not sufficient to prove Christianity true. Therefore, it's not evidence. Therefore, you have no evidence. And if we're looking at this from an honest perspective, for Christianity, I would make a historical argument. I wouldn't make a scientific argument. I'd make a historical argument. No piece of evidence by itself is going to make the case. But if you have a bunch of pieces of evidence, that can add up to something. So I do think that you're on the right track there. The question is, do each of these individual pieces of evidence actually count for anything? So my first question is to you as to how do we know what the correct interpretation of a verse of the Bible is, or a correct interpretation of the Quran, or a hadith?
Yeah, so I made sure to stay away from interpreting and quoting the Bible. If you actually notice my presentation, I would stay away from that because from a scientific perspective, for example, on alcohol, I made it so you can interpret it however you want. You guys can do that. But what cannot be denied is Islam is providing a better, from a scientific point of view, a scientifically superior answer based on its impact upon humanity. Because the research I showed you said, listen, you got to go to the Christians, paraphrasing, to really learn and study this disease. Muslim women, in fact, they even, in one research, they actually just told all the Muslim women to go home because the rate of FAS was so low that we can't study this. And I have that research too. So from a scientific perspective, this is a superior answer. And so I made sure I don't want to start quoting the Bible and telling people this is what the verse means. And I think that's what the beauty of this is.
I mean, if you look at this logic, if you're looking at the followers, then Islam is far behind. Like, we have way too many problems with the followers of Islam. You can see Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iran, Iraq, Syria, Yemen, and list goes on. Those countries are saying they're following Islam, and the people, I mean, ISIS literally says they're followers of Islam. But if you see the followers, then we don't even want to have a debate, because then we'll say Islam is I'm not going to say the word, but it's certain, it causes certain people to become violent. So we can't really see the followers. If we see a text, if it's telling you do not get drunk, and we see a lot of Christians getting drunk, it's not the responsibility of Christianity. God sent his message, and we have free wills. So that's why we have to stick to the text, not like, say what people do. Because
Well,
I can, quote a lot of stuff. That's why I say genetic problems that are causing because of following Quran.
I think, Amir, you're kind of all over the place here, and I will agree with you. We got to address all the objections, whether it's violence, cousin marriages, things like that. Let's do that. But let's first address the question tonight: the position on alcohol. As I've shown you, two scientifically correct statements. One, I mean, both of them are actually word for word. So how is
we're not going to get. I don't want to get to the alcohol specific yet. I want to stick on methodology. So
sure.
Amir's point was that if you're going to say that we can judge the effectiveness of the Quran based on the practice of Muslims, then you're going to have to apply that same logic to other circumstances. So is that actually a position you want to take, where if you're saying, because you're saying we don't want to interpret, we don't want to put our interpretation on anything, so we should only judge based on the outcome because that's measurable. I agree. The amount of alcohol usage in the Muslim world is measurable. The number of terrorist incidents motivated by people who say they are Muslim is also measurable. So you're going to want to interpret when it comes to those verses. You want to say that those people inciting violence are not properly following Muhammad, whatever. But then you can't bypass the interpretation of this verse. You understand, Nadir?
So I think what you're saying is, you're judging Islam by the actions of its people, which the religion is directly influencing them to do certain things. Therefore, you got to be consistent, meaning like if you see some terrorist attacks and they're just following Islam, then you should also look at that as well, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah. So I'm going to let you pick the methodology that we're going to use.
No, I think
it's going to be
right.
consistent. So if you don't want to discuss the interpretation of verses, then we're only going to be judged on outcomes, which means we're going to judge on everything that we bring up on that same standard.
Well, I wouldn't say I don't want to discuss it. What I'm saying, I'm going to allow you guys to interpret the Bible however you wish, because it will not change the outcome. It will not change the impact of the scientific findings. But I would agree with you. Look, if Islam is really responsible for these terrorist actions, and then that would be an evidence against the religion. However, I have never seen any evidence to that. In fact, I've seen evidence to the contrary. But that terrorism debate, maybe we could do that at another time, and we can, because what we now know is, look, Muhammad and Jesus, they both spoke about alcohol, they both spoke about the epileptic, they both spoke about a mustard seed, they both spoke about meat consumption. I think it's undeniable at this point that from a scientific perspective, Muhammad is giving better answers than Jesus is of the New Testament. I mean, there's no way around that, right?
Can you share my
I would
screen? Honestly,
definitely deny
Nadir,
that.
the CNN article that you showed, it's not the scientific article. I mean, you see
Amir,
2020, 2022,
Amir, I don't want to
2021.
discuss. I don't want to get to discussing the accuracy of the scientific statements yet. I want to stick
Yeah, I
to
mean,
these
it says
methodology issues.
in 2021 article that moderate consumption of wine is beneficial.
Right.
That's the scientific fact. I mean, I'm saying it because it has antioxidants, you know. But then again,
we'll
you're
get to
really
whether
going into
alcohol
it.
is
So if
actually
Quran
beneficial
says,
later.
if Quran says the alcohol is bad completely, you're stripping all
Amir,
those
trust the
good
plan.
qualities.
I have a reason why I want to get the methodology out first.
Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. Just like because he shared a CNN articles calling it a scientific article. That's just,
Yeah. We'll get to that. Don't worry.
Yeah, I want to hear. I want to hear Thaddeus's methodology on this discussion. Go for it.
So you didn't actually really give me a firm answer. You said you didn't want to interpret the Bible, but we're also talking about the Quran here, and it is an interpretation to say that the Quran denies the use of alcohol or forbids the use of alcohol.
Well, I think that's pretty explicit in the Quran. And in fact, other medical research articles, as well as peer-reviewed journals and textbooks, all pretty much state the same thing, that the Quran condemns alcohol, the use of alcohol. So are we going to throw out all these references, all these books, including children textbooks, which actually teach this? So that is an established fact.
Well, I don't think it is actually an established fact.
Okay.
Because I can find Muslims who interpret the Quran as allowing alcohol and other who are Quranists, for example. I can also find people who will say alcohol is forbidden in Islam, but it's not explicit in the Quran. It's only explicit in the Hadith. So we need an objective way to decide what the correct interpretation is. You can say there's no interpretation all you want, that is straightforward. That's not actually an answer, because I can just say the same thing. I can just say that it's straightforward. There's no interpretation required. Human language is not like logic or a computer programming language. There's always interpretation. Every sentence I speak, you have to interpret. Especially when we're talking about text written a long time ago with a different social context, a different language, because the language has changed over time. The way language is used has changed over time. There are idioms that we don't know about, all kinds of things. So again, I'm going to pose this question. I think we are going to have to interpret in some fashion.
Okay.
How do we decide what is the best interpretation? Do we look at what the majority of Muslims have said? Do we look at what the earliest Muslims, the best respected commentaries? You can go a variety of different ways here.
Yeah, so there's a very easy answer to that.
Can I also suggest something?
Yeah.
Is it possible if I can suggest something on this?
Yes, good.
If you're going to discuss the topic of alcohol, that in itself, I mean, my approach would be to look at, say, the vastness of human history. So from an anthropological point of view, I can point out, for example, how the pharaohs in Egypt, their nutritious drink was beer, and they actually for his slaves to maintain a certain strength in building the pyramids, they were fed alcohol, they were fed beer, because don't forget it ultimately derives from wheat, and there's a lot of nutrition benefits to beer. Too much consumption of beer obviously leads to intoxication, but due to the fermentation process. But just in a nutshell, notice that this one topic alone can fill up the entire stream. So do you want the stream to be based on just alcohol?
I think there's a very easy answer to all this.
Okay, I'm ready for your answer.
Yeah. So I know you were just to answer your first Tacitus. Am I saying that right, Tacitus or
Thaddeus?
Thaddeus. Okay, I'm
But
sorry.
yeah,
Uh,
I'm not sensitive about it.
so you okay, so that's a good point. You're saying, okay, well, there's some things which could be open for interpretations. Maybe other people, in fact, Christian Prince did raise this one argument that, look, is alcohol good or bad in the Quran? So all of this, I think, would be considered to be irrelevant from a scientific perspective. Let's just hypothetically say this book is open for interpretation, and as a result, I don't know, maybe a couple of hundred people started drinking alcohol. Still, that does not change the fact that from a scientific, the overall, it still does a much better job in addressing the question of alcohol than the Bible does. And because, again, going back to they specifically stated in the research that Muslim women are 50 times less likely to drink to give birth to an FAS child, and they pointed out to Islam, irregardless of however it is open for interpretation, this is the impact it's having. This is the impact this book is having. And I said, you got to go to the Christians to look at this, to study this disease. So the question, really, I will return, even with all the problems that you could perhaps potentially bring up here, I don't think nothing is going to change the fact that it is still, in spite of all the alleged problems, it still is a much better answer.
You still didn't really answer me. So here on alcohol, right, you're going to say that we should judge by the outcomes, and you're going to want to point to one outcome, and we might bring up other outcomes that don't support your position. But is that what you're going to want to say about these other ones as well, that you only want to look at how it has impacted society?
Yeah, just from the position of how it has impacted society. Again, if we are to assume Muhammad is some kind of false prophet, some kind of demon prophet, then the question really we need to ask here is how do you explain an alleged demon prophet is saving millions of children from fetal alcohol syndrome while the true Lord and Savior doesn't do that? That doesn't make any sense. And that's a question which proves Muhammad is a true prophet. Because try to answer that and you'll see it doesn't make sense.
All right. Well, I mean, you still haven't really answered my question about interpretation. So I'm what I'm hearing, but I want to make sure this is your position, is that you want to judge by the societal outcomes.
Yeah, because that's a scientific way. That's a scientific approach. You have to do that. Yeah, because they're not going to, from a scientific point of view, they're not going to. Yeah, they're not going to care about how you interpret these books and what it really means. They're not going to get into that.
Okay, so we'll have some things.
Yeah.
Counter to that when we get to the specifics, but okay, so we got that
so
out of the
how
way,
do you answer my question though?
Okay, go ahead.
How do you answer the question? How do you explain an alleged false prophet saving millions of children from fetal alcohol syndrome while the true Lord and Savior, who also gave an answer on the question of alcohol, he didn't? In fact, we don't know of any real benefit from that. How do you explain that?
So wait, are you asking for, as Christians, what's our approach to the question of alcohol?
Well, the question, no, you can interpret however you want, but what we know is that that there is an alleged false prophet who gave both Jesus and Muhammad gave an answer on the question of alcohol.
Okay.
But Muhammad's answer turned out to be really good.
Right.
So when you compare the two, how do you explain a false prophet doing much better than the true Lord and Savior?
My reaction is that does Muhammad have a careful, say, systematic approach to the topic of alcohol? Because the Bible actually gives the full gamut of the wide uses of alcohol. For example, the Bible mentions that alcohol can be used for a medical purpose. And at the same time, the Bible at the same time says that don't get drunk on wine. It can be quite destructive. Like I'll read from Proverbs 20, verse 1. It says, wine causes mocking and beer causes fights. Everyone led astray by them lacks wisdom. So you have this sort of this gamut and this range of, here's if you're talking about the absolute extremes of anything, it leads to this, these types of sins. At the same time, there are benefits, and it actually verifies here are the benefits. Do you have that same sort of discussion? Like in any like peer-reviewed paper, you always have like an introduction, an analysis, and then a discussion of the data points, and then a conclusion. Does the Quran actually provide those details?
You mean to go into the level of detail showing, okay, well, here's a condemnation and here's how it's going to benefit humanity? Is that kind of what you're looking for? And it
You
gets into that type
have
of detail?
you have
Yeah.
statement alcohol in it, which in itself is a wide gamut of drinks. It doesn't have to be beer. It can be
Mhm.
any form of, mixed drink if you want to go. Like for example, the Bible has over time from the ancient Near East this notion of what's called a strong drink.
Mhm, mhm.
There's sometimes weak drinks, strong drinks. You even have like at the wedding of Cana where Jesus makes a particularly like excellent wine. So there's overemphasis on the quality of the wine in that sense. The point is the Bible, because you're talking about a variation of cultures over a vast period of time, and the Bible then, as an amalgamated sort of like big book, showcases the sort of the wisdom approach to alcohol, at the same time the physical effects of alcohol, then the misuses of alcohol. It lays everything on the table. Do we see the same? If I was to go to the Quran and I want the Quran to tell me, okay, what's the good and the bad of alcohol? Well, if I'm just getting this one statement that, alcohol is bad and that's it, don't touch it.
Mhm.
That's like putting horse blinders on that particular topic.
Mhm.
And that naively discounts the last, say, 10,000 years of human history, showcasing how every culture has their own alcoholic consumption and benefit but at the same time abuse and misuse, and at the same time then also say different drinks associated with possible, say, religious practices or certain ceremonies, and as actual food. Like, for example, Pharaoh, fed his slaves beer, and they
Mhm.
were doing just fine on beer. So, does the Quran engage with any of this stuff?
So yeah, and if I understand the question correctly here, you mentioned in the Bible that there's some benefit, and you've shown like some practical applications from the Bible, in terms of alcohol. It does go into more detail on the subject, and you will actually, and so the Quran doesn't. I don't think the Quran goes into the level of detail which you're gonna find like in the Bible. But there's actually two statements which need to be considered in the Quran. Remember, the second one was the bad of it outweighs any good. And that is the official scientific position on this topic. I've researched this, and I don't see any dispute on that. And that is why when you go into the doctor's office and ask about, they'll ask you, do you drink and do you drink any alcohol? They'll say, and if you say no, they'll say, okay, good man. There's no necessity for this, I guess is my point, if that answers it. So I think I got the answer to my question. I hope the audience who are listening also got the answer. I mean, when we talk about from a scientific perspective, we need to look at the journals, and what the scientific literature says on this topic. And I think you are not going to, nobody here is going to be able to pull out any kind of scientific literature pointing that the Bible has a very good response on alcohol, like how I did with Islam. I mean, of course, you could show me what you thought is good about it, but this is not an opinion or a view which has been embraced from science. So I think that question, I'll return to the question, which I believe definitively proves Muhammad to be a true prophet, is if Muhammad is a false prophet, how do you explain an alleged false prophet giving scientifically superior answers than the very Lord himself, Lord and Savior himself, on the same issue? So I want you to think about that. I got to go to the bathroom. If you can just give me 2 minutes, I'll be right back. If that's okay. Thank you.
All right.
So Rob said it in a very fancy way, but I'll just say it simply. Our answer is that we're not agreeing that it's scientifically superior. Today isn't the only time in human history. Humans have been around a long time, and I actually don't think that that's correct today as well, that there is absolutely no use of alcohol. But we'll come back to that in a second. I just want to be clear, I have some more methodology questions that I need to get Nadir on record for. But since
The
he's
alcohol
not
topic
here,
is quite boring in my opinion. I mean, we could go down to the theological route of, say, Yahweh's cup of wrath, right? Which is, there's a very negative view of alcohol, like, so anyway, but
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with what you said, then, that the Bible has a nuanced position. I actually think this gets to the interpretation, which Nadir doesn't want to discuss, but I actually think the Quran has a nuanced position as well. And it's the Hadith that actually forbid alcohol and not the Quran. But the Quran actually has a very similar position to the Bible, that alcohol causes social damage, that drunkenness is a problem, that you should generally avoid it, but it doesn't actually forbid it, which is kind of exactly what the Bible does. It says it absolutely forbids drunkenness. It forbids abusing alcohol, but it also, and it has a lot of negative things to say about it, but it also allows for the possibility that there is good in it. So when Nadir comes back, we're going
I mean,
to
I would love
ask.
to ask him about rivers of wine and the
Yeah,
rivers of honey and
yeah.
like
So
Surah 47 and yeah.
So he gave himself an out by saying he didn't want to talk about interpretation. But if we look at the Quran, it seems pretty ambiguous whether alcohol is good or bad, honestly, when you look at it in totality. But we're going to ask him how many how many scientific statements that are accurate. I don't think any of them are, just to be clear, but how many it would take before that would rise above chance, because he's only offered us 3, which is not very convincing. I know he has some others, but they won't fit with what he wants to do today, where he only wants to base on the outcome. So I'm going to ask him how many scientific statements he thinks there are in total. I'm going to ask him which verses of the Quran count as scientific statements. How do we know when something's not scientific? How do we know when something is?
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask him what percentage of the Bible is repeated in the Quran, because his argument is basically Muhammad didn't repeat these things that he thinks are errors, therefore Muhammad is a better prophet. So we're going to see what he says about those things, and then based on how he answers those, I have different responses prepared. Since we've already talked a little bit about the alcohol, we can go through studies or we can go through drugs that contain alcohol now that are obviously beneficial. We can talk about human history, where alcohol was the only viable painkiller for most of human history. How the direct outcome of Islam forbidding alcohol and not forbidding other drugs is that opium addiction is very high in the Islamic world. So we can go a lot of different places, but Nadir's back now. Yes. So I have some more methodology questions for you. So you've given us 3 examples that you think are superior teachings of the Quran or Muhammad, depending on which they are. And assuming that you're correct and those are superior, how many statements would it take before we get beyond what could reasonably be coincidence? And how many, because if people are just making a random guess, they're going to be right some of the time. So how many would we need to be beyond coincidence?
Sure. So yeah, I only gave 3, but there's something like, I think 7 corrections, which I could share with you. So I think, with coincidence, what it entails is like, it's unexpected, it's a random. And so when you see it happen once, okay, yeah, that could have been a coincidence. Second time, sure. But once you start seeing it 3rd or 4th time, well, now you're expecting it the 5th time, because you just saw it happen 2 or 3 times in the past or whatever. So at this point, we can no longer discount it as a coincidence. There is something causing it to happen. And that's exactly what we find in Islam. When you look at all the corrections which Prophet Muhammad did to the Bible, they're all scientifically superior answers. And I only had time to share 3 because I think the issue on epilepsy, I think, does seal the deal. Because that is clearly, because, if we could talk about that for a little bit, science has already clearly pointed the finger at Jesus, pretty much, or the Jesus of the New Testament, said this is responsible for the stigmatization of epileptics. I think that's undeniable. And we also saw a practical example from epilepsy.com where Christians are like, God, they're accusing me of being demon possessed, and I seriously have this disease, because it made the the symptoms indistinguishable, foaming at the mouth, had it when he was a kid, and he would shake. So we cannot ascribe this type of thing to a true Lord and Savior God, first of all, and this type of problem, because true religion doesn't stigmatize innocent people like epileptics. Muhammad comes and removes that stigma. So I think this is a clear evidence for the prophethood of Muhammad.
Okay, so you say that there's 7.
Mhm.
We'll just say that there are 7. And we'd have to look at the probability of each one individually.
Sure.
You know, if one of them is 95% probable that someone would say the same thing because that's what everyone at the time said, then that doesn't count very much. But if one of them's only 10% probable, that would count for something. I know that you're going to say, well, let's just say that they're 50-50. Well, in that case, we're talking about 1 out of 128 chance. If I grant that, is that sufficient evidence to believe Islam is true? That 1 out of 128 odds of getting it by chance?
Yeah, I think it is, because remember, now we're just right now we're just focusing on corrections to previous scriptures from Islam. Now there's also the whole issue of scientifically correct statements where Islam got it right. So now you got to add another, like, I don't know, 6 or 7. So at the end of the day, we're talking about a huge amount of scientifically correct information. However, I would disagree of going past the issue of epilepsy. I think that one single issue will determine the prophethood of Muhammad. I think because it is an indisputable fact, based on the research which I have provided to you, that it is the New Testament, to a certain degree, is responsible for the stigmatization of epileptics by blurring the symptoms. And this automatically disproves Christianity right there, number one. Secondly, Muhammad comes and gives a much better answer. So that we can't get past, I think, this one point and say, okay, maybe Christianity could still be in the running. No, that's it. That's game over. That's tap out. You
All right,
can't get
well,
past that.
so I'm definitely not going to agree with that. I don't
Mhm.
think that the Bible makes any error on epilepsy. I don't think it stigmatizes epileptics. But we'll get to discussing that issue in a minute. So you're actually contradicting the compliment I gave you, where I said that the cumulative case is a better argument, because now you're saying that this one point alone is sufficient to prove it. But that's all right. So you're saying that there's a few, but this one in particular is going to rule out Christianity, which doesn't actually make Islam true, even if it did rule out Christianity. Okay. I'll point out. Now, you've said that Muhammad is basically correcting the Christian misinterpretation or Christian misunderstanding. How do we know something is a correction?
Mm-hmm. Well, I actually do agree with one thing you said, that, okay, look, if there was an issue on epilepsy, that will automatically make Muhammad true. So maybe I, made a mistake over there. Let's keep looking at more evidence. So I think that's a good point. And I'm sorry, what was your last question? It just totally slipped my mind.
Yeah. So how can we tell if something's a correction? So the Bible says something, the Quran says something. How do we know that the Quran or Muhammad, whichever, is correcting the Bible, as opposed to just saying something and not having any knowledge of what the Bible says, if we're asserting that God is in charge, how do we know that God is correcting it, as opposed to, just coincidentally being different?
So, yeah, I guess to answer your question, it is a sheer number. I mean, could we say that this is a coincidence that both Muhammad and Jesus spoke about alcohol, epilepsy, mustard seed, meat consumption, and these are just 4 things which both of them talked about? I mean, I think it's pretty clear that based on this, Muhammad, in some way, for some reason, he's shadowing Jesus. So why is he picking these particular things to talk about, which Jesus talked about? Well, when we look at it from a scientific perspective, we're like, oh, wow, this is a scientifically superior answers. So that is, I think, why we're saying, look, it looks like, I mean, the best explanation of the facts is that he's providing corrections to these teachings, which we find in the New Testament.
So your assertion is that they're teaching a lot of the same things, which leads me perfectly into my next question: is what percentage of Jesus? Since you want to limit this to Jesus, I'll leave the rest of the Bible aside. What percentage of Jesus's teachings are repeated by Muhammad?
So let's see. We've got mustard seed. We've got meat consumption. We've got epilepsy, alcohol, and divorce. So there's about 5, which I could show you corrections. Because remember, in the Bible, it said,
Well,
regarding
my question
yeah.
wasn't how many he corrected them
Oh,
on; it's how
oh,
many that he talks about in some fashion. Yeah, he may agree on some of
overall,
them.
I don't have a number for you. I don't know because there's a lot of things. I think, yeah, I
So
don't have a number. Yeah.
okay, so it's definitely going to be far less than 100%. If it were talking about the whole Bible, it's like maybe 10% of the stories are shared in common. If we're talking just about Jesus' teachings, it might be a little bit higher. However, there's a
To be honest, I would say
perfectly,
there's 0%, but that's just me.
well, yeah, well, the same subjects anyway.
Yeah.
So because we can't just look at the ones that you are asserting that are corrections. We have to look at what is shared in common, what isn't. What does that mean? Because if merely not repeating something, like not repeating that the mustard seed is the smallest of all seeds, it counts as a correction, then anything that Jesus said that's correct that isn't repeating would be an error on Muhammad's part. So we need to define what counts as a correction.
Your last part, I'm a little bit confused on. You said, so basically, if Jesus says, repeat your last part because I got a little bit confused.
So Jesus says a lot of things, right?
Yeah, right.
And most of them are not repeated by Muhammad.
Right.
So you're going to say, oh, well, it wasn't one of the ones you brought up, but you've mentioned it a couple of times, so I feel justified in mentioning it anyway. You're going to say that Jesus made it, or the words attributed to Jesus are in error when they say that the mustard seed is the smallest of all seeds. And then you're going to say the Quran mentions mustard seeds, but it doesn't say that they're the smallest of all seeds. Therefore, it's correcting the teaching of the Bible on this point. Merely so, the only reason you're saying it's corrected is that it's not mentioned. It doesn't say the mustard seed is not the smallest of all seeds. It could say that. So I need you to define a criteria how we know something is a correction as opposed to something that's just not mentioned that could be true.
Right. Because when I say he's correcting it, it is an interpretation that I'm kind of, it's a conclusion I'm trying to get people to basically accept. But what we could say about the mustard seed, since you've raised it, so basically, just to kind of give some background, the Bible says the mustard seed is the smallest seed of all seeds, but really they're the orchid seeds, which is smaller. And so Muhammad, so the mustard seed is used in the Quran.
Right. I don't want to discuss the mustard seed. That's not the point. So you actually just told me the answer is you want people to accept your interpretation.
That's correct.
You want people to accept your argument, which is not an objective reason why it's a correction. You're just assuming it's a correction because it works to your benefit. There are other things that aren't repeated that you would probably agree are correct, and you wouldn't assert that those are corrections.
Well, to your first point,
you are right. Can I also
just... Let me just make this one point real quick, Rob. Yeah, to your first point, you are right. I would say that is a conclusion I want the audience to accept, but I cannot prove categorically that these are corrections, right? But what I could show you is that he showed far greater wisdom in the usage of the mustard seed than what the very Lord and Savior himself did. That's a very problematic statement to say, which we find in the New Testament. Go ahead, Rob. Sorry.
I was just going to say, to sort of bridge this with respect to the mustard seed. So I keyword search mustard in the Yusuf Ali translation that I have. It only occurs twice. I don't know if there's more than 2 times that it occurs. But what the 2 occurrences I find absolutely fascinating, which, to be honest, actually does not supersede Jesus's use of the size of the mustard seed. So, in other words, supersedes in the sense of you're giving the impression that, or you're trying to make the argumentation that Muhammad is quote unquote correct, or in this case, the Quran. Ultimately, Allah is correcting more so with scientific precision, compared to what Jesus did. So in Surah 21:47, it says, we shall set up scales of justice for the day of judgment, so that not a soul will be dealt with unjustly in the least, and if there be no more than the weight of a mustard seed, we will bring it to account, and enough are we to take account. And the other occurrence is in Surah 31:16. O my son, said Luqman, if there be but the weight of a mustard seed, and it were hidden in a rock, or anywhere in the heavens or on earth, Allah will bring it forth, for Allah understands the finest mysteries and is well acquainted with them. So the finest mysteries, if you're talking about, like if I was to bridge it to like a Hebrew parallelism where there's a statement and then there's a parallel to that statement. So it's interesting that here you have the finest mysteries juxtaposed with respect to the mustard seed. So is the Quran in this sense saying that the mustard seed happens to be, like, the scales of justice? If the least, the lowest weight happens to be the mustard seed, or the finest mystery happens to be the size of the mustard seed. Because notice it says hidden in a rock, right? So the mustard seed is small enough to be within, say, the lattice structure of rocky material.
So is
yeah.
your question that is the Quran implying, rather than explicitly stating, that the mustard seed is the smallest seed you can find? Is that what you're
Based on my reading of this translation?
Yeah. No, I would not interpret the Quran like that, because this analogy, that if you even find so much as a fill in the blank, it is very commonly used in science. For example, I'm looking at one article right here. If there even so much as a dime of corporate bailout money. So are we going to assume that the guy who said that didn't know that there's money less than a dime? No. So the analogy you find in the Quran is actually very commonly used in all other literatures. So nobody would assume that the person is thinking the dime, or if there's even a 1% chance of the greenhouse warming, radical, blah, 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 go on, that the person doesn't know that there's something less than 1%. So I don't think that's a very good interpretation.
Okay, now here's my pushback against that.
Mm-hmm.
If Jesus were to use scientific precision in his day, don't forget 600 years even prior to Muhammad. So I'm going to give some sort of, credence and credit, because 600 years have transpired. You would expect some sort of scientific advances to have transpired until Muhammad comes on the scene. So I'm trying to give some wiggle room here.
Mm-hmm. So you're
So
saying
that
he figured
means,
it out.
sorry?
Well, so your question was he could have figured it out?
No, I'm saying culturally. I'm talking about cultural advances with respect to science, knowledge, because again, history plays in a linear sense. Time is linear. So I'm going to give, I'm trying to give as much wiggle room and benefit in the sense of honesty, because it is a fact of human history that as time progresses, advances progress. So if you go back in time to the 1st century, I'm obviously expecting the culture to fit what you would call a Second Temple, Hellenistic, Jewish, Greek, Roman mix. Now, if Jesus were to use, say, the UI system or the SI units or the metric system, and if he used to say something like, in his parable about the mustard seed, and he said, the mustard seed, which is 1/10 of 1/6 of the smallest of all seeds, like just that way of communication using, say, the scientific notation parameter, or like that would just fall on deaf ears. That's the first point. Secondly, in these discussions about the mustard seed, now this is me as a Christian responding back, I am quite baffled that the parallel to the size of the mustard seed is not discussed. So Jesus actually gives two images that are both not possible in reality. Not just the size of the mustard seed, which, by the way, happens to be a cultural idiom, kind of like what you're talking about with the dime and so on, but he even says that it's going to become a world tree. This small little mustard seed is going to cover the entire earth. And then, obviously, both statements are false in a literal sense. But
Mhm.
the irony is that Jesus is not saying this out of like a whim. He's actually using apocalyptic imagery from Daniel 4 and Ezekiel 31, who were prophets with respect to what's known as the cosmic tree or the world tree motif that were part of the ancient cultures. So
Mhm.
in an ancient Near Eastern sort of setting, and the imagery is such that God's kingdom will, you know, permeate the whole world, so to speak. So then in early church, if you're talking about, say, post-Pentecost, entering into the apostolic period, then the ante-Nicene period, church fathers noticed the fulfillment of that parable. So yes, the mustard seed were the 12 apostles. Then Pentecost, when 3,000 are saved, now, and then when you start to see the gospel go throughout the whole Mediterranean, and the known world happened to be, Mediterranean Sea, Middle Terranean Sea, so like the whole known world in Christendom at the time. So the Roman Empire became Christianized by the 300s, and hence, like the world tree analogy. So yes, that little tiny mustard seed of the Christian movement became now this world tree. So prophetically, Jesus is he's true by utilizing this imagery that Jews would have understood from the apocalyptic text from Daniel 4 and Ezekiel 31. And therefore, why it makes no sense for us to force a scientific judgment, which which in itself would be unwise and of no benefit if you and I went back in time and went, oh no, Jesus, you're meant to be using the SI units and the scientific notation scales, and you need to use scientific precision because, like, that's not the point. That's not where he's going with this. Now, when we come to the Quran, and I read these two ayah, I find it curious that if Jesus is using an idiom language to communicate theological truths of the size of his movement as starting like a mustard seed and then ending up like a world tree. But here you have the Quran saying that Allah's like basal layer, like the threshold layer of the lightest sort of like thing to weigh on the scales of justice happens to be the mustard seed. You see, this is where I find the Quran becoming quite precise with it, thinking it is a necessary thing to use in an analogical sense.
Yeah.
So
One of the problems here is, as Amr was mentioning in the beginning, that he brought up an issue of people using metaphorical and allegorical explanations to explain away the alleged scientific contradiction, and I did promise him I wouldn't do that. So it looks like you are having to resort to do exactly what Amr did actually kind of condemn. And so what you're doing now, you're double barreling the interpretations. You see, you're spinning the Bible in a particular way, even though it might make sense to a certain extent, but now you're also spinning the Quran. So you're putting two double barrel spins to try to reconcile this matter. And I'm not doing that. I think that's the problem. You're spinning the Quran to make it mean that the mustard is the smallest seed of all. And there's no way you can really get that from the literal explicit text. So we should not double barrel interpretations. This is like what we call double barrel action, where you're interpreting both the books because you cannot accept what they explicitly, literally teach. So, but anyways, I didn't really bring up the mustard seed, though it was a good point.
Yeah. So we probably won't come
but
back.
before we continue, at least if you're going to conclude on this, at least understand. Do you understand at least my explanation about the Jesus's use of mustard seed?
Well, so I do understand how it, there could be some allegory and metaphor, and we shouldn't, when something is clearly a metaphor, an allegory, we shouldn't say, okay, look, he's explicitly making a scientifically incorrect statement. I think that's your point, I think, if I understand it correctly.
In fact, okay, how about I put it more bluntly and straightforwardly? If we critique Jesus as having scientific imprecision, we should then whole scale cancel out which is practically everything in the 5th century. It would be the the height of arrogance and rudeness of us to pretend that we have every right to rule out, expressions in language and so on and idioms from the first century. That's the first point. And last but not least, it's actually scientifically inaccurate to correct them on this, because
No.
it's not the context. There's no scientific argumentation that the mustard seed is the smallest of all seeds, because the whole concept of the atom was already existing even before Jesus, like by 300-400 years. So, like, again, I think this argumentation is quite mute, and it really comes from a misunderstanding and a misinformed reading of the culture. It's the same thing that I see in UFO religions. So, for example, the whole ancient alien phenomena that's going on, in UFO religion cults of today. They think that Ezekiel's wheels are like the UFOs in Ezekiel. Notice you're imposing a 20th century perspective of, say, a scientific or sci-fi sort of like imagination, and you're seeing things where the text is not really saying it. It's just a phenomena, like you see like patterns in a cloud or something. It's the same sort of like engagement with the text.
No, I understand your point, and as I mentioned from the beginning, I totally, I want to give Christians the freedom to interpret the Bible the way they want, and I'm not going to force and say this is a scientific error. When you, as mentioned, you could look at it from a like an idiom of the day, kind of a metaphorical, allegorical, poetic way of saying things. But as Amr pointed out, though what you are saying, Rob, it could hypothetically be true. I mean, let's not rule that out. Let's consider it. As Amr pointed out, people also will try to explain away the scientific errors in the same manner. And so the point which I think needs to be made over here, why I'm saying Christians can interpret it however they want, because they are not going to be able to interpret the facts that Islam provides a scientifically far greater wisdom in the issue of the mustard seed by avoiding that problematic passage. I don't know. Can you guys hear me? I'm seeing like a circle of.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You're good.
I think
I
I'm
can
getting
hear
some
you.
buffering
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah, and so that's a point
yeah.
which
I hope I'm
think
coming
needs to
through
be
as
addressed.
clear as well.
Yeah, that I think you were spinning, or I don't know. I saw some spinning taking place on your. I don't know if you had some connection issues, but
But could you hear me before? Am I
yeah,
coming clear?
I'm hearing everything. Yeah, maybe it's just my screen. Okay, sorry about that. So the issue here is Islam shows far greater wisdom in avoiding the problematic, explicitly wrong statement that the mustard seed is the smallest seed which you plant in the ground, smallest of all seeds. And that's where we see is where we're like, wait a second, how is Muhammad keep providing scientifically superior answers than the Bible?
All right. So this goes back to methodology. Mary has been begging me to let her ask a question to Nadir, so I'm going to let her do that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She only wants to ask one question.
Is that really her name? Mary what?
I don't think it's a real name,
Okay.
but it's what she goes by. I mean, so before we do that, I want to make clear what happened, right? So the mustard seed is not one of the topics you brought up. Well, so we're going to let this go after Mary has her say. But when we looked at what the Quran says, and the Quran verse only makes sense if it's the smallest object. It doesn't explicitly say it's the smallest object, but it only makes sense if it's the smallest object. Otherwise, it's an invalid comparison. In fact, it's using it exactly the same way as the Bible does. And you said, you kind of said it was an idiom. Exactly. It's an idiom. And we can prove that in the Bible. We won't go there because, again, it's not one of your points, but we can prove that based on contemporary usage of the term that it's an idiom. You said we have to allow the possibility that it's a metaphor. It's explicitly a metaphor. Jesus says the kingdom of heaven is like a mustard seed. Well, technically it's a simile because it uses like, but he says is like. So there's no interpretation of whether or not it's a metaphor. It's a simile. He uses the phrase to indicate it's a simile. Plus, it's a parable to begin with. So you're saying that the Quran it's not one of your three, but it's the same pattern, right? That Jesus says something, and then you interpret it as a correction. You admitted that it's your interpretation that you want the audience to accept.
Mhm.
And I'm asking for an objective reason to believe that something. So you're not interpreting the verse. You want to avoid interpreting the verse, but instead you're interpreting whether it's a correction or not. I need an explicit way to know if something is a correction. I can show you where Jesus explicitly corrects the misunderstandings of the Pharisees. He explicitly corrects them. I can show you that on important things, not on something trivial like the size of a seed. He corrects them on their mistaken understanding of theology. So this would be relevant to your example of alcohol. You say this is a mistaken theological position of Christians that alcohol is allowed. Why does the Quran not have an explicit correction? Say the Christians say that alcohol is allowed, however, they are mistaken. Why doesn't it have something like that?
To go into detail like that? Yeah, I mean, I think that would be more of an argument from silence. I don't think Islam needs to do that. I think the scientific articles have already recognized Islam for its great contribution to humanity on this issue. So it did a very good job. So it doesn't need to go into the level of detail, I think, which you're asking for. And it has already proved itself to be a superior answer on the question of alcohol than the Bible. And I think that is what is going. I think that is a clear reality which we are seeing today, that this is just a better teaching than Jesus's answer on alcohol. I don't think I've heard anything tonight where
I want to be clear that you're changing your position from it being a correction to just being better, so that you don't have to provide
I think it's
because a correction is to say something else is wrong, this is right. Just saying something that's different isn't a correction.
Well,
you can say it's superior, and we can get into that. But I want to be clear that that's the position that you've moved to. You're now moving to that it's just superior, not that it's a correction.
Well, on alcohol, it has to be considered a correction because there is a verse in the Quran which calls alcohol the handiwork of Satan, and it is something which is condemned. And so for that, the other ones I can't prove to you that they're corrections, but that one we're going to have to. But the point is why I'm saying that's the best conclusion, which you could say is an interpretation. That's fine of the data we're looking at, is because we're seeing so many numerous examples. Better answer on epilepsy, on meat consumption. We saw the cure for COVID, AIDS, and Ebola, and the list goes on. We're like, wait a second.
So why didn't the WHO utilize the Quran's wisdom in this for COVID?
They actually did. If you look, I do have an article where they actually praise and recognize Islam on the issue of hand washing, and I believe the article is from the WHO. Actually, now that you mention, I'll look that up. In fact, they recognize Islam for its contribution on hand washing, and they're showing that the hygiene of Islam is very good. But I'll get that article for you.
But then I can also point out that in Mark 7, in this notion of
but before we get to the hand washing,
Yeah.
I did want Mary to say what she wanted to say because it was on the mustard seed. So just to finish that topic.
It was about Nadir saying that the Quran is correcting the Bible. So you are no longer saying that it's a correction. You are saying that it's not a correction or it is a correction. I just want you to be very clear here.
Yeah, I'm saying it is the best explanation for the facts. There's
so you are saying, and just tell me if I'm wrong, I'm just going to restate it really briefly. The Quran is more correct about mustard seeds than the Bible is. That is your position.
It showed greater wisdom in usage of the mustard seed than the Bible.
Okay, awesome. Let's look at the passages and analyze them. So here it is in the Bible. Again, mustard seed was an idiom of the time for the smallest thing. And he says,
I don't agree with that. I don't think
you don't agree with that? Well, we can go. They have sources. They have sources from the rabbis that establish that. So if you don't want to grant that, that's fine. We'll deal with that later. But let's talk about what's happening here. Jesus says the kingdom of heaven is like. This is a comparison. This is not a literal saying, is like a grain of mustard seed, which a man took and sowed in the field, which is indeed smaller than all seeds. I have a question. Which seeds that men sow are smaller than the mustard seed? So of the seeds that are sown in fields, which one is smaller?
Well, I would say the orchid seed.
So you say that people sowed orchid seeds in fields?
Well, that's actually not the verse I appeal to. Let me show you the verse.
No. Well, we're talking about the fullest statement.
Yeah. Okay, let me.
In context, no, wait, Nadir. In context, this is about seeds that people collect and sow for food.
Right.
Okay, in the field. It's talking about within a field where people are sowing things. Which one's the smallest? So this is imagery, but it's about something that's real. So it's smaller than all the seeds that are being sown in the field, but when it is grown, it is greater than the herbs and becomes a tree so that the birds of the air come and lodge in its branches. Now, again, it remains herbaceous. That means it doesn't turn woody. That means it doesn't turn into a literal tree. However, because this is a figurative thing that's taking something that does grow quite large and is saying that no, the kingdom of heaven here is not just like a mustard seed that and how it starts small and grows big, as we often talk about, but it's going to become something that you've never seen before. So this is turning into something even greater than that. However, in the context of the time, of the things that were sown by seed, it started out the smallest and ended up the largest. So it's larger than anything else that was sown by seed at the time. That's why this is a metaphor. That's why it works. But you're saying that no, if you say the mustard seed is the smallest, you're just wrong, period. And the Quran is correcting this. Yes?
No, that's not my position. Well, first of all,
so the Quran is not being very clear that the mustard seed is not the smallest.
Okay, well, let me answer all of that, Mary. So first of all, I actually didn't bring up the mustard seed. Okay, this was Tacitus who actually brought it up. But since he brought it up, let me address it very quickly. So let me give you my right position on this. It starts from Mark chapter 4, verse 30 over here. It says, "It is the kingdom of God is like a mustard seed, which is the smallest seed you plant in the ground."
Awesome. So this again is about agricultural people planting things. So
Mary, let me finish, please.
Okay. So my question is, what he's talking to people. Yeah. He's saying, you plant this. What smaller seed did they plant?
Well, I don't know what the smallest seed is which they plant. I don't think we know for sure, but
yes, we do. It was a mustard seed. For heaven's sake, you keep going to orchids. Orchids are smaller, but they didn't plant it.
But my argument is based on actually Matthew chapter 13, verse 31, verse 30 to 32. When it talked about the mustard seed, it says, though it is the smallest of all seeds, yet when it grows, that actually is not true. It is not the smallest of all seeds. The orchid seed and other seeds are smaller. Now, my point here, Mary,
because
remember,
this is an agrarian society.
Well, hold on. Let me finish my point. The point which I'm making here, you can interpret the Bible however you wish. If you want to say this is metaphorical, this is allegorical.
No, Nadir, stop. Hang on.
No, wait a second.
No, you're saying that again.
Mary, let him talk.
All right.
I was telling you, I'm okay with that. I don't want to get into interpreting the Bible, but I'm pointing out what Amir pointed out in the beginning, that Muslims try to reconcile alleged scientific errors by claiming these are allegorical, these are metaphorical. And I promised him I wouldn't do that. It's the Christians who do that. And so that's what I wanted to show you. But the point which I'm trying to make here, which is with the argument which I'm making for you, Mary, is the fact that Muhammad avoided the problematic passages, about it being the smallest seed. That shows greater wisdom.
So, great. So he has no, hang on. So he has nothing.
Greater wisdom.
So, well, let's see what it says in the Quran. And the Quran, if it implies that it's the smallest seed or the smallest thing, then if it necessitates that it is the smallest thing, then you are wrong.
Sure.
And not only is the Bible very clear that it's agrarian context and is using this elaborate metaphor for turning into a tree greater than all trees in the world, because this is a parable, not a story of something that really happened. But not only that, but if it has to be the smallest seed or the smallest thing for the Quran to make sense, you are just wrong. So let's see what it says. We shall set up scales. This is 21:47. We shall set up scales of justice for the day of judgment, so that not a soul will be dealt with unjustly in the least. And if there be the weight of a mustard seed, we will bring it. And enough are we to take to account. So according to you, the mustard seed is a correct measurement of justice, and any deed that you do that is smaller than a mustard seed, that's only small as an orchid seed, Allah is correct to throw away. And anything or any sin that you do, any good deed that you do, as long as it's smaller than a mustard seed, Allah is going to disregard it, and he has no attention for it. And that is what this actually means, because it is correcting the idea that that the mustard seed is the smallest thing. So it's telling you what doesn't count. So that's the only way that you can read this.
Yeah.
So,
can I answer that?
So here, wait 1 second. Let's look at it again. We shall set up the scales of justice for the day of judgment, and not a soul will be dealt with unjustly in the least, not a bit of injustice. And if there be no more than the way of a mustard seed, we will bring it to account.
Right.
This is saying that if it is smaller than a mustard seed, it gets thrown out. Go ahead.
You will.
Okay, so this is this goes back to what I was mentioning, that now we're seeing a double barrel interpretation spin from the Christians, that not only spinning the Bible to explain away the explicit interpretation.
No, Nadir, we're using the same thing.
Mary, let him finish.
Yeah. So now the Quran is being spun to read the error into it. Now, here's why I'm going to say you're wrong. Can I share my desktop over here? Real quick.
I assume it's prior to share. I just got to add it, right?
Yeah, it's already shared. Yeah. Just gotta add it.
All right. Well, just give me 1 second. All right, it's up.
Okay, awesome. So as I have pointed out, this analogy, that if you even see the weight of a mustard seed, you're going to see the deed or I'm sorry, you're going to see it on the day of judgment. This is an analogy which many people use. They said if there even is so much as a dime of money spent wrongfully, etc., etc. So the analogy found in the Quran is found really everywhere. Now, no one is going to go up to that person and say, aha, you think that dime is the smallest unit of measure. You see, that's what you believe. Nobody is going to do that because this analogy is so commonly used. We see this, and nobody is going to falsely interpret the text that way. So now let me show, if that's not clear enough for you, Mary, let me show you the following verse of the Quran, which is found inside chapter 4, verse 49 over here. It says, have you not seen those who claim themselves to be pure? Rather, Allah purifies whom he wills, and injustice is not done to them even as much as a fatil, which is like the thread of a date. So now some person may come and say, aha, you see, Muhammad thinks that the fatil is the smallest unit of measure, the smallest thing. Keep reading. So in the next verse of the Quran, chapter 4, verse 43, it says over here, or have they shared dominion? Then if that were so, they would not have the people would not have even so much as a speck, which is a nakir. So on the date seed. So in this verse of the Quran, as you can see, the Quran goes even one step lower from a fatir, let me get that word right, I'm sorry, from a fatil, then to a nakir. So you're saying the author of the Quran is clearly not thinking that when he gives these analogies, that the fatil is the smallest unit of measure, the smallest thing you can do. So that's why when you interpret the Quran in light of the Quran, that interpretation you're putting on the text, it doesn't make sense. Okay, so that is why we should the same courtesy I gave to the Bible. Let's not spin interpretations on the text. Let's see what it explicitly says. You should do that with the Quran as well.
So the issue, Nadir, is that you're the one playing games. I don't think that the Quran is trying to say that this is absolutely the smallest thing in the world, period, and things smaller than that get thrown out. That's what you're doing to the Bible. If you read the Quran as you read the Bible, the Quran does not make sense. You're saying that whenever you read something, you need to read it as if you said that it's a correction, it's a betterment. So This should be better. It should clarify that mustard seeds aren't the smallest thing, but rather it is using mustard seeds as the smallest thing. So you're like, oh, Jesus said it was the smallest thing that you sow in a field, which is not only a a saying of the time, but was literally true. And then we go here and we talk about if there be but the weight of a mustard seed, and if it were hidden in a rock or anywhere in the heavens, Allah will bring it forth. So again, we have the exact same usage, which you are the one playing games and calling it a correction. Your idea that it corrects it cannot make sense.
Got it.
I did not bring up this issue.
All right. So, yes, Nadir's right. He did not bring up the mustard seed. I don't want to dwell on this all day. I'd like to get Rob's thoughts.
Well,
because
I should move away from mustard seed if that's okay, because I think we should move on epilepsy, because I believe that
I want to hear what Rob said, because he wanted to say something before you replied last time. So
I'm reading. Yeah, I'm reading. So this is my my reaction to all this. The study Quran. This is a Muslim. It's an academic Muslim tafsir, a modern day commentary, the study Quran. Quote on Surah 21:47. God's knowledge of the tiniest deed is symbolized by the weight of a mustard seed or by other very small objects. So the irony then is, and then when you go back to say something like, so I pulled up Ibn Kathir's tafsir, and Ibn Kathir says, he quotes the verse, if it be anything equal to the weight of a grain of a mustard seed, means if a wrong action or a sin be equal to the size of a grain of mustard seed, Allah will bring it forth, blah, 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 blah. And then you also have, quite curiously, Jalalain says, the weight of the mustard seed, and even if it be in a rock or in the heavens or in the earth, or in other words, in the most concealed place therein, God will bring it forth. So here you have, quite ironically, God's, in this case, Allah's knowledge base is that if you're talking about, say, I'll use, say, the bell curve analogy. So like if you're going into the 95th percentile and even the 99th percentile range of what is the tiniest that Allah is aware of, He's aware of so in other words, the mustard seed is the basal layer of by mean, like exactly what Mary is getting at, and that is if you go even below mustard seed size, which by the way, there are a lot of things a lot smaller than the mustard seed that compose the mustard seed, things like the atomic structure of mustard seed.
If I may add one thing, so where I think the error here is, you can look at the mustard seed as the smallest unit of measure to compare against the smallest deed that a person does. But the Quran is not saying it's the smallest of all seeds. You could look at it as the smallest unit of measure. So the least bit of
I was going to come to that in a moment.
Yeah.
I was going to come to that. So
there's no way you can read that error into the Quran, that the Quran's thinking is the smallest seed that you can plant in the ground. I mean, I'm not sure how you're getting there.
Surah 31:16 says, like it says here, weight of a mustard seed, for Allah understands the finest mysteries. So you have, here's the juxtaposition between what is considered to be the finest, size of something, and the mustard seed is utilized in this sense. Now, if you're going to use Matthew 13, that phrase, the mustard seed is the smallest of all seeds, is a Jewish idiom applied to an agrarian society, exactly with what Mary was communicating, and that is, if you're talking about produce, because don't forget, the whole chapter is all about the type of crop, that the quality of the crop, the quantity of the crop, how much crop is produced. Yes, there are seeds smaller than mustard seed, but if you're going to talk to a farmer about your business as a farmer, that phrase, the mustard seed is the smallest of all seeds, sown, that's the context. You're talking about, here's the range, and here are the types of crop, and what type of quantity of crop, and so on. And Jesus, so here's my concluding point, Jesus gives the most outlandish, deliberately, the most outlandish statement ever to an agrarian society, that they knew that the mustard seed would just be a tiny bush. It doesn't grow into a cosmic tree. But Jesus is saying, out of just like, deliberately utilizing Daniel 4 and Ezekiel 31, that though with respect to the seeds that are sown, the mustard seed is the smallest, it becomes this world tree. And sure enough, this is why Christians, like when you read church father commentaries reacting to this passage in Mark 4, they point out that Pentecost and Pentecost moving forward, and then finally under Constantine, when the church, when Christianity becomes, a state religion, yes, that world tree motif has now become a reality. And this is why Augustine wrote a book called The City of God, because, at the time Christians are wondering, is this it? Like now the world tree has taken place.
All right. So I just want to add one word, and then I'm going to give Nadir, 60 seconds. Not that I'm timing it, but I just want to make sure that it's brief. That you said that we should interpret the Quran in light of the Quran. Well, when we interpret the Bible in light of the Bible, we see that Jesus uses the mustard seed as an analogy for faith elsewhere in the book of Matthew, the same book that you've gone to. And this is how all of the pre-scientific church fathers interpreted it in their commentaries. They interpreted the parable as an analogy that a small amount of faith grows into an enormous kingdom. Like Rob's saying, that's how they interpreted it. And this is kind of what I was getting at when we asked, how do we know what interpretation is correct? I was hoping that you might say something like we look at what the earliest audiences, how they understood the text or something like that. You decided you didn't want to do any interpretation.
I'll just quickly also. Oh, sorry. No, you finish. Something just comes to mind. I want to bridge to, but go for it.
Yeah, that's fine. So my point is that if we interpret the Bible in light of the Bible, the mustard seed is an analogy for faith. This is how everyone took it. No one took it as some kind of teaching about agriculture or about seed size or anything like that. Everyone took it as a parable that is an analogy for how the kingdom of God grows.
And the point I want to make is, since this is hyperbolic, why do you think in the trial they started mocking him? Here's this guy who claimed he could tear down the heavens and the earth, and the heavens and the earth is an idiom, not the heavens and the earth. It's to do with the temple. Here's a guy who could tear down this temple in 3 days and rebuild it in 3 days. And then ironically, the gospel author puts in there like a little editorial footnote saying, but they didn't understand that he was talking about his body. Now, but you see all of this throughout the gospel narratives with respect to Jesus, how he's engaging the culture theologically as well. So he's using cultural imagery and giving outlandish hyperbole, which then how you can demonstrate Jesus is a false prophet, okay? How you can demonstrate he's actually a false prophet is if the mustard seed analogy did not come to pass. There's a prediction he's making. The mustard seed, as you all know, grows into a little tree bush. I'm saying that my movement is the size of a mustard seed, but my movement is going to go, it's like as if it's saying, which can only be a miracle, that this mustard seed becomes this universal tree. And sure enough, the Christian movement would have died out long ago if that wasn't the case. But sure enough, it has happened.
All right, I'm going to give Nadir the last word, and then we're going to move on to something that he actually brought up.
And to be honest, as far as science goes, my background is astronomy, so feel free to go that direction if you want.
Okay. Well, I'll let Rob have the last word on that. I think where the defining evidence here is really on the issue of epilepsy, and I think I just would like to. So I was because you did mention you don't accept Jesus stigmatized epileptics, which goes against the scientific research.
So I was going to take them in the order you did them, but we can jump straight to epilepsy. Sure. That's fine. I did have one last methodology question, and this was from a super chat. So I definitely want to get to that. Amir, not the Amir that was in chat earlier, but a different Amir, says, what are the priors, background data that makes it more probable that the Quran is scientifically accurate rather than having an ancient cosmology? So he's saying, what are the background assumptions that you're making that allow you to come to this conclusion that the Quran is scientifically accurate? Because as I said, everything requires interpretation. This is just how human language works. So what is your starting basis, I guess, is kind of the question.
So really, the only way you're going to know whether if the Quran is 100% scientifically accurate is by having the type of debates and discussions which we're having, where these issues can be discussed and debated. And I think that is an evidence which actually I would present to you. Look at some of my past debates on this topic. And I think what you're going to find is there is no explicit contradiction between the science and the Quran.
All right, that didn't really answer the question, but I think we'll let it go. I think we've made it clear that you're unable to provide what I was asking for, which is, this objective starting base. So that's fine. So let's move on to epilepsy, since you think that is your best argument. I mean, it's the one you're requesting, so I'm assuming you think it's the best one.
Yeah. I just, if you could share my desktop real quick, I just wanted to show you an article here.
Wait, why are we going to epilepsy?
It was one of his 3 starting points, and it's the one he wants to talk about.
Okay.
So I don't know if you can see can you see my desktop?
Yep, I can see it.
Okay, so basically I'm quoting from a neurologist's article, Epilepsy as a Stigma, Evil, Holy, or Mad. So he goes into the influence of the New Testament on the stigmatization of epileptics. And from this article, it says there's a Christianization reinforced the belief in the healing by religious rituals. The New Testament described how Jesus healed a boy suffering from lunacy, epilepsy, and then it goes on into the story. So it is not I, but I'm showing you from other scientists who are in the field who are putting the blame on the New Testament. I've also shown you. Let me get out of this mustard seed thing. I don't want to go back to that. I also showed you. Right over here. Yeah, from epilepsy.com, a live example of how this kid is battling stigmatization from his Christian parents. So it's not just the article, right here. So here from epilepsy.com, the kid asks, has anyone had a problem with religious family members whipping out Mark 9, the chapter about where Jesus heals a boy who apparently is having a seizure of some sort, then declaring that you must have demons in you or have spiritual unrest or are somehow not right with God. So this is a practical example I'm showing you of how people are appealing to the Bible and it's causing this type of stigmatization. So in light of this evidence, my question is, how is anybody able to deny the role of the New Testament in the stigmatization of epileptics?
All right. So let me get the position clear here. You stated that the Bible is the cause of epilepsy being stigmatized, and you are asserting that Islam corrects this, and your evidence that it's the cause is this article that you just showed us, and your evidence that this is an ongoing problem is one contemporary case where someone said that. And then your evidence that Islam corrects this is that someone who you interpret as being an epileptic came to Muhammad and he didn't say they had a demon.
Correct.
Is that correct as your position? I just want to get your position first.
Yeah, and to add to that, it removes the stigma of demonization upon these people who suffer from seizures, because what we as Muslims now are forced to do, we are to pray for them, which is scientifically correct.
So how does it remove the stigmatization just because Muhammad prayed? He didn't say he didn't have a demon. He just said, I'll pray for you.
Well, we as Muslims, this is now our position here, that we do not accuse this young boy of being demon possessed unless we have an evidence to do so from our prophet. But the main key here, so basically I do agree with your point that this would not in and of itself definitively prove Muhammad to be a true prophet. But what I want you to also see is that this basically is the death blow to Christianity, because a true word of God or a Lord and Savior, he does not stigmatize people who are so vulnerable and innocent, like people who suffer from seizures, as being epileptics. And we know the Bible does that by blurring the symptoms, basically meaning demon-possessed kids or demon-possessed people and people suffering from seizures share the same symptoms according to the New Testament. They foam at the mouth, they shake, and they had this since they were kids. So that's where the death blow here is. That's why only Islam is really, at this point, is worthy of consideration for whether this is a true religion or not.
All right. So we got your position clear. Mm-hmm. Now, first of all, the article you read said reinforced the belief. Mm-hmm. What does that mean? What does the word reinforce mean?
To support it. It supported it.
Yes, but can it reinforce a belief that it's creating?
Well, it's supporting it. Where it actually originated.
So to be clear, you blamed Christianity for this belief that epilepsy is caused by demons, and then you quote an article that says that Christianity reinforced the existing belief.
So what Christianity did, what the New Testament did, it basically made the claim that epileptics and people who are demon possessed share the same symptoms. They tremor, they foam at the mouth, and they had this since when they're young. That's what people who suffer from seizures, those are their symptoms. But so now how is someone supposed to decipher between an epileptic versus someone who's truly demon possessed? And the people of the past were not able to do so. So when they saw epileptics, they said, look, you must have some demons in you. And the New Testament, as I have shown you, reinforces that belief.
So your assumption, you've made a number of assumptions or interpretations, if you prefer. First of all, you interpret that the New Testament is wrong when it says the child is possessed by a demon, that he actually had epilepsy, even though that's not something the text states or describes. You're just interpreting the signs, the symptoms that way. And then when a child comes to Muhammad, who in your interpretation has the symptoms of epilepsy, Muhammad says, I'll pray for you. And that somehow removes the stigmatism.
The stigmatization, yes. So basically, so the most important thing here is that he doesn't repeat the scientifically, the problematic issue. And for we as Muslims now, this becomes our now position toward people who suffer from seizures, that we are to pray for them. This is from the religious perspective. So and so we cannot look at this person, especially when we know we have knowledge. The Bible, basically brought up this issue of demonization. We are not to imitate the people of the book and their tradition. So there's no doubt about it. If you understand Islam correctly, you are not going to come to this conclusion that this guy is demon possessed, or else our prophet would have said so.
So, you are making a claim, and I'm going to refer you back to what your evidence early on was, or your methodology was, that we should judge by practice, because that's how you wanted to judge the alcohol, and that's how you wanted to judge
the impact.
The impact. And your assertion is because someone who identifies as a Christian thought that their child had demon possession, that this is the impact today.
And for 2,000 years.
So this is a super chat from Time is Fleeting. Ibn Kathir and Islam QA say epilepsy is caused by jinns. The latter says epilepsy in most cases is caused by jinn. And he states this is a plain scientific error.
And so if you're correct, can I answer that? Can I answer that?
Well, let me just pose it as a question, because that was a statement. If you're correct that Muhammad said that epilepsy isn't caused by jinns, why does Ibn Kathir and Islam QA disagree with you?
So this magnifies the scientific miracle. This clearly proves that this is a true religion. So look what Ibn Kathir is. Look at all the people of that time. Everybody was so convinced that this is the work of demons, jinns, but Muhammad refuses to repeat the scientifically incorrect statement, which we find, of its present day. And I think this is really, and so the counter question I would raise to the person who raised that, first of all, thank you for bringing that up. But the question now comes, how is it that we do not find the scientific errors, which you did find? Why is it that we don't find those scientific errors as Prophet Muhammad or in the Quran? So I'm very thankful for you to bring that up, because that shows you that Muhammad refuses to cave into the pressure of people of his surroundings. Even I can even show you a better article than that. I can show you imams shocked that, oh my God, Muhammad did not accuse him of being demon possessed. Oh my God, this is wrong. It's shaking my faith. I can even show you articles like that. So this magnifies a scientific miracle. It doesn't refute it.
So, but
yeah,
there's a point here, right? You're telling us that the hadith is clear, that Muhammad said that epilepsy isn't caused by jinn. Here you have two extremely well-trusted Islamic sources, one classical, one contemporary. They disagree with you. That implies that your interpretation is nothing more than your personal interpretation, and it's not clear that the hadith says that at all.
No, that's not what's happening here. Okay, so you are right. These great classical commentators are making scientific errors, scientific blunders. That point is right. But when I say Muhammad does not associate people who suffer from epilepsy or tremors or seizures with demonic possession, that's a statement of fact. And the point which I think which is being missed over here is, how do you explain that the scientific errors which you rightfully found are now not found with Prophet Muhammad? Because if he was a false prophet, then he would have basically did exactly what you're showing us. He said, oh yeah, demon of this epileptic kid or this seizure kid, I can explain that to you. He's got jinn in him. He's got demons in him. But a true prophet would never say such falsehood. And so thank you for showing that Muhammad is actually a true prophet, for avoiding the scientific errors of the people of his time. But I want to take it back to you. How are you denying the fact that the New Testament is not stigmatizing epileptics? How are you denying that?
So one, you said you didn't want to talk about interpretation. We can go to the New Testament if you like. I'd be happy to pull that up. But I want to make this clear, because you said we should judge based on the outcome so that we avoid this interpretation issue. There's a reason I asked these questions at the start, because I want to stick with your proposed method instead of jumping from one method to a different method on each question that we look at. And Islam QA is a contemporary source. This isn't a classic scholar misunderstanding science. This is a contemporary source that's looking at the sum total of the hadith, looking at the sum total of the Sunnah, looking at the Quran. I mean, I don't think they're getting it from the Quran, but they're looking at all those things in totality, and they're saying that epilepsy can be caused by jinns. Are you telling me? Well, one, are you telling me that's wrong? That jinn do not cause epileptic-like symptoms? And two, if the verse is clear, and we should just judge based on the impact, and I can get to some hard numbers in a minute as well.
Sure.
Then how is this a valid argument? Because you're going to tell me that some Christians believe that epileptic-like symptoms are caused by demons today. I just showed you that a well-trusted, not some random person, a well-trusted Islamic source, the most popular Islamic website there is, says that epilepsy can be caused by jinn.
No, actually, it said worse than that. It said epilepsy in most cases is caused by jinn. So I can share my. I actually have that article in front of me. If you would, I could share my desktop.
I'd be happy to do that.
So this, like I told you, magnifies the scientific
you're actually
miracle.
not sharing it.
Let me get it for you real quick. So this is where they're like these ignorant Saudi people. They're sitting there like, how could this be true? He's actually bringing up the same issue. How is it that Muhammad refused to associate? This is a question. Since epilepsy is caused by jinn, how do we explain the black woman who came to the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ asking him to invoke Allah for the cure for the illness of epilepsy and coming uncovered, but there was no mention of jinn possession? Is this a mistake? You go, this must be something wrong. So the ignorant scholar is saying, of course, epilepsy in most cases is caused by jinn. So to your point, this is not an influence or an impact of the teachings of Islam, but this is an impact of paganism. This is an impact of the New Testament. This is an impact of what we call an Israeliyat, which is a Judeo-Christian influence upon the minds of these people. But this is not being influenced from Islam. So the scholar tried to come up with some explanation for why Muhammad refuses to associate demonic possession, jinn possession with people suffering from seizures. He's like, well, I'm sure he really did mean it. He didn't have to really say it, but he perhaps meant it that way. He can't be a false prophet. So this is a hilarious article, but the article shows you how Prophet Muhammad refuses to cave into this enormous pressure of this person is demon possessed. He had false prophet. He would have bowed into this pressure. He would have said, yes, of course he's demon possessed. But Prophet Muhammad refuses to do so. This is a death blow. This is a clear evidence Muhammad is a true prophet. But I don't think you did answer the question. How are you denying the fact?
We'll get there.
Yeah. Okay. We'll get there. Go ahead, please.
So you've made a number of claims, and I don't want to let these claims go unchallenged. You're saying that Muhammad refused to say that he was demon possessed. All the hadith you quoted says is that Muhammad said, "I'll pray for you." That isn't a refusal to do something. There's no pressure on Muhammad to say that this boy or whatever is demon possessed. Second, you've asserted that the child in that hadith has epilepsy. There's no indication of that. That's an interpretation as well. So you kept talking about how we were double barrel interpreting. You're interpreting what you want to see into this hadith.
No, the child, actually, if I pull up the hadith, I think I don't know if I said epilepsy, but the kid suffered from seizures. But let me get the hadith in front of you, because I actually don't know if it's seizure or epilepsy, but I don't think it makes, the actual translation I'm reading, it says get attacks of epilepsy. But I think it should really be seizures, but that's what the text says. But it makes no difference. The fact is this, that Muhammad refuses to repeat the scientifically incorrect understanding, or the thing which is causing the stigmatization. He refuses.
He keeps saying refuses, but there's no evidence that he's refusing anything. He just didn't. There's a difference between, getting back to what I said earlier, there's a difference between correcting and saying something different. There's a difference between refusing and saying something different.
You're correct. And the point which I would answer that is, look, if you compare if you compare how Muhammad dealt with a person suffering from seizures versus the way Jesus of the New Testament addressed the same matter, it's clearly a much better, a far superior teaching than what we find in the New Testament.
All right. Well, I do have some hard numbers. I'll let those go. Okay. But if someone is interested in seeing the hard numbers, a much larger percentage of people in the Islamic world believe in demon possession.
That's right.
Well, I have a very quick question, if I may.
I also want to make a response to all this.
Just a very quick question.
Mary question, Rob response, and then I want to look at the Bible, and then I have some response about what Islam teaches in light of what Nadir's been saying. All right, Mary, go.
So does the Bible say that the child was an epileptic?
No. Well, what the Bible did, it gave the symptoms that he foamed at the mouth, which is a symptom of people suffering from seizures, and epilepsy as well. It said that he had it when he was a child, and he would tremor. That's what the Bible says.
So it does not say that he suffered from epilepsy. Does it say that he was healed after Jesus cast the demon out of him? Okay. Yeah. So Jesus successfully cast a demon out of a child. Now, here's a question. Does it say that the child had epilepsy in the hadith?
I have to read it in the Arabic, but I think it basically said he had seizures like that of an epileptic. Okay. I think that's what the text says, yeah.
And Muhammad prayed for him. Does the hadith say that the child was healed after that point?
The hadith doesn't go into the detail in that, yeah.
Correct. It does not say that Muhammad healed him. So Muhammad prayed for him, but it does not say that he was healed. What does the Quran say about Muhammad's ability to perform miracles?
Well, Prophet Muhammad performed many miracles. The Quran does not deny that in any way. But Mary, I want to address your first point, if I may.
Okay, so that's awesome. But here, the Quran says many times that he is a plain warner, and that he doesn't have any miracles. That his signs are from there.
I don't want to get off on a tangent.
Yeah, well, okay, I won't get off on a tangent. But we have two different situations. We have one situation where he's saying that this is epilepsy, and this from now on, Christians will just think that epileptics are demon possessed, and I'm not sure what, because according to Jesus's example, it says that if they're demon possessed and you pray for them, then they would be healed from it. Jesus healed him. Whereas the Quran doesn't, or excuse me, the Hadith in question does not say what the child, it doesn't say what the child suffered from, but it isn't clear as if he were an epileptic. He was prayed for. There is no outcome, and it doesn't say that he's not jinn possessed. Mm-hmm. So this doesn't say that this may be, hey, this is how you cure jinn by, if you have someone who's jinn possessed, you should be doing these prayers, which is, what the Islamic ruqya, or however you pronounce it, what they actually do is lots and lots of prayers and deny the medicine, because they are following the example of their prophet, because they do think that these fits are possession and are unable to heal it. Mm-hmm. So if you are unable, if you think that somebody, he might have a demon, and you pray for him and no demon comes out, then what you have, you were wrong. It wasn't a demon. Guess what? You were mistaken. You were wrong. That's why it has never been the case in Christianity that you had these, these institutions where people were brought to and just left in misery because people were determined that they had demons and they weren't allowed to have other cures. Whereas in Islam, that doesn't say he wasn't demon possessed. And it didn't say that this would always be successful. So you have cases where people are absolutely kept in terrible conditions because people do believe that they're demon possessed and it's just not working.
Mm-hmm. All right. Rob, your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts is actually more so a biblical response. I don't know if you want me to get into that.
Yeah, okay. So, let me bring up the biblical text and I'll let you take the lead on that.
Because I want to spend at least 5 minutes minimum.
Yeah.
Just
out, so, Nadir, do you prefer I go to Mark 9 or Matthew 17?
So I think when you look for the symptoms, well, I'll tell you, you go to any passage you want, actually. I don't mind. But I just wonder if I could make one clarification to what Mary was saying. So I'm being charitable, and I'm saying, okay, the kid was not demon possessed. The kid was not epileptic or suffered from seizures. He was demon possessed. Where the problem here is, that kid has the symptoms of somebody who has epilepsy. It's the symptoms is where the problem is. So now a demon possessed person and an epileptic, they share the same symptoms, because now the reality, anybody looking at this can clearly see that this kid really wasn't demon possessed. He suffered from seizures and he got falsely diagnosed. But we're not going to go there. I'm going to be as charitable as I can with you. And we will say these two share the same symptoms. And by doing that, now they become indistinguishable. And that's why now Jesus's name appears in the scientific literature as someone who is reinforcing this terrible stigmatization of epileptics. So that's my position.
Yeah, that wasn't scientific literature, but that aside, again, the example of Jesus was that if a person is demon possessed, the demon comes out of them. Whereas the example of Islam is, if a person is demon possessed, if a person is having these fits and they're demon possessed, then you don't know what the outcome's going to be. So it's very easy. You're done. That's it. He's not demon possessed because it didn't work.
So since Nadir didn't have a preference, do you have a preference, Rob?
I'm going to stick with Mark 9 because I've written a commentary on Mark. And I want to
yes,
lay out.
Mark 9 it is.
Yeah.
All right. I'll let you take the lead. I just have the text up for reference.
Oh, do you want me to give my
go ahead. You can.
Oh, right. Okay. All right. First and foremost, just like the mustard seed discussion that we just had, I'll go into some Hellenistic details on how they were very, very, very familiar with epilepsy. In fact, there's whole dialogues and discussions on how to even treat epilepsy, and how ironic, they actually used mustard and mustard seeds to as a means to reduce the symptoms. Before we get into that, very briefly, all Second Temple scholars point out that since Mark is the first gospel, the argumentation or the apologetic for why these stories even exist and why Jesus does these certain actions and so on relative to the situation. And every given situation is unique. It's not, no one situation is repeated ad nauseum. It's, each new circumstance that happens, Jesus is right there to demonstrate why he's there and ultimately to demonstrate that he's God in flesh. So, what I'll do here is I'll read a few little excerpts from some scholars. So, for example, Clinton Wallen, he's a current living Second Temple scholar. He speaks about the fact that, so I'll just read here. Second Temple Jews saw clear connections between illness and demonic activity, and this blurred the line between healing and exorcism, that then later becomes more discernible in possession and exorcism. And then Graham Twilftree, he, a current present-day living New Testament scholar / Second Temple scholar, he goes, Josephus believed that people could be possessed or quote-unquote overtaken by demons causing frenzy, suffocation, strangling. Feiler believed that invisible living beings hovered in the air and that evil spirits among them be breathed in or might take over, fill, or descend into a person, causing disastrous pestilences. So, and then this is now my comments on this. The Second Temple belief of the close association of physical and mental diseases help us to understand the exorcisms performed by Jesus. Exorcisms performed in the Jewish community before the arrival of Jesus included an appeal to the power of God. So now, the famous New Testament scholar James Dunn, I have a lengthy quote. I won't read all of it, but specifically I'll read with respect to Mark 9, where he goes through all the, the historical details of how when people acted as exorcists per se, they would require a certain device that they would rely on in order to, aid them in the exorcism. And then James Dunn says in Mark 9, it tells of an exorcist who used Jesus' name to practice to which Jesus apparently did not object. And in Acts 19, it relates a fascinating account of the itinerant Jewish exorcists, the 7 sons of the Jewish high priest named Sceva. So in other words, for the first Christians to present Jesus as an exorcist, therefore, would have raised no eyebrows among his hearers. Now, the point here then is that Mark will portray, and this is my words, Mark will portray Jesus as a powerful healer and a true exorcist. And so then, coming back to Twilfree's point, he says, the only thing near a mechanical aid with respect to the exorcism of Jesus was the use of the herd of pigs. However, the pigs were not used to exorcise demons, but to provide a habitat for the expelled demons. Jesus appeared to rely on his own charismatic personal force to subdue and expel the demons. Okay, now that I've laid all that out, the point is Jesus, his very action is demonstrating that he's God in flesh. He's not just a mere man trying to imitate what was already common in that Greco-Roman and also Hellenistic Jewish milieu from an exorcistic point of view. Now, when you're coming to the context of an epileptic situation, let's see here. So, if Mark is writing to most of a Roman audience, because that's the intent of his gospel, and I just want to make sure, am I still in the room? Okay, yes, I'm still in the room. So if Mark's gospel is orientated to a Greco-Roman audience, and then Matthew later on utilizing Mark is for a Jewish audience, I find it curious that Mark, as an author, is utilizing Greco-Roman terms that are right in line with Greco-Roman medicine. And then he juxtaposes as a polemic to say, because they knew what epilepsy was. And this is, again, I think, Nadir, this is my appeal to you, just like in the mustard seed discussion we just had. If a little knowledge of the cultural context is applied, all of this makes a lot of sense, and there's no room for they weren't aware of epilepsy the way us moderns are aware of epilepsy, and so this is some misuse of the the so-called disease. No, they were very aware. And Mark is demonstrating the power of Jesus as God incarnate that no other Greco-Roman deity could come near, and showcasing that in their own literature, when they spoke about epilepsy, Jesus does the impossible. So there's actually a stanza. So you have the demon not letting the boy talk, the demon bringing on what is an epileptic seizure-like thing, the demons throwing him to the ground, and then the parallel is that the boy foams at the mouth, grinds his teeth, becomes stiff. And so therefore, I'll read from Hippocrates where he says, so this is my paraphrase of what he says. It's a sacred disease. Like other diseases, it also has specific features and a particular cause. And it's sacred because magicians, purifiers, charlatans, and quacks utilize this for their own means and so on. And it's the intervention of gods and spirits. And I don't know how much more. I mean, do you sort of get the point? Because I can continue reading through what I've written here, but
yeah, I think your point
I don't
here.
Want to take too much. I don't want to take up too much time, but
yeah, I think your point here is it's foolish to assume that the people of that time did not know the difference between an epileptic and let's say they're familiar with epilepsy, as I think is what you're trying to allude to, right?
What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to demonstrate the supernatural context. So when Mark speaks about unclean spirits, the Jews themselves were very familiar with that term, unclean spirit, because they believed in the disembodied Nephilim spirits that roam around and possess people. As the church starts to grow, coming back to the mustard seed imagery of the cosmic tree motif, the interesting thing is that demonic possession starts to reduce. That there's a direct correlation as the church starts to spread geographically out into the known world. When Jesus talks to Peter about the keys to the kingdom, that Christians now have that authority to bind and loosen the strongholds of the darkness, so to speak. It's quite curious that even the church fathers bring about this notion that there's less and less demon possession per se, and less of the so-called phenomena of what you would call a genuine medical issue versus a demonic possession. And you have less demonic possession relative to, say, a genuine, say, seizure episode of natural means. So in other words, the authority of Jesus and Jesus's, utilizing Jesus supernaturally to bring about a binding of these spiritual beings, in your case, say, jinn, is an actual direct, like, you see this proportionality take place from the 1st century moving forward. And then by the time you reach the Renaissance, that's why Christian Europe is like, yes, there are certain weird episodes like phantoms and the poltergeist. I mean, why do you think poltergeist, a German term, comes about to describe it? Because it's a rare phenomenon now. And hence the Enlightenment period comes on the scene, because now you're talking about something that is from a bygone era, so-called demon possession. But that's due to the growth of the church that brought about the reduction of demons and demon possession. And then coming back to the gospel scenario, the gospel scenario is trying to say that this is a proliferation all around. Jesus is demonstrating that he doesn't require any help. He's able to do it himself. Mark is writing to a Greco-Roman audience, trying to bridge, hey, you guys have terms that you're utilizing in your own medical texts, like in Galen, Hippocrates, and so on. Hey, I'm going to bridge that to the true exorcist and the true healer. And as a polemic, if you're a Greco-Roman reader reading this, what's your natural conclusion? What? Jesus defeats Zeus in his ability to heal? Like, that's, you see, as a gospel author, you're trying to communicate with the most with the grounded efficiency of, here's a circumstance, what would your God do in the situation? And Jesus happens to be the most efficient healer and defeater of the situation. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily disputing that. What I am pointing out to you is what this young boy, and I forgot to mention gritting his teeth. The Bible said he grit his teeth, he foamed at the mouth, he had these seizures. He had it since he was a boy. Those are the symptoms of someone suffering from a neurological seizure. Okay, but if we are to assume the Bible is correct, we are forced to conclude, no, this boy is not epileptic, he's not having seizures, he's demon possessed. So the problem now comes, you're not able to tell, a person living at that time is not going to be able to tell the difference between what really is an epileptic versus a guy demon possessed. And that's exactly what happened. And that's what I quoted the article for you. That was actually a team of neurologists, not just one guy. It was a team of neurologists who put the blame on this teaching for the stigmatization of epileptics. So I think what needs to happen, if you want to dispute that claim, then you guys should write a peer-reviewed article or submit an article to say, no, you're wrong. You're wrong. The Bible is not responsible for the stigmatization. It has nothing to do with it. And then I would like to see the evidence is produced in that article. But I did quote for you. I mean, the question I have for you, when I quoted for you epileptic.com, this kid is being stigmatized right before our very own eyes by his own family members. Are you denying the fact that the New Testament are you saying the New Testament had no role in that clear example of stigmatization I shared for you?
Well, now this comes down to a misuse, like in anything, really, a complete misuse of the biblical text.
How are they misusing it?
And
how?
Well,
everything you
because
just
they're not
explained to you.
Everything.
They
Yeah,
share the same symptoms. You don't know the difference. That's the problem. That's what you guys are not understanding.
They don't share. They don't share the same symptoms because.
Is gritting the teeth a symptom of epilepsy?
Because
it is.
So you have no. Again, I just said that even at the time that Mark was written, like even before Jesus comes on the scene, centuries prior, there's a differentiation between epileptic-like symptoms with respect to the dark forces of the supernatural world. If you dabble into that sort of thing, and that's why these soothsayers and these magicians would take this on as a form of like, tapping into the mysteries of the unknown. For example, Pythagoras. Do you know the legend of Pythagoras? How he got the Pythagorean, the triangulation a squared equals b squared plus c squared. He got that through an induced epileptic seizure, but he did that because of means by drugs and all sorts of other, like he went into this high sort of state, and then he said that I saw through the eye of my mind this magical mathematical property that we know as the Pythagorean theorem. And so that culture was well aware of, here's a natural symptom of epilepsy, and they had medical means to deal with it. The mustard seed happened to be one of them. And Mark, if you carefully
mustard seed to treat epilepsy.
Yeah, the mustard was used to treat epilepsy.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's wrong.
In the 1st century, there's medical. There's a lot of medical uses for mustard.
Yeah, we can go cheap. I just never heard that before.
So,
but I think you guys are avoiding the issue here. I mean,
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. The point that the passage is saying that it's not afraid to lay out that if this event did actually happen in history, then Jesus is healing a boy, literally.
Right.
And then the association happens to be that there's a supernatural attack taking place on the boy because he's doing things that go beyond the general descriptions of epilepsy that are described by Galen and Hippocrates and so on. So in other words, that this whole like binding the strong man imagery, Satan being that strong man coming into the house, all that sort of thing. There's something more. These people are not dumb. There's something more going on with respect to this boy, because the text says that the father said that they could not control the spirit. They already understood that there's a genuine supernatural problem going on here, and Jesus, as a true exorcist, as part of Mark's polemic, comes on the scene and demonstrates his deity in flesh by this action.
Yeah, but I don't think any of that is really going to refute the claim here that the New Testament is stigmatizing them. I mean, that father who stigmatized his son, look, he went by the book. He didn't misrepresent the Bible. Gritting his teeth, foaming at the mouth, tremors. Those are the symptoms of people suffering from neurological problems. So obviously someone reading the New Testament, he's going to look at an epileptic and he's going to look at him as being demon possessed. And that's exactly what's happening. This is what has been happening for 2,000 years. And so I think it is an undeniable fact that the New Testament is responsible. You could say partially responsible, that's fine too, is responsible for the stigmatization of epileptics because it didn't make a difference. I mean, it would have been nice if there was a verse that, okay, wait a second. Now you might meet epileptic people and they'll have these same symptoms. So don't get confused between the two. Then something like that is what is needed here. So I think we are just, I mean, the information you gave is helpful, but I don't think it's going to overrule this verdict.
All right. So getting back. So first of all, you said that there is no benefit after Rob said that the incidence of people saying they're demon possessed steadily decreased as the kingdom increased. Very interesting there, I'll just say. But I want to bring up, so this is the same article that you showed earlier, and you keep claiming that this article, which is just an anecdotal personal opinion. Yes, the two people involved are relevant authors in the field, but it's not a study, and this is not some kind of scientific study. This is just their anecdotal opinion about things. This article says that the history of epilepsy can be summarized as 4,000 years of ignorance, apprehension, and stigma, followed by 100 years of knowledge, apprehension, and stigma. So you keep claiming this article is somehow blaming Christianity because it included that the Bible can't be used to argue against it, and thus reinforced the existing perception. But it's not, first of all, it's not blaming Christianity. I appreciate stop saying that because that's totally misrepresenting the authors. Furthermore, they're saying even after people have this medical knowledge, it's still stigmatized. So that doesn't go with your theory that that stigmatization has anything to do with the theory that someone's demon possessed. People with epilepsy are stigmatized because they have seizures, and which is very strange, and it's not something that people want to be around. Now, to your point about the Bible, you said that the incident of Muhammad praying for someone and Jesus healing someone in the Bible, that one of them is clearly superior. And you're right, the Bible is clearly superior because the Bible demonstrates the authority and power of Jesus to heal the boy, whether you want to claim that he wasn't possessed by a demon or say that he really was. Either way, he heals the boy. Muhammad does not do that. He all he does is say, I will pray for you. And the Hadith leaves it off there. We don't know what happened to him, but I imagine if he'd been healed instantly, that would have been included in the Hadith. Just speculation, but it's a reasonable conclusion. So yeah, one of them is clearly superior. The one that demonstrates that the figure involved has the power to heal people. That's who I'm going to follow, is who has the power to heal someone, not some theory about stigmatization.
And
so,
after
Nadir, can I respond to that real quick?
I'll let you respond, then I want to read out a little bit more of my commentary on this.
Okay. Well, first of all, you're looking at this from a religious perspective, but we should be looking at this from a scientific perspective. But that's fine. We can go both ways because it is an undeniable fact, I believe. From reading this article, I will read when you said that there were two neurologists. I'm quoting two neurologists. This is not some personal opinion, but these are two neurologists.
It's the personal opinion of those two neurologists.
They're
not experts in history. They're experts in neurology.
Christianization reinforced the belief in healing by religious rituals. The New Testament described how Jesus healed a boy suffering from lunacy and epilepsy, and Jesus rebuked the devil, and it goes on. But so it makes it very clear
opinion about the history.
Okay.
Again,
These are two neurologists in the
yes, they're
field
two
who deal
neurologists,
with
not
this.
two historians,
Okay.
not two scholars of
Okay.
religion. They don't.
Okay.
They believe that
Mhm.
Christianity reinforced this. That isn't evidence. That's their opinion.
Well,
They not cite. I believe they cite. They might cite someone. I think they actually cite the New Testament directly, if I remember right. In other words, it's their interpretation of the New Testament.
I mean, we don't even need to really go and quote these neurologists, because the evidence is clear. What the New Testament is doing, it's taking people who grit their teeth, who foam at the mouth, who shake, and it had this since he was a boy, which are the symptoms of people suffering from neurological symptoms. And they're saying that people like this are demon possessed. That will stigmatize people who really do suffer from seizures. So that this is not hard. That's very clear. And that's exactly what we see on epilepsy.com. This is exactly what we have seen all throughout history. I didn't go to the historical references. So to say that this verse does not stigmatize epileptics is, at this point, I think, is laughable, because they share the same symptoms. And I think we've beat this horse to death here.
Well, actually, we're not done.
I think the superiority of Muhammad's teaching here is he refuses to associate those symptoms with epilepsy. And it's not just this. Alcohol is superior. The issue on meat consumption is superior.
If we can get back to alcohol or your zoonotic diseases.
I'm sharing my screen, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So I think we're done with this. I think we should go to meat consumption, because we haven't done that.
Is this
I want, yeah, Rob, I want you to finish the Bible, and then I want to point out a couple things in Islam that are not about people who have epilepsy, but they are examples of how people could be stigmatized in Islam of having jinn. So your screen is being shared. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. So just give me about 3 to 5 minutes just to lay all this out, and then I'm gonna leave it up to you, Nadir, and also the audience to make up your conclusions. So I've written a 784-page commentary on Mark, and I love engaging with the early church. Like, for example, I quote the patristics. I even quote present-day scholars. And these paragraphs here that you're seeing over here, this is my own writing. So the inquiry from Jesus regarding the duration of the condition underlines the dramatic nature of the deliverance, but it is also part of the diagnosis of this very serious condition. The father reports the duration of his boy's affliction. The demon started to control the boy with violent seizures since he was a child. Now, when Mark has that data point mentioned there, since he was a child, immediately a Greco-Roman reader would think of people like, for example, Celsus. So this reply indicates he'd reached puberty. So according to Celsus, the disease was sometimes spontaneously cured by the onset of puberty in the case of boys and of menstruation in the case of girls, but usually persisted until the day of death without danger to life. According to Hippocrates, the disease became chronic. It is incurable. All right? So you have to think psychologically, it's an incurable situation. That's why the father is pleading with Jesus, heal my child. Galen wrote that a typical case of epilepsy began in childhood, and if it was not cured or did not disappear with puberty, it would increase and become worse. So these people are well aware of this sort of, what this is. And then he describes the dangerous nature of these seizures, the demon, in the context of what Mark is saying is causing this, has often thrown him into fire and into water to destroy him. In other words, through the convulsions, the demon had attempted to drag the boy into the open cooking fire in the courtyard and into cisterns, immersion pools, the mikvot, in which an immobilized and convulsing boy could easily drown. And so then you have a parallelism with the drowning pigs. And then, since demons are evil and destructive creatures, their actions are fundamentally malicious rather than rational. Hippocrates states that small children simply fall down whenever they happen to be when a seizure occurs, but they run to their mothers or someone else they know when they feel an attack coming on. Adults having the same kind of premonition of an attack seek privacy before the seizure commences. And again, Hippocrates writes about all this stuff. Now, specifically coming to Jesus, let's see here. If I come down over here, so this whole language of the Father saying, I do believe, help my unbelief, all that. And this goes into beautiful theological polemics, which I won't, talk about here. Now, in verse 25, Jesus notices that the crowd is running to the scene, which means the crowd has continued to grow as more people hear of his presence, rush to join. Jesus wants to perform the miracle quickly to avoid undue messianic acclaim, which again is missed in these sort of discussions. The demon is now described as an unclean spirit. There you go. Now there's a deliberate, in that second temple milieu, a deliberate identification that this is no mere natural epilepsy taking place. And Jesus gives a direct address to it. You spirit that won't let him talk or hear, I command you to come out and never enter him again. And scholars will then point this out, which I've summarized over here, that this entire statement, in a very curious way, happens to be the longest exorcistic formula reported in the Gospels. And it gains an added eschatological resonance. The exorcism is permanent because it is part of God's definite victory of the forces of evil. So then the text then describes a non-epileptic reaction, that this is not an epilepsy. The demon screamed, shook the child violently, and came out, leaving the boy like a corpse, completely but temporarily comatose. The spectators thought that the demon had killed the boy, but Jesus took his hand, helped him up, restoring him to normality after the violent exorcism. In fact, notice that the demonic resistance to Jesus increases as Mark's story progresses. The dark supernatural forces from her, and this is again going into other details that, I won't have the time to explain over here. So notice that, I'll just quickly point this last line out over here for the sake of the audience. Remember that when the text says the child or the boy was like stiff in verse 18, well, guess what? This is now what's known as a Markan sandwich, or an intercalation. Jesus has already handled this sort of stiffness like before, because in Mark 3, you have the withered hand, the stiff hand. And then you have, again, a parallelism. There's a healing in Mark 3 with a certain stiffness. And here again, this imagery of him being stiff. So I did, again, this is just a glimpse that those who have no understanding of the cultural milieu and how scholars themselves, even critical scholars as well as evangelical scholars who have engaged this passage, they just don't run wild in amok and go like, okay, we're going to use this as like a litmus test to then demonstrate that every epileptic episode that we see on planet Earth is due to some unclean spirit. No one thinks like that. So as a Christian, I would have told those people, stop misusing the passage, leave the passage for what it's worth with respect to the context that that it's located in. And Second Temple Jews themselves say, don't neglect the physician. This is in Sirach 38. So in Sirach 38, don't neglect the physician that God has provided for you through the means of science. So yeah, I hope this is like sufficient to show that that's the context of Mark 9. We should not neglect physicians. Jesus is demonstrated to be God in flesh through this action. And you have Greco-Roman Second Temple engagement with this phenomenon known as epilepsy, and they understood it to be a natural thing, and at the same time, supernatural episodes where they could distinguish between the two of them. Just like how you and I would argue the same as, because you're a theist yourself, Nadir, you're not an atheist, so you believe in the supernatural. And yeah, we have to think about this, thoughtfully and carefully.
Mm-hmm. And maybe we could something. Oh, maybe have Rob have the last word on it, and maybe we can move on to the last point because I got to get going. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have you back. No worries, Nadir. I want to bring up a couple of quick comments. You don't have to comment on these. I just want to bring them up for the benefit of the audience. Time is fleeting. The Hadith scholar Ibn Harja al-Asqani.
And we haven't touched astronomy.
Says jinns cause epilepsy. In discussing the epileptic woman, Zafar, the reports demonstrate that Zafar suffered from seizures caused by jinn. So we have a recognized Hadith scholars saying the Hadith teach that as a whole, teach that jinns cause seizures. The one that Nadir pointed to doesn't specifically teach that. It doesn't specifically deny it as well, but apparently there are other hadiths.
You're quoting some scholar, right?
Yeah. Well, he's quoting a hadith scholar, which means that people. So here's the relevance, right? You can say that he's wrong, just like you earlier said that Islam QA is ignorant or whatever. Ibn Kathir is ignorant. You can say they're wrong, but remember that your proposed criteria was we judge it by outcome, and you keep telling us that we should judge the Bible by this opinion of these neurologists that say that the Bible caused this thing, and this example of a modern person being accused of being possessed when they had epilepsy. And I can point to the same things in Islam. So the point here is that we need to be consistent.
Let me answer that real quick, if I may. So the source of why these imams and scholars are all wrong is, number one, the association of demonic possession with epilepsy and seizure and people having neurological seizures. This originates in pagan mythology, which then made its way into the Christian world. And then these forces is what is influencing these people, not Islam. So yes, I do agree with you. Let's look at it, how the impact it has on society. And there are a lot of people who will not, like myself, who will not associate this condition with demonic possession. So don't forget about good people like me who will not do stuff like that.
And then he explained that the Hadith scholars reached this because Bukhari Hadith says that epilepsy is caused by the wind, which is the scholars interpret it as being jinn. So just to get that out there. Now, I just want to put up a couple quick things. I respect that you need to go. I'll be happy to have you back on. We can briefly discuss the zoonotic diseases, but I do want to get these out here. You can comment or you can choose not to comment. It doesn't matter to me. But you said that people who have epilepsy are stigmatized by the Bible because someone with the same symptoms was said to be demon possessed, and Jesus healed them by casting out the demon. So here we have Sahih Muslim 2259. They're going with Allah's messenger. As we reached the place, Arj, they met a poet who had been reciting poetry. Thereupon Allah's messenger said, "Cast to the Satan and detain the Satan, for filling the belly of a man with pus is better than stuffing his brain with poetry." So he's basically saying that this man who is a poet is possessed because he's reciting poetry, which was a common belief at the time. Now you can say that this guy actually was possessed and Muhammad knew the difference, but same exact criteria. You can't tell the difference between whether he was, a regular poet or a poet possessed by jinn. Muhammad also says that yawning is from Satan, and if any one of you yawns, you should check his yawning as much as possible. For if any one of you should say, "Ha," Satan will laugh at him. Sahih Bukhari 3289. Stigmatizing people who are yawning by your criteria as potentially having a Satan.
Yeah.
And this one's on bad dreams. And this one is the man who missed prayers because he overslept. And Muhammad says that's because Satan peed in his ears. So 4 different examples of ordinary things people do, according to your criteria, stigmatized because Muhammad says they're possessed by Satan or jinn.
Yeah, that's very easy to answer. So basically, from a scientific perspective, this is perfectly fine. We do not see any problems arising as a result of these teachings. So that's okay.
Amazing. I would suggest double standard there, but that's fine. We can move on. So you want to discuss the zoonotic diseases? How much time do you have?
We got about 30 minutes we could do.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So,
like I said, this has been a great discussion. I'd be happy to have you back on. We can finish the discussion of alcohol. We can look at some of your other examples.
Or actually talk about the Bible, the Quran, and slavery. That's, I think, has been long overdue.
So actually, relevant comment on that line. Sorry, I need to pull my comments back up. taking them off the screen there. Show. Yeah. So I read you this earlier from Your Way or Yahweh that he wants to debate you on that topic, slavery in the Bible.
Sure.
He asked me if I was willing to host it. I said I would, and then he asked me to get your confirmation that you'd be interested in that on the air.
Yeah, and if you can give me 1 minute, I just need to step away for just 1 minute, and I'll be right back, if that's okay.
Yep. Since Nadir's stepping away, I'll ask you, Rob, what you thought of his explanation for those hadith. Did it seem like he was using a double standard there, a different standard for his hadith as the Bible?
I just find it interesting, and I hope everyone can see because I know just reading out those technical details, there's a difference between hearing it and actually seeing it, like reading it for yourself. That's why I shared my screen, and I wanted to demonstrate that the finer details of suddenly stepping into the shoes of a first century author, and then into the shoes of like how people were thinking and what they already know, the basal knowledge. Suddenly, it's like this text is it's so intelligible and rational in its engagement, and polemically logical with respect to the power of Jesus.
Well, not only that, but I was engaged. You were engaging him on much higher level. I think that's kind of so far beyond what Nadir's argumentation level is that it's just like wind going by. I was engaging him on his own standards that we should judge by outcomes. Well, the outcomes is that there is a position of exorcist in Islam that to whom people are brought to this day and denied medical treatment. There's no evidence in Islam that, oh, whoops, I got it wrong. I guess that it's actually not a demon possession. It's a medical condition. Like there's no possibility of that in Islam because epilepsy is supposedly caused by the wind, that is the spirits. So Islam teaches you that most of the time, explicitly, most of the time, it's going to be a jinn. And if you're going to other things, you're doing the wrong thing according to all historical Islamic understanding. And that was never the case in Christianity. In Christianity, demon possession was always considered to be a rare thing. And since the name of Jesus is efficacious, if it doesn't work, then they're not possessed. So even if you're looking at like the most ignorant person who has no idea, who can't understand, who doesn't have any knowledge whatsoever, if you read the Bible, what you understand from that is that if you speak in the name of Jesus does have power over the spirits. And if it does not cast out the spirits, you were wrong. Period.
Yeah.
The person is not demon possessed.
I just want to clarify, this is actually the passage where Jesus says that some require fasting. So just throw that caveat out there. Yes.
Some do.
Which by the way, is a textual issue. It's not really.
Yeah.
But that's neither.
It just says
the point is that if it doesn't work, then they're not demon possessed, like Mary said.
Oh, okay, sorry about that.
Also, just quickly, people in the chat are saying where can they read the commentary. So if you guys can just email me through my channel, I leave my email on my blog. Just email and say, look, I want access to the commentary. I'll give you access. So yeah.
Yeah, and I'll put a link to Rob's channel. I didn't know he'd be on, so I wasn't there ahead of time. But
no, that's all good. It's all good.
For sure.
One thing that we don't have are lots of scholarly papers written about the dire public health consequences of Christian norms on public health because thousands of people are denied medical care because everybody thinks everything's a demon. However, there are tons and tons of papers about this issue in Islamic countries and how this is a problem that these exist. And they existed from, all these things come down from the companions of Muhammad because of the things Muhammad said, because of what he did. He told you that if you saw a man who's walking after a dove, that man is a shaitan walking after another shaitan. He told someone who killed two different people who killed two different black women that they actually killed shaitans.
What?
So you may not have read all of the, but anyway,
so,
I will put the
Nadir's
source to that a second.
Yep, Nadir's back. So let's get on to the preventive cure for zoonotic diseases as he describes it. I'm trying to summarize your position. Most of the audience probably wasn't here at that time, but you said that there is a hadith that teaches that you shouldn't eat animals with fangs. This, in your interpretation, includes monkeys and bats. You said that this contrasts with the Bible, where Jesus says all foods are clean. And you also made the claim that Christians all over the world eat monkey.
Mm-hmm.
And most crucially to your case here, you claimed that AIDS, Ebola, and COVID would have been prevented by not eating monkeys and bats. Is that a fair summary of your position?
Yeah, pretty much. So basically, the zoonotic diseases are diseases which hop from these animals, from monkeys and bats. And what we find inside the New Testament, number one, it removes all restrictions on meat consumption. There's none in there that at least we know of. So as a result, if you look in the world, you'll see the people who are consuming monkey meat are actually the Christians, as well as other pagans and stuff like that. So that's a terrible disaster. Yeah.
Okay, so your assertion, I'm going to challenge the accuracy of your scientific claim, first of all. I'll ask Rob if he knows. Do you know, Rob, where AIDS came from?
Monkey, like, monkey sex?
Well, yeah, so monkeys, but specifically how it was spread to humans.
Humans having sex with monkeys?
So that is one of the theories. I thought you might say that, or I thought you might say you don't know. And the scientific answer...
Both. Right, what's the scientific answer?
The scientific answer is we don't know.
We have like bird flu and SARS that came from chicken.
I'll get to those in a second, but
yeah,
I want to speak the first point first. So the scientific answer is we don't actually know. We believe it came from monkeys, but we don't know it was from eating, which is crucial because Nadir's argument is that it got to humans by someone eating a monkey. Or his argument doesn't.
Can I show you my reference for that?
It is one of the theories. You can show your reference if you want, but the scientific consensus is we don't know. So there are three different basic theories. There's that humans had sex with monkeys. There is that humans drank monkey blood, or that it was spread by uncooked monkey meat.
Right. So the reference which I'm quoting from is from the Global Information on Education on HIV and AIDS. It says a crossover to humans is believed to have happened in a similar way through the butchery and consumption of monkey meat. I'm not aware of any kind of dispute on this issue, but another article basically states monkey meat basically has the consumption of monkey meat is a complete threat to all of mankind. So let me get that. That's from avert.org. That's my reference, which I'm quoting right over here.
All right, so I can pull up a scientific reference that says that we're uncertain of its origins, but then I'm going to ask about the other two. So, I'll pose the question to Rob, Amir, or Mary, just whichever one who wants to join in. Do you know where Ebola or how Ebola spreads to humans?
Yes.
You're asking an astronomer
That's fine. Okay, I won't ask you anymore, Rob. Yeah. So, Mary, how does Ebola spread to humans?
It's generally through any sort of fluid. It can also be through, they believe that a lot of it's going to be through the possibility of the first jump happening because of insect transmission. Even though it's rare, they think that an insect bites an affected animal, then bites a human, and occasionally that can start the chain.
Well, let me quote the CDC.gov. They actually have a very good article on this. It says, generally, Ebola is not spread by food. However, in Africa, human infections have been associated with hunting, butchering, and the processing of meat from infected animals. And the two they're spotlighting are monkeys and bats as source of bushmeat. Let me get that article for you.
So just to clarify, what the CDC said is that it's a possibility of getting it from eating infected meat, but it's not the only way that it is.
Can I jump?
Which means that it would make the jump to humans, regardless of whether they ate monkeys or not. Go ahead, Amir.
Yeah, I was saying it's not like if you cook the meat and you will get it. No, it's like the blood when you butcher it. It can happen to any animal. It can happen to a cow, to a chicken. What I was trying to say, the virus is spread through the means of like hygiene. They were not hygienic. They were not doing it properly how it's supposed to be.
No, that's not true. I'm sorry, that just is completely false. The scientific community is never going to give a green light on consumption of this monkeys and bats so long as you do it in a clean way. That's just not the right position.
Can you show me an article? I'm not saying like that monkey meat is good or not. I'm saying that if you cook a meat from whatever animal, like show me an article where it says you'll get Ebola if you eat like a cook.
It's through the process.
I'm just saying, I'm talking about Ebola and HIV, which you're trying to put here.
It's through the process when you butcher the meat. So you don't really have to even eat it. It's just the whole process of butchering the meat and processing it. This is how these viruses, these zoonotic diseases are jumping. And here's the one on HIV. It says through the butchering and consumption of monkey meat. So there's no way you're gonna sit here and try to say, okay, well, you can go ahead and eat monkey meat so long as you do it in a safe way. I'm sorry, that's just not right. Okay, that is crazy. You should stay away from these zoonotic animals. Okay.
Relax.
Yeah.
Relax.
If you cut a chicken in unclean environment and you spread the blood around, you'll get viruses too. I mean, matter of fact, we don't know a lot of the like Spanish flu and all that came from regular eating, like chicken and all.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're going to get to that
scientific
in a second.
point of view, though. Yeah.
But the important point from a scientific point of view on Ebola is that it can be spread by food, but that's not the only way, which means it's not a preventive cure not to eat monkeys, right? Because
it's a big help in it to stem away this type of
well, that's different than your
problem.
claim.
Yeah.
It's
not a turnkey solution.
If you want to revise your claim to be that it's beneficial not to eat monkeys. That's a different claim, though, than that no human would have ever gotten Ebola if no one ate monkeys.
Yeah, I'm here saying like Quran doesn't say do not hunt monkeys, do not hunt animals. It says eat just chicken. But if you're hunting, let's say for leather, you're hunting for like fat just to burn it, you can still get these viruses. So Quran is not helping. If anything, those people might have been Muslims who spread it. I'm just saying that your point of view from Quran, it's not really because you can still get diseases just because of the blood transmission.
All right, so I want to we'll get to other animals in a second, but I want to keep this clear. So AIDS, there's not a scientific consensus on where it came from. There's only speculation because no one knows for sure. It's now believed that it probably spread to humans, but way back in the 1920s. So there are a couple different theories. One possibility is that it was eating meat, but that's not the only possibility. So if that's not the only possibility, then we can't really say that for sure that not eating monkeys would have prevented this. Ebola is spread by bites. I mean, it's primarily spread human to human, just like all of these. But when humans get it from an animal, it can be spread by a bite. It can be spread by contact with animal fluids. So Ebola is not transmitted only by blood, the way that HIV is. So that is inaccurate. And then the third one is, you said, is COVID. And again, this is where we have a guess that it might have been from a bat, but we do not have consensus that it's from a bat. This is another one where the scientists say we don't know for sure. And here they have a much better guess than AIDS because it's very recent. They believe that it's the recombination of two different strands of virus that allowed it to spread to humans. The early theory was that it went from a bat to a pangolin to a human. So that wouldn't be, not eating a bat wouldn't help there. There are now people who say that came from a bat, but there's also people who say we have no idea. And then there's the unofficial theory that it came from a human-created virus in a lab. So there are various different opinions. So you can't just make this blanket statement that if no one ever ate a bat, we wouldn't have COVID, because that's not reflective of current scientific consensus. And you said we have to go with the science.
One of the important things about COVID specifically is that direct bat to human transmission was immediately dismissed as being any kind of cause connected to the Wuhan wet market. Because remember, everything was focused on that wet market. And something in that wet market, the people who think that it came directly from animals said that something in that wet market. They did, and they went back and looked at their records, and bats have not been sold there, much less the bats in Yunnan province, which is a totally different province, which carry the closest relative to the coronavirus disease. That's why they said that it might have come from a pangolin, because some pangolins are sold there. And my question is, would Islam forbid eating a pangolin? No.
Penguin? Actually,
no, pangolin.
Pangolin.
Oh, pangolin, yeah. Yes, because they have fangs.
No, they don't.
Pangolins? I think they do. Let me see. But can I respond to some of the things which are mentioned here?
Yeah. So you can respond to everything said, and then then I have, so that was a disputing of the scientific accuracy of your claim, but then I have other disputes with your claim as well. But go ahead.
Yeah. So bats contain over 400 known coronaviruses. So the only dispute really about this is our current pandemic. Did it come from a bat versus some other fanged animal, or the consensus that came from one of these exotic meat markets? But irregardless if our current pandemic was caused by a bat or not, it is still, from a scientific perspective, a very good idea not to eat bats, not to eat monkeys, because it's not just the viruses which I quoted for you. Those are just some examples. I quoted. I also gave the article of Food Navigator, which they basically said that there are other zoonotic diseases. These are not just I've given you the short list. And
okay,
they say
so
something within the blood of the monkey. Yeah.
Your position is that. Yeah. I just want to a broad statement. You can say no if I'm wrong. Your statement is that God would tell people not to eat the things that are most likely to give them the most diseases. And that's a proof of Islam, because Islam is telling people not to eat the specific animals that are most likely to make people sick or kill them.
Well, my position is this, that if you compare Muhammad and Jesus on meat consumption, Muhammad, once again, gave a scientifically superior answer on this issue. Now, is it a turnkey solution that will eliminate all the causes of diseases and suffering? No, but it sure is a lot better than what Jesus wrote in the Bible.
So if you're saying that is a scientific statement that is given to specifically help the disease situation. So its purpose is scientific and it's to help disease. Therefore, it should be tuned to do that.
Okay. After this, I got it, Mary. Because I mean, this is where I was going to go, but I was going to phrase it a different way. But Nadir, go ahead and answer that, and then I want to rephrase this in light of your original proposition.
What we find in the New Testament is a scientific catastrophe, because it removes all restrictions on meat consumption. There are none. And so Christians are free to eat whatever meat, whether bats, monkeys, and that's wrong. From a scientific perspective, Islam brings a better answer from a scientific perspective, which reinstates the restrictions on fanged animals. And that's a very good teaching. Because why? Because it will exclude a lot of the zoonotic diseases that we find today. So it is about a superior teaching, just like on alcohol, just like on epilepsy, just like on mustard seed. It's just so much better than what we see in the Bible.
All right. So your proposition is that this is better because not eating fanged animals will prevent some zoonotic diseases. I will actually grant you the second part of that claim, that not eating monkeys or other fanged animals will prevent some zoonotic diseases. However, my question is there any animal that does not carry zoonotic diseases?
Other animals which do not carry zoonotic. Yeah, I think there are animals which are safe to eat, at least from the CDC point of view. Chicken, beef, a lot of animals are safe to eat. Yes.
Yeah, so that is totally incorrect. The animals that carry the least diseases are sea creatures, first of all.
Yeah.
Second of all, it is definitely not true that common farm animals such as cows and chickens do not carry diseases.
No, I never said that. They're safe. I said
so,
they're safe.
So what is the highest source of food poisoning, Thaddeus?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to get there. We're going to get there.
I know. I was just jumping in.
You're jumping the gun. Super chat from NA Odessa. This is great entertainment. Thank you very much for the donation there. Quick note, since I know Nadir has to go soon, I wanted to let Nadir know that this is the second largest audience I've had for a live stream. So it seems that the crowd enjoyed having you on as well.
They came to see my demise, I think.
Well, that may be why they came, but either way, everyone enjoyed having you on. I enjoyed having you on as well. So the question is, so you said that because not eating monkeys will prevent some diseases, that this is evidence for Muhammad. Had he said you shouldn't eat chickens, for example, that would also prevent some diseases. You shouldn't eat cows, that would prevent some diseases. Mm-hmm. You shouldn't eat sheep, that would prevent some diseases. So why does he get credit for this when he could have literally said any animal and it would have prevented some diseases?
Yeah, so he could have went further. He could have specified, like, for example, when I mentioned chicken, of course there's like bird flu, there's other diseases you can get, but the issue here from CDC point of view, from the scientific point of view, eating chicken is safe in spite of all the problems you may get. But what I think you're missing here is not that when we do see something like good teaching like what we find in Islam, then we should be thankful. We should be happy that at least we got this. God is not obligated to give us a cure for diabetes, cancer, heart disease. No. But when he does give us something, then we should be thankful. But the main focus here, which I think you guys are missing, in what way can you argue that Jesus's teaching is superior to Islam on any of the things we've talked about? And we've not heard that tonight. The issue here is comparing the teachings of Muhammad and Jesus on the same issues. And I don't think there's any doubt that Islam provides a scientifically superior answer than what we find in the Gospels.
Well, we'll discuss what the Bible teaching actually means in a minute here, but I definitely dispute that claim that the Bible teaching isn't superior on any of these things. We explain why we feel the Bible teaching on alcohol is superior, because it gives a complex answer to a complex situation. We explained why we felt the Bible teaching on epilepsy was superior, because it demonstrates that Jesus has the authority to cure illnesses and Muhammad doesn't. If that's
a religious point of view,
right?
Not scientific.
That's correct. But if the Bible's purpose was to give science, you're right. It wouldn't be a very good book. It barely says anything on science, and what it does say is often clouded in poetic language, and you can't be 100% sure it's making a scientific statement. I would say the same thing is true about the Quran, however. I would suggest that the Quran's scientific statements and the scientific statements in the Hadith are not actually scientific statements at all, just like they aren't in the Bible. Obviously,
I would actually disagree with you there. I think Muhammad was trying to show that he knew secret things that no one else did.
Well, yeah, but his purpose wasn't to have better scientific knowledge. I mean, that's a modern conception. He did think that he had access to secret information, which could include, how to cure diseases, for example. We could look at what the Hadith teach about curing diseases in various ways. But so here's the point, though, right? So you've proposed that this is evidence that because the Muhammad arguably, and this isn't actually universal consensus in Islam, but arguably forbid the eating of monkeys. You will find dissent in the scholars that some don't feel that that hadith applies to monkeys, but I'll just grant it that he gets credit for that because it prevents some diseases. But to my point, you could say that about literally any animal. Remember, we have to evaluate whether this is an accident or whether it actually reflects knowledge. And here, it's clearly an accident because he could have literally picked any animal. Sorry, let me rephrase that. It clearly can be explained as an accident, meaning it can't count as evidence. That doesn't mean it's wrong. It doesn't mean it's an accident. But it means it can't count as evidence because he could have picked literally any animal. And if he was going to pick only one animal, I would suggest that he should have picked the animal that causes the most disease of any animal. And that is not a monkey, and it's not a bat. It is, in fact, a chicken or poultry in general, causes more foodborne illnesses than any other animal.
Oh, you want me to respond to that real quick?
Okay,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So that is not a scientific perspective. That is your personal perspective. From CDC point of view, Center for Disease Control, and other scientific publications, chicken is safe. Picking the monkey is probably the best example because from the article which I have here, monkey consumption is a threat to mankind. It has the potential to wipe out all of mankind due to the numerous amount of diseases you can get from that. That's from my article on Food Navigator, Monkey Consumption, a Threat to Mankind. So just to kind of wrap up things, I do have to get going.
I will definitely want to be respectful of your time. I don't want to hold you over.
And I also just want to make a final comment as well.
Well, we'll stay on after Nadir has to go. We'll discuss what the Bible has to say.
No, I want Nadir to say this.
Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah. So,
just
do you want me just like?
Nadir, make your point.
So Rob, say what you want to say, and then Nadir, you can have the final word before you depart.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, then what I'll do is I'll quickly share my screen so Nadir can see it. All right, can you see this, Nadir?
Yeah, it's loading up. There, it should be shared now.
So quick question, Nadir, just clarifying question. Are you using Mark 7 with respect to Jesus cleansing all foods?
Oh, I was actually quoting an article from Got Questions. I let them do the interpreting, not me. So Got Questions basically stated very clearly that, I mean, from a Christian point of view, Christians don't have any restrictions on food, where the Bible, New Testament, is really telling them don't eat this kind of food. It's just not there. Old Testament has a very good passage on bats, which
yes,
I don't know,
in Leviticus 14 and elsewhere. It
that's very good.
Bats are unclean.
And that is,
but that's part of an ancient Near Eastern law code, by the way, which is anyway, that's a different discussion.
Yeah.
But I just want to clarify that it's a translation issue. So I don't rely on God Questions because God Questions is not a peer-reviewed scholarly source, in my opinion. The International Standard Version, which is the Bible translation I use, it's the committee that worked on the ESV, the NLT, and the NIV. They've taking into account the latest 28th edition of the Nestle Aland Greek text, the critical Greek edition, plus taking into account Dead Sea Scrolls and all. It's like the most up-to-date, current, like, I recommend everyone get the ISV Bible. And here's a clear indication of such a careful rendering of this passage. So see how it says here, when he had left the crowd and gone home, his disciples began asking him about the parable. He asked them, "Are you so ignorant? Don't you know that nothing that goes into a person from the outside can make him unclean?" And then Jesus, in typical rabbinic fashion, explains, because it doesn't go into his heart, but into his stomach, and then into the sewer, thereby expelling all foods. So he's not saying that because other translations, outdated translations will say or misinterpret the Greek, and the translator thinks that Jesus is making all foods clean. That is The current latest exegesis shows that no. When you understand the Greek more carefully, with the nuance of the Greek, it's what's going into the stomach, then when it's digested, it goes into the toilet, and by implication, what does that mean? You're expelling out the waste. You're expelling out all foods, and all foods here doesn't literally mean like just take whatever you want and eat it. No, because in the context of what the discussion is, prior, right? Like in the discourse that Jesus is having with what they eat. So you're talking about the Jewish Haggadah, the Jewish meal, what the Jews would eat in a ceremonial sense, and what they would consider unclean and clean, and so on. So, unfortunately, a world of misunderstanding has happened because of this verse that wasn't translated accurately, and the ISV is finally here. Because, by the way, this is well known in commentaries and scholarship that this is a mistranslated verse. Finally, the ISV comes on the scene and says, "Yeah, it should be rendered like this: that the food, it's just an A to Z situation. It's logical. The food doesn't go into the heart, rather it goes into the stomach, then into the sewer, and then you're expelling the food by, when you go to the toilet. It's not saying that the foods are clean, thereby you can eat whatever you want." So I just wanted to clarify this point.
Alrighty,
well, it's about ritual cleanliness.
Yeah.
Yes.
We can discuss the Bible more after Nadir has to go, but I want to respect his time. Did you have a closing statement, Nadir?
Yeah, I'll just take very quickly a closing statement here. But to Rob's point, as I said, you can interpret the Bible as you wish, because it will not override the reality and facts. The facts is Christians do not keep the dietary laws of the Old Testament. At least if the general public is not aware of any restrictions on any meat, that you are not supposed to be eating. Some may make exception on fish on Fridays, little things like that. But so you can interpret it how you want, but the reality of the ground, what we see on the ground, is very different. So we talked about meat consumption, alcohol, epilepsy, mustard seed, and there was actually more. I forgot to give you the WHO article, which Rob asked for. He asked where did WHO praise Islam? I'll give you that article maybe at a later time. But when you look, there's no doubt that Muhammad is shadowing Jesus for some reason. And now we know why that is, because everything about those issues which I raised are problematic, very problematic. Muhammad gives a far superior answer than what we find in the New Testament. And as far as what the panel here say, no, well, we think that the biblical view is more superior. It's not based upon science. It's not based upon any research article. Look at this whole, we've been here for 3 hours almost. Not a single research article they can show praising the biblical, on these issues. They're all pointing, I presented many pointing to Islam. So I think but the main point here, which is undeniable, is the stigmatization of epileptics by the New Testament. That is undeniable. And because of that, we need to start asking the question, has this book been corrupted by Satan? Because epileptics are, they're innocent. They're people who are very vulnerable. And all that is only something which you would expect a demon to do. Prophet Muhammad liberated them from that stigmatization by saying, I will pray for you, and slap in the face to all those ignorant scholars and people like that. Oh, it's all jinn and demon possessed. I don't know why our prophet is not doing that. We now know why. The science answers it. So I think this is a clear smoking gun proving that Muhammad is a true prophet, because he gave scientifically superior answers than what we saw Jesus of the Bible did. And this is just a short list, which I've presented to you. There's a lot more. But thanks for inviting me on. And I'm sure, Amr mentioned slavery. I hope we can do that slavery debate as well.
Incest.
And why are we discussing topics? I'm an amateur in all these topics.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Nadir. Thank you, Nadir, for coming on today. A lot of people say bad things about you, Nadir, but I want to make it very clear to the audience that Nadir deserves credit for at least one thing. I think he probably deserves credit for more, but I think he deserves credit for at least one thing. He's not afraid to discuss these issues, which is not something I can say for most Muslim apologists. So thank you for coming on today, Nadir. I really enjoyed this chat. I hope the audience found it beneficial, and I hope to see you on this channel again.
All right, man. Thanks a lot. Talk later. Bye.
Catch you, Nadir.
All right. Before we get into the Bible or anything else, I want to make it clear that he said, you didn't show me any scientific papers. Well, I had scientific papers on every point, like actual ones. His typically were like, he found on CNN that someone reported this. And I'm not saying it was wrong. I'm just saying if he's going to say we didn't see any scientific papers, that's a little hypocritical of him. But I want to show two things here. So he was afraid of the interpretation. Usually Nadir plays this interpretation game. I guess that he figured out that I knew what I was talking about, so he couldn't play that game. So he tried to go to this look at the results game. But then he got himself into trouble because the only thing he could actually point to was fetal alcohol syndrome. Even if we had discussed alcohol in more detail, I would have had studies that disproved that there is a net, that in the ancient world, that there is a net detriment to alcohol. In the modern world, where many of the very important uses for alcohol are not so important anymore, yeah, what he quoted from CNN matches scientific consensus. But the Quran wasn't revealed this year, right? It was revealed in the past. It was revealed in an ancient time where, at minimum, alcohol was very useful as a painkiller, and alcohol was an important source of nutrition, at minimum.
Geographically, where was the first beer brewed?
Yeah, it has antioxidants too, you know. Those back in the days would have been really useful. We didn't have any vitamins or, you know.
No,
so
by the way, it's a legit question. Where was the first beer originated?
Yeah, well, I guess we technically wouldn't know, but the first known writing, I believe, is a recipe for beer in Mesopotamia.
In Iraq, Iran over there.
Yes.
So it's like in, you know, that area what you and I would call Sumer, in the Arabian Peninsula, basically. You have the origin of alcohol. I mean, the consumption, I suppose you could say.
Hinduism has like something about alcohol too, like they called bhang or something, where they add it to milk, right?
Yeah, so that is correct. Yeah. So that was another point. You know, if we'd actually gotten into discussing probabilities, most of the world's religions have restricted alcohol use. It's not something unique to Islam. So, you know, Nadir admits, he didn't admit today, but he's admitted in other contexts that it can be a coincidence, or it can be, he used the word plagiarism. I wouldn't actually call it plagiarism because that's a modern concept, but borrowing of ideas, right? So he admits that's a possibility. And if most of the world's religions are teaching the same thing, then it becomes very probable that a new wannabe prophet's going to teach the same thing. But he wanted to go outcomes today. He didn't want to go on interpretation. So I have up here the incidence of foodborne disease worldwide. This comes from the WHO. So, you know, it's a credible source here. I think he tried to claim the WHO praised Muslims for washing their hands.
And it's a study. It's not just an article written by someone to placate or stroke the ego of someone. It's a study.
Right. This is an actual study. They got input from dozens, I don't recall an exact number, but dozens of people working in the field, in the regions, and they compared the incidence of foodborne disease throughout the world. You see here that the two highest regions are Africa, which is hardly surprising. It's going to be highly correlated to poverty. Africa D, the higher one, this is Northern Africa, which is predominantly Muslim. And Africa E is Southern Africa, which is predominantly Christian. You'll see that the Northern Africa, which is probably on average more prosperous than Southern Africa, has a higher incidence of foodborne disease. Now, they both are very high because, again, this is highly correlated with poverty, improper food preparation due to poverty. But if the Quran, if Muhammad's instructions on food prep and not which animals to eat and which not to eat, we should see a result here. We should at least see it being lower in the Muslim world. Here, these two in the middle here, Eastern Mediterranean region. B is the rich countries, the rich Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, etc. And Eastern Mediterranean D is the impoverished countries.
Middle Eastern, not Eastern Mediterranean, right? Middle Eastern.
Well, EMR stands for Eastern Mediterranean, but it's really the Middle East.
Right, because it doesn't include any of Europe.
Right. Every single one of the countries in both of these groups is Muslim, Muslim majority. Israel is not considered part of it. In WHO classification, Israel is considered part of Europe. Weird side note there. But anyway, so the Eastern Mediterranean region B, these are the more southern, richer countries, and Eastern Mediterranean D is the northern, impoverished countries like Pakistan and Afghanistan. You'll see that there is significantly less because, again, it's highly correlated with poverty. But EMRB, compared to the globe, these are pretty prosperous countries. And you'll see that they have higher incidence of foodborne disease than America. America A is going to be primarily United States and Canada. That's irrelevant. America B is South America, which I would argue is about on par, wealth-wise, with the rich Gulf countries. It's either the same or slightly lower. And you'll see that the incidence of foodborne disease is less than half. AMRD is Central America, which is highly impoverished, and it's still lower than Eastern Mediterranean B. So the claim that there is some kind of correlation between Muhammad's teachings on food and his teachings on hygiene in general, because although Nadir didn't discuss it today, one of his other arguments is that Jesus said, don't wash your hands, and Muhammad did. If there is some actual correlation, we should see it in these results, and that's the criteria that Nadir proposed, because he said, see, we can see the effect of alcohol. We can see that fetal alcohol syndrome is much higher in countries where people consume alcohol than in countries where they don't. And this is directly due to the Islamic prohibition on alcohol. I would agree. There is a correlation there, but that's not sufficient evidence by itself. And when you combine it with all the other evidence, we're not seeing a pattern. We're seeing you can cherry pick something and say that this is better. You can cherry pick and say that not eating monkey is better than eating monkey. However, if you look at all the animals, you could say that about any animal, basically. And you could especially say it about chickens. And he wanted to go to, new exotic diseases because, they're more sensational rather than boring old salmonella that kills 40,000 people a year. But it's completely safe, according to Nadir. He wanted to go to these exotic diseases. Fine. Mad cow disease comes exclusively from cows. 100% fatal. And it's a new disease in recent times. Had Allah actually been trying to prevent these new diseases, he would have told us not to eat cows, but that's not what he does. Hinduism tells us not to eat cows. Maybe we should all convert to Hinduism based on Nadir's logic.
It also wouldn't get bovine tuberculosis. You wouldn't get German measles. You wouldn't get regular measles. Both of those are from cows. Way back there, all kinds of diseases came from cows.
And another thing I wanted to point out, like he says that the chopping of the meat, but the thing is, if you're hunting for fur or hunting for like teeth or whatever, like they do black magic, right? You can still get those diseases. You don't have to really eat them. It's just the exposure to the disease animal is how you get the disease. So matter of fact, eating maybe the least way too, because you cook the meat. You can kill all the viruses and stuff, the most of them. But if you get exposed directly, you have a higher chance of getting a disease. So Quran doesn't say don't go hunt monkeys or don't hunt this animal or that. So his argument was pretty invalid. Basically.
In fact, the Quran tells you that you must kill certain unclean animals. Like anytime you see them, you're supposed to kill them.
Even says kill dogs. I mean, that's
right.
a hadith.
So if these are bloodborne diseases, like HIV. You don't have to eat it. You can get the animal's blood in your system other ways. And killing the animal and spraying its blood everywhere is definitely a way to get its blood into your body. I mean, I'm not saying it does every single time, but it's definitely a way it can get into your body. Now, the other article I have here, so Nadir said, it's just my opinion that chickens are and poultry in general is the primary cause of foodborne illness, at least in terms of numbers. You can argue about deadliness, and I did have stats on that as well. Oh, look, what do we have here? We have a academic paper published in a well-respected academic journal. What is it? Oh, look, it doesn't just have 2 authors like the basically opinion piece that Nadir wanted us to go to. It has 17 different experts in the field signing off on this. I can put the links later if people are interested. Now, this is a massive thing with tons and tons of data, actual data, not just Nadir reading a single sentence from often a news article, but tons of data. And it goes through disease after disease. It goes through like 30 different foodborne illnesses. And it shows the prevalence of them. The further it is over here, the more cases that are due to that. It's on a 0 to 1 scale. So if every single incidence of the disease came from one source, it would be all the way over to the one side. So we got Ascaris. It comes primarily from vegetables. And we got E. coli here. Beef is the #1 source of E. coli. We got Cryptosporidium, vegetables. We got, I'm going to stop reading because no one cares what the diseases are anyway. Vegetables.
Clearly, we need to stop eating vegetables. Right?
Dairy.
Other than, I get it. Now, the thing is, with chicken, of course, we get more diseases. And with poultry, stuff is the biggest killer, right? But okay, we can say that, it's our own because we don't do hygiene. But the incest, like the cousin marriage, he did not even go over. Do you blame Quran for that? What's happening in Pakistan and in other Muslim countries? Because he's saying because of Bible not telling you don't eat monkey meat. That's why 2 or 3 people died from that. It's not correlation. People are doing something wrong. So he did not go over it. Why Muslims are doing it if Quran says don't do it.
Right.
Well, he said that it's only bad if you do it too much. And he also made the false assertion, 80% of marriages in history are incestuous. No, 80% of marriages in some Islamic countries are incestuous. I actually I sent Thaddeus an article that researched Neolithic populations. So these are people who had no roads to speak of. They had like trails. It was hard to get around and meet other people and marry people, and how they must have had very deliberate systems because they were settled, but they had no good transportation, and they still weren't incestuous. And so the Islam is quite the exception whenever it comes to that, especially the degree. And Muhammad himself was the product of 2 distant cousins, and he himself married cousins and talked about how great it is to marry your cousins. So there's nothing in Islam that says you shouldn't marry a second cousin time and time again, because eventually you do become as closely related as siblings. So it's just like sibling marriage. There is nothing in the Sunnah that says not to do this. Nothing that says it shouldn't be encouraged.
Yeah, it's actually positive. It's Sunnah, you're supposed to do it. You have to follow supposed to marry your daughter-in-law, and you're supposed to marry your cousin, and you're supposed to marry a 9-year-old. I mean, if you're following Sunnah, right, you're following the example. So, and also that's also scientifically inaccurate when they say it's okay to marry 9-year-old back in the days. And we know that's not true. We have seen so many deaths happening in Muslim countries because of underage girls.
Yeah, so I want to discuss briefly the biblical teaching and what it's really saying about food, because it's actually the same passage that has the hand washing that, again, Nadir didn't bring it up today, but he would have in another context, because it's actually the same situation in Islam mostly. We have to look at some other hadiths that are claiming to be medicinal, but things like washing, they're about ritual purity. They're not about the modern conception of cleanliness. That isn't an idea that's being taught. And we know from the hadith that Muhammad didn't care how dirty the water was, because it's not about cleanliness. It's about ritual purity. And that's what the food laws are about. That's what the hand washing thing is about. There's additional issues with that. And that's what the Islamic teachings on washing are about too. They're about ritual purity. And it's quite clear from the Islamic texts when you read these things in context, like, for example, about Muhammad washing his hands, it'll say like, in preparation for prayer, i.e., or usually it'll say ablution or wudu. It specifically says what he's doing. He's making himself ritually pure before he gets ready to do a religious act. It has nothing to do with cleanliness. And if Nadir said that, then I wouldn't say that these things are wrong, like the using the well water where all the dogs are thrown, dead dogs and menstrual cloths are thrown in it. But he's trying to make it into scientific, which means he needs to be accountable for everything. He needs to have a consistent criteria. That's why it doesn't matter what criteria he picks, it's going to come back to bite him, which is why I was letting him pick the criteria to begin with. And then he picks the criteria that you got to judge based on outcomes, because he thinks that's the least dangerous. And then and I didn't pull up the scientific study, but I have a scientific study that says that 40% of well-educated teachers in Islamic countries believe that epilepsy is caused by demon possession, and 50% of students of those teachers believe that. He'll say that's irrelevant because they're not understanding Islam properly. But then this one Christian I don't know what country he's pointing to. Let's just say United Kingdom. I don't think he ever specified. This one Christian in the United Kingdom is suing because their parents thought they were demon possessed when they weren't. It's got to be consistent. If you're judging on the outcomes, demon possession is less believed in the Christian world than the Islamic world. Would I count that evidence for Christianity's truth? No, I wouldn't. But Nadir wants to call it evidence for Islamic's truth when the statistics go in his favor, and then he wants to ignore it when they don't go in his favor, which just shows that he has no actual argument. All he's doing is cherry picking data that he thinks supports his position.
Well, the statistics never actually go in his favor. He wants to cherry pick anecdotes. He doesn't want to go to peer-reviewed studies that systematically look at things. He doesn't want to go to comparisons. He just wants to take out a singular story and declare something. So he rarely even goes as far as statistics. So, I mean,
his only actual valid peer-reviewed
just cherry picking.
His only actual valid peer-reviewed article was on fetal alcohol syndrome, which it doesn't take a genius to figure out if people rarely consume alcohol in a country, there's not going to be a lot of babies born with fetal alcohol syndrome. So yes, in that one specific cherry-picked statistic is in his favor, but you have to look at all of them. And I tried to make this clear in the opening when I was trying to get him on methodology. You have to look at all of the data, not just look at the data that benefits you and say, if this was the only data, then there'd be a 1 out of 128 chance that Muhammad was a false prophet. You have to look at all the data. And when you look at 100 examples and Muhammad gets 93 wrong and 73 right, you look at 100 and he gets 93 wrong and 7 right, that's strong evidence that he's a false prophet, not good evidence that he's a prophet because he got 7 things right.
Yeah.
And also,
go ahead, Mary.
The Christian position has always been against intoxication. Any intoxicating substances, you're not supposed to get intoxicated. So what was taught as a moral precept in the Bible is applicable to all kinds of situations generally. That was not taught by Muhammad. He just didn't like alcohol and he didn't like gambling. And notice that he said this is where I really wanted to go early on. He was making a point. It shows the scientific proof because of the phraseology that there is some good in alcohol, but the bad outweighs it. That's a scientific statement. That scientific statement in the Quran said that there is some good in alcohol and gambling. So there has to be a scientific benefit, health benefit to gambling for that to be a scientific health statement, because it's talking about both. So what is the health benefit of gambling that is outweighed by the badness? I mean,
we never got to the details
no!
of alcohol.
Yeah, and by mentioning both together, it kind of took away the seriousness of fetal alcohol. Like you can gamble while you're pregnant, but your child is not going to be born, abnormal. But you cannot drink whatsoever. But I was showing in the Bible, it says do not drink alcohol when you're pregnant, and is also to say do not get intoxicated. But then it doesn't completely say do not use it completely. Now we can use it for medicines. We have some benefit. We can use it without thinking it's some kind of magical, bad stuff that we cannot touch. It's just it doesn't really tell you why you shouldn't use it.
And throughout,
well, you shouldn't use it because Hamza went crazy and chopped a camel's hump off with a sword, and he got mad. That's why you shouldn't use it. He was gambling and drunk and mad, and he chopped off a camel's hump. And then whenever Muhammad came to confront him, he said, you're the slave my father had. And that made Muhammad really mad. So he had a revelation.
So what is this chart? I believe this is from you, Rob.
Yeah, this is from me. So Mary did a good job just a moment ago discussing about, again, anthropologically, incestual relations, all that stuff, which Nadir was trying to find some sort of wiggle room with what we term as assortment like relations. So like, in other words, he's trying to argue, in fact, quite curiously, there's a recent study done with about 1 million Chinese, from a random Bayesian statistic, 1 million Chinese people sort of assorting themselves by the fact that out of convenience they sort of intermarry. But then the detrimental problem is that most of psychological issues arise. The children arise with defects. Now it doesn't take then a modern literally 1 million sort of sample to demonstrate that fact from a genetic point of view. Because if you go back to the Levitical law, how curious you can actually do now with the onset of ancient Near Eastern scholarship, we can actually do a comparison between the strengths of, say, the Levitical law code and say if you and I were under the laws of Hammurabi or the Hittite laws. All right. So notice you have relationship to man. So you have mother, daughter, son, full sister, father's wife, half sister, grandchild, stepsister, aunt, daughter-in-law, brother's wife, woman plus her daughter or mother, woman plus her granddaughter, sister of wife while wife is alive. All right. So Leviticus 18 forbids all of this. Okay. Leviticus 20, the reason why there's some missing, statements is because it doesn't need to repeat what already happened in Leviticus 18. Now, what's curious is that the laws of Hammurabi are actually silent with respect to, now notice, relationship to man. There's no mention with respect to son, full sister, half sister, grandchild, stepsister, brother's wife, woman plus her daughter or mother, woman plus her granddaughter, and sister of wife while wife is alive. It's actually silent on these issues, which means you can, if you're going by the laws of Hammurabi, you can actually practice these things. The Hittite laws is somewhat more strict. I mean, it does say forbidden to son, but full sister, no, it's not forbidden. And again, and then ironically, the laws of Hammurabi say it's forbidden with respect to an aunt and a daughter-in-law, but the Hittite laws have the full gamut. You can go for it. But then with the brother's wife, it forbids that, but only while brother is alive. Okay, so that's the caveat. So forbidden with stepmother only while father is alive, or while the brother is alive, or with respect to woman plus her daughter or mother, forbidden if he is married to one or the other. So the larger ancient Near Eastern milieu is actually fine with, relatively speaking, incestuous relations, while at the same time it can, there can be some like non-assorting mating. So in other words, genuine random, the genetic pool is genuinely in a genuine random sort of sense. Like, in other words, no close blood relations. But the biblical law code is strictly forbidding all of this, which correlates scientifically to what would bring about the most diversity with respect to the genetic buildup of your offspring. So in other words, maximal health of the child, both from a cognition context as well as from a physical context. Yeah, I just wanted to bring this out, and yeah.
Excellent. So I do have some super chats that I want to read. We'll probably wrap up fairly soon. We have been going over 4 hours. These are from earlier, so they're not super relevant now, but I do want to read them anyway. Time is Fleeting said, Hadith say Archangel Gabriel or Jibril offered Muhammad wine and milk in the night journey called Isra wal Miraj. Who knew angels were bartenders? Mo declined. Vagina is full of mixologists. He also said the revered Saudi scholar Ibn Uthmin said drinks are halal so long as the alcohol content of the beverage is no more than 3%. And Sheikh Asim al-Hakam says he drinks Saudi beer of this variety. The reason I never brought these up is because we never really got to discussing the alcohol in depth, but this is one of the points that I was going to make, is that it requires interpretation to say that all alcohol is forbidden in Islam. And there is a spectrum here. A few, because the minority, but a few are saying that low alcohol drinks are allowed. Some are saying medicines that contain alcohol are allowed. And some are saying you can't even take the medicines that have alcohol in them because alcohol is absolutely forbidden. And then you get Quranists who say alcohol is perfectly fine in moderation. That they look at what the Quran says and they say there's no actual prohibition here. There's just discouragement of use like we find in the Bible. So apparently it's allowed. And it's only in the Hadith where we get an explicit command from Muhammad that alcohol is forbidden, because Allah originally allowed the Muslims to have alcohol. Might be a bit of a clue that this isn't about health reasons. And furthermore, if Allah wanted to do this for a health reason, why didn't he just do this from the start? For that matter, why didn't he just prevent humans from discovering that they could make alcoholic beverages to begin with? So the idea that there's some kind of...
Supposedly 124,000 prophets were sent into all the world, right?
Yeah,
so,
exactly, yeah. The first 123,999, Allah didn't and give this to him. And we know that for sure because at the start of the Muslims, they were allowed to have alcohol. So it's not that it was revealed at some point and then lost. It actually wasn't revealed until it came to Muhammad. And then not right away,
10,000 years later.
Yeah, midway through his career. Amazing. Amir said, how is Jesus to blame when meat consumption was rare in the ancient Mediterranean among the average folk who weren't rich?
They were given vegetarian diet, and beer was one of them.
Yeah, it had a very valuable purpose of providing much needed calories.
Imagine you're given beer in exchange for building the pyramid. I mean, that's an Aussie joke. I won't go there. So, yeah.
And then I had one more super chat, which I forgot to flag. So I won't be able to put it on the screen because it's scrolled off the top. But Time is Fleeting says, Islam QA says, urine and feces of halal animals are pure. They don't soil you. So this would include the feces of horses, goats, sheep, cows, sparrows. And he added that sparrows are known to eat horse feces. So again, halal and haram, it's about ritual purity, or at best, or you could say it's just an arbitrary choice of someone who's trying to be a prophet, but it has nothing to do with food safety. That is a totally ridiculous modern interpretation that relies on cherry picking data.
Well, I think that the issue is that from the earliest times, Muhammad himself made all sorts of crazy claims about food safety and curing illnesses and this and that and the other. Like the reason why if a fly flies into your drink, you need to dip both of its wings in because one wing has the poison and the other wing has the cure. So the fact that Muslims jump to, hey, this is all about health, is not unexpected because he tells people to drink camel urine. He tells people to eat dates and that they'll be cured of everything. And so he's making all of these cure claims and mixing them up with ritual purity claims in a very unspecific way. And so there has been actual resistance to modern health practices because it's not the sunnah of the Prophet. There is no soap in Muhammad's life. He never used soap. Therefore, it is not sunnah to use soap. So if you're telling people to use soap, then you are going against the sunnah. So that has an inherent resistance. That's one of the reasons that
that's a good point, Mary.
Immigrants, immigrant that are restaurants that are run by Muslims have like many times the rate of infractions because Muhammad is supposed to be the complete guide to life, and you're supposed to look to him, and that's supposed to be enough for you. But it's not. You still get food poisoning if you follow the sunnah, and it's not compatible. These ideas are not compatible with reality.
On that point, one of my relative I knew who was really like religious Muslim. He told me not to brush my teeth. He said toothpaste is not halal, and he said just use that stick miswak. Those kind, and also they use rocks and like just floor to clean themselves if the water is not available. And I don't know how that is better if really is for like cleaning. Then how would rubbing your hand on the floor is gonna make your hands cleaner if you have, let's say, germs on it? That's that's why. And also they copied it from Zoroastrian religion. They do exactly the same practices. So it's not like Tad said, it is not about cleaning. It's about spiritual purity, what they thought.
Yeah, but Mary is right that there are statements that sound scientific or more accurately medical. If you go to Sahih Bukhari and you read through the book of medicine, now some things that Bukhari put in there, they don't really sound like medicine. But it goes to that tendency that Mary was saying, that you can't always tell what is ritual and what is intended as medicine. But there's some things that are absolutely clearly intended to be medicine, like as numerous people have alluded to in the chat, and I would have brought up with Nadir if we had gone further, is the prescription to use camel urine to cure stomach illness. Now, this is the one that we usually make fun of because it's the funniest. I would suggest it's far from the most idiotic, however, because at least in that case, he only said it was for one specific thing. He says that the black seed cures literally every disease except for, and then he uses a word that the audience doesn't understand, so it's usually left untranslated. And then he clarifies that he means death. So it cures everything except for death, the black seed. That's a clear scientific statement. Had we done the mustard seed and he tried to insist that all meant all, as he has in previous debates, I was going to point to that and say, does all diseases mean all? This sure looks like a scientific statement to me. Black seed cures all diseases except for death, which isn't a disease. So why do we have modern medicine? Why aren't we all just taking black seeds every time we get sick?
For next time, can I approach something that really has fascinated me recently in the last
absolutely
3 weeks when I've been discussing with Muslims on Clubhouse. I did not know this before. It was just by pure happenstance I found this, and then a few of my mates that's also watching right now. So, for example, Amir, we started literally flipping and laughing like, oh my gosh, this is hilarious. Next time, I wish, because although this stream is beneficial for those who want to tackle these issues, these so-called scientific miracles, it's just so boring. I'm after the real, like I was expecting something to do with cosmology or some sort of maybe even embryology or something, but this is sort of like a teaser, hopefully for next time. Do you share your screen, Thaddeus, with the Quran? Do you have the Quran
Yeah,
open?
I can
Or with
reshare that.
with the Actually, you know what? Let
you
me
can just share either or.
do mine so it's quicker.
While you're bringing that up, there's a new super chat from SG. Why brother following the diet of a man who died poisoned? Which is especially relevant since Muhammad said that eating dates protects you from poison. So if he died from poisoning after he made a claim about dates protecting you from poison, either he didn't take dates himself because he wanted to die, or he thought he was immortal, or he did take the dates and it didn't work. So in that light, it's especially relevant. Just dying of poisoning, that won't automatically automatically show you that someone shouldn't follow you. But dying of poisoning after saying you have a preventative cure against all poison, very interesting. So I'll add your screen here.
All right, folks, I recommend you check this out. Okay. Before I continue, or before I spill the beans, Thaddeus, what's odd about this ayah? This is Surah 2561.
Well, you said before I spill the beans.
Because someone like Nadir would go, "Oh, the moon giving light, it reflects the sun's light." All right, because they use this verse to make that argumentation.
Yes.
And
then okay. So
yeah.
I didn't know how much you wanted me to give away, but the odd part here is that we have heaven mansions of the stars and have placed therein a great lamp and a moon giving light. So I assume that you're going to go with the lamp because of how it relates to other verses, but actually I'm not certain.
Okay, this is great. So you're not aware of where I'm going to go. Because usually the argumentation we can go is, and I've read the responses to their argumentations, and that is, if you're saying that the moon's giving light, like it's reflecting light, well, that Arabic word for if you do translate as reflect, is also given to Allah. That means you're saying that Allah is reflecting light from something else. That means Allah is less than, Okay, that's all well and good. What and for me, I'm not. The funny thing is, all these discussions are focused on this lamp and the moon. What really stuck out to me is these heaven mansions, or in this case, the Pickthall translation, heaven mansions of the stars, or Sahih International says the sky great stars, or like the Yusuf Ali, the constellations. So this really stood out to me. And this website is very useful because you can click on here and it gives you 4 key tafsirs on this. And look at what Jalalain says. God exalted be he says, "Blessed, magnified is he who has placed in the heaven constellations, 12 of them, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, blah, 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 blah. They are the mansions for the 7 orbiting planets." So in other words, this is geocentrism 101 in Islamic cosmology. You have the ecliptic. So in other words, you have the outer constellations, the 12 signs of the zodiac, that the 7 planets correspond to each 2 or 3 of the constellations at any given month and so on. And I was absolutely blown away by this, that here you have, according to Muslim argumentation, that Allah has placed, and then I clarified this with Muslims on Clubhouse, and I said, look, are you telling me that Allah has purposely placed like the stars in the night sky to align, to give off the shapes of the constellations? And the answer to me says yes. And then I'm telling them, no, because it's human imagination that's made up Aries to be Aries and Taurus to be Taurus and so on. So in other words, you're telling me, like, if you take into account Big Bang and all that stuff, that then Allah, for the sake of pagan superstition with astrology, is going to purposely align, say like Libra or Virgo, So this is absolutely hilarious, and it doesn't actually occur just over here. It also occurs in 85:1. See, by the heaven, holding mansions of the stars, containing great stars. Oh, look at this, Yusuf Ali. Look at this. By the sky, displaying the zodiacal signs. And if you go again to the tafsir, let's see here, Jalalain. By the heaven of the constellations, the 12 constellations of the planets, as explained back in 2561. And then you have this key Arabic term, the Buruj. And the Buruj, both in pre-Islamic Arabia as well as post-Islamic Arabia, becomes the Islamic zodiac, which corresponds to the prior Greco-Roman zodiac. And here's Ibn Kathir. Ibn Kathir says, check this out. So Ibn Jarrad shows the view that it means the position of the sun and the moon, which are 12 Buruj. The sun travels through each one of these Buruj in 1 month. The moon travels through each one of these Buruj in 2 1/3 days, and which makes a total of 28 position that is hidden for 2 nights. So this is classic astrology. So this is something I want to discuss with Nadir, but I find this much
I don't think he knows any of it. Yeah. How familiar are you with the connection of Islam to Gnosticism?
Oh, very familiar, because I've been going through.
And yeah. So how much the Gnostics. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just quickly exclaim. I watched Khalil's debate with Jake, the metaphysician. What I find very interesting with Khalil's approach, his analysis of you have Allah, then the light or the pen, and then there's this deduction sort of thing, and that's exactly the Gnostic hierarchy, right? That leads down to Sophia. And I find it curious that when the Quran goes out of its way to debunk, so to speak, the Trinity, Allah, Jesus, and Mary, that is Gnosticism 101, because Gnostic scholars make this connection going, hey, look, the Quran actually goes out of its way to debunk the Gnostic Trinity, because Sophia was misunderstood to be Mary, and Jesus to the Gnostics was the second in that hierarchy, and then Allah would be, in this case, the Father or God. And then what I also recently decided to do, I've seen countless debates among Christians and Muslims where you have the people of the book, and this notion of that the Bible was in Muhammad's lap, so to speak. Like, I think it's chapter 3, verse 1 or somewhere around there, where it says he had it between his, on his lap or something. And then there's this back and forth, the scriptures got corrupted. Then the Christians respond saying, no, we can verify the Bible is not corrupted, and blah blah blah. I've come to the realization. This is like 2 months ago. I thought it's just like a light bulb moment I had. What if we were lost on an island, and we had to start all over again, and we had no Bible, but we had the Quran, and I suppose you could say let's throw in some hadith and tafsir if you want. And the plan is that we need to reconstruct the Bible from Genesis to Revelation, relying on just the Islamic literature, Quran and Hadith and all that. What would the Bible look like? And then, say maybe a decade later, we discover the Bible. Say a King James translation, just for the argument's sake. And then we compare the two of them, based on the Bible we reconstructed from the Quran, and now the actual Bible. And then I actually did that. I have software, LibreNext software. It's prior to Logos Bible software. What I decided to do was do some interlinking between certain biblical terms like Adam, Jesus, Enoch, like all these biblical characters that come up, and what they do and what they teach and so on. And the software interlinked it not with the Bible, but with all the Apocrypha, all the Gnostic texts, all the Talmudic Pesha, all the pseudepigrapha. I was just blown away that the Bible we're reconstructing is nothing but a mishmash of the past 500 or 600 years of what were the corruptions of the Bible.
Yep.
In other words,
and
the Quran
datable corruptions of the Bible.
Yes,
that's an important point.
In other words, the Quran thinks that the Bible is that, and then the Bible that you and I have is the corruption of those texts. So the whole thing's flipped. So recently on Clubhouse, there's a Clubhouse room called "Does the Quran Confirm the Bible?" And sure enough, as expected, Christians were saying, yeah. But I came in going, no, it doesn't. And the Muslims in there were shocked. And I was like, and I've actually uploaded the discussion, by the way. It's on the very latest discussion. Guess who was in that discussion? Khalil and Dali. He was, if you're interested, go on my channel. It's the latest video I've uploaded, where I said, no, the Quran doesn't confirm the Bible, but it confirms the last 500, 600 years of extra biblical, teachings and misunderstandings, and the fire of the Chaldeans, Abraham saved from the fire. That's from a mistranslation from Jerome in the Vulgate, and so then I got kicked out of the room because I said that means Allah is a fanboy of the Apocrypha.
Nice, I love it.
And then I just got kicked out. Like, they got pretty mad at me, and so. No, so Thaddeus, and also Mary, I don't know. I'm interested to hear your reaction to my thought process on this, but I'm of the opinion now. I think we should distance ourselves from arguing that the Quran confirms the Bible. Rather, the Quran does not confirm the Bible because it doesn't have the Bible in view. It's only using the Apocrypha, pseudepigrapha, and so on.
Well, I think that Muhammad didn't know that the Christians didn't use the Apocrypha, and that this was not the Bible. I think that that's a fundamental misunderstanding. Muhammad honestly thought that what he was using was what the Christians were using and what the Jews were using. And after the Najran Christians came up, and so whenever he moved to Medina, while he was in Mecca, he said, hey, look, all the Jews and Christians will agree with me. If you have any doubts, I'm totally legit, and they will back me up. He goes to Medina. The Jews don't back him up. And he goes, well, it's because you're lying. You're hiding the truth. And really, you do back me up. And then the Christians down in Najran eventually hear about this guy claiming that he's a prophet, and they send up an embassy, and there are several accounts of their interactions, and they basically call him out. And on some things, the Jews and the Christians are like, yeah, this is what the Jewish, the Christians will say, yeah, this is what the Jewish Torah actually says. Why are you saying otherwise, Muhammad? And that's where he's like, well, they're friends of each other after that happened. Because before then, he was still saying that, no, they have this. This is what they will agree with. This is what, but he had a mishmash of all these stories in his head that he had just heard being told around. And a lot of it was Gnostic. One of the reasons I think that there is such an emphasis on things like the constellations is that was really big in Gnosticism too. If you go to the Manichaeans, that's the biggest religion a lot of people haven't heard about. I know you have. But the Manichaeans introduced astrology to China. China had no astrology before that point, and the reason they did so is because all the Gnostic systems really were hung up on astrology and the constellations and their relation to the days of the week and fate and everything else. That's also why fate is an inherent part of Islam. If you deny fate, al-Qadr, you deny Islam itself, right? You have to affirm fate. because that's what appears with the pen and everything else, because this is a Gnostic religion that's based on this telephone game corruption Gnostic version of Gnosticism that he heard around campfires on his travels. He didn't hear from anyone educated. That's what I really think it is. And that's why you see all these things like, why are there pagan, why are these weird pagan elements, like all these pagan zodiac signs? Well, it's because the Gnostics all used zodiac signs. They were a form of paganism.
I have a question. With the whole, like he said that the Christianity,
hold on. Before we get any further, I want to clarify here. Basil Jet just joined and he said, "Hold it! I just arrived. Apocrypha. By apocrypha, you mean pseudegrapha, not the Deuterocanon." Yes, we're talking.
Correct.
We're talking about post New Testament literature here. So
and
not even
what I'm going to share in a moment is very, very powerful. You guys better be ready for this. Since you're talking about Gnostic stuff, so yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify what we're talking about here, since those terms are, terms are used different ways by different people. So we're exclusively talking about literature written after the close of the New Testament canon.
Correct. And I'm not even talking about I'm not talking about any of the kinds of things that got added on, like the Didache, which is sometimes wrongly called apocryphal because it's not strictly inspired. So no, none of that. We're talking about the stuff, the heretical stuff, the fairy tale stuff, the folk tale stuff. It's not necessarily heretical because it's not really religious. It's just like a folk tale based on religious stuff. So that's what we're talking about.
Okay, now this is in Marvin Mayer's text on the Gnostic scriptures. This is sort of like a commentary. It's written simultaneous with the Gnostic literature. Before I go to the next page, which is on the right, I'm going to read this particular page. A friend of mine actually brought this up, and I couldn't believe it. So when the Quran says that Jesus wasn't crucified, okay, it is in the Gnostic text. I didn't even know this. The Gnostics taught this. So here you go. This is Marvin Mayer saying, the rest of the world rulers tried to kill Jesus, but in ignorance they were unable to do so. Jesus says, the death they think I suffered, they suffered in their error and blindness. They nailed their man to their deaths. Their thoughts did not perceive me, since they were deaf and blind. By doing these things, they pronounced judgment against themselves. As for me, they saw me and punished me, but someone else, their father, drank the gall and the vinegar. It was not I. They were striking me with a scourge, but someone else, Simon, bore the cross on his shoulder. Someone else wore the crown of thorns, and I was on high, poking fun at all the excesses of the rulers and the fruit of their error and conceit. I was laughing at their ignorance. So, the understanding of the crucifixion in the second discourse of Great Seth is one of the most fascinating aspects of the text, blah, 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 blah. Now, here's the next. Let me just copy and paste this. All right, check this out. So, now this is Marvin Mayer's commentary. So he goes, what makes the crucifixion laughable is ignorance of the powers who think they can execute the real living Jesus. The mention made of Simon in the text is reminiscent of the role of Simon the Cyrene in the New Testament, where it is said that he carries a cross for Jesus, or it may call to mind the observation of Irenaeus and Epiphanius, who claimed that according to the Gnostic teacher, Basilides, the Simon of Cyrene, was crucified in place of Jesus. Yet in the discourse of Great Seth, Simon is never actually crucified, and Jesus says that it is their man that the world rulers put to death, the physical body that the heavenly Savior borrowed. Further, the comment by Jesus in the second discourse, though they punished me, I did not die in actuality, but only in appearance, may recall classic formulations of Docetic views of the crucifixion and even the position of the Quran, which states in Surah 4 that the opponents of Isa, Jesus, did not kill him for sure, but he was made to resemble another for them, or they thought they did. So I just wanted to point this out if you guys were unaware of that. Hang on.
Yep, I'd read that before. I think one person had his dropped out, but Thaddeus is probably just turned off his screen because he went to the bathroom.
I just thought
most likely.
I thought my internet died, but yeah, I just wanted to share that.
Here.
That is.
Yeah. Well, the Quran is contradictory on that, as it is on all things, because at one point Isa says that blessed that he's blessed on the day that he was born, on the day that he is caused to die, and the day that he's lifted up again. So there are explicit statements about Jesus dying and being resurrected, and an explicit statement saying that they were wrong about killing Jesus on the cross and only thought that they killed him. I think it's because Muhammad taught contradictory things, honestly. I don't think it's coherent. And one difference between classic Gnosticism and Islam is that Islam believes that Jesus was just a prophet, whereas all the Gnostics say that Jesus was just God, that he only looked like a man, but was only God. So that is where Muhammad differed from the other Gnostics, but just about everything else in the system, and a lot of things he was engaging on and arguing about. He was arguing about Gnostic ideas and pushing forward his Gnostic theory. But that's pretty much the only point of true departure from Gnostic beliefs.
And the ironic admission in the Quran where the people that are conceived of as enemies in the Quran are actually the guys telling the truth. This is nothing but tales of the ancients. Like,
yep.
Yeah.
So one of the guys that Muhammad said that he should be killed even if he's clinging to the curtains of the Kaaba was a guy who went around and would take the Persian legends and would declare it in the same format that Muhammad did, with the same goofy rhyming scheme, and say, haha, look, I'm a prophet too, because I could do what Muhammad does. And so Muhammad was so mad that he had him killed. I could tell stories just like he does. Makes me a prophet.
So Amir in the chat says the biggest problem with the Quran is it's biting. I think that's probably supposed to be borrowing from Jewish and Christian sources.
Yeah, so Amir and I also discovered something hilarious, which I'll share in the stream with Amir soon. When the Quran mentions that Allah cursed certain Jews to become monkeys, like literally monkeys.
Yep. He was actually confused and thought that they might be rabbits for a while, and he thought they might be lizards, but eventually he settled on monkeys. They're both hadith about the rabbits and the monkey and the lizard.
Anyway.
Okay. So there's a Talmudic commentary on the Sabbath breakers in I think it's in Numbers. My memory's a bit foggy now. I'm getting a bit tired, but you know those people that broke the Sabbath because they picked up sticks?
Yep.
Okay, so the Talmud gives a derogative term, the stick gatherers. But the Hebrew phrase for stick gatherer is what you would describe a monkey. So in other words, they acted like monkeys. Not that they are monkeys or God made them into monkeys, rather they're like the stick gathering animal, which was a monkey. And so you know how Hebrew idioms can, you can be very derogative, like you're like a monkey basically.
Yep.
So it's interesting that the first occurrence of that phrase, that derogative phrase, you're like a stick gatherer, or basically you're like a monkey, with respect to Sabbath breaking, the Quran, or in this case Muhammad, takes that literally, like as if they literally became monkeys. it's
I think that they also went to the Talmudic description of what happened to the people in at the Tower of Babel, that there were three different groups and they had three different fates. So I think that those two got combined to kind of explain it. Well, But could you send that to me?
I'm glad you know about that.
I have the first. I have the one I'm talking about in my footnotes already for my translation of the Quran. And I'm researching and doing a translation of the Quran. And if you could send that to me, what you were talking about, so I can add it to with like reference in the Talmud specifically, and the phrase, if I can add that to my footnotes for my translation.
I'll do that right now because so you know the Legends of the Jews, that text that was produced in the early 1900s.
Yes.
Yeah. So I have the 2003 second edition by the Jerusalem Publication Society, who then got a scholar team to put like scholarly footnotes at any given moment. And
yeah,
it's the latest edition that adds this context of, oh, by the way,
Oh, awesome!
so
Because the
I'll
Legends
give you
of the
that
Jews
reference.
itself is late, is late. But if it has footnotes that point to earlier stuff,
Yeah,
I would.
it's a 2003
Awesome.
edition of the 1900s edition, which means you have cutting edge scholarship responding to it.
Woohoo!
And yeah, I'll do that right now.
Cool.
And how do I give this to you?
What are you on? You can do Gmail. It's too many Marys calm at gmail.com.
Okay, how about
I'm on Skype in the chat.
Do you want me to type my email or something in here?
Yeah, you can type your email in the chat, and I'll send something to you.
You email me on there, and I'll PDF all the relevant stuff for you.
Perfect. And you have a very long and complicated email, so I will just. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I think we should wrap up here since we're at approaching 5 hours, 4 hours, 45 minutes. So I'll start with you, Mary. What are your thoughts on everything discussed today? You can take that question however you like. Yeah, just give your closing thoughts.
Well, my basic thoughts are that he constantly ran to rhetoric and refused to establish a basis upon which anything could be evaluated, because he would say, oh, I'm not the one who's interpreting the Bible. Instead, I will get a random article that's not a scholarly peered or published paper. It's not a majority view. It's not an authoritative whatever. And I will say that that's the authoritative source and it's scientific. And then with the Quran and the Hadith, he would give his own opinion. So that he would completely give his own interpretation on. He did not cite a single scholar except for Jalalain. And Jalalain is late 1,000 years and more after they knew that the earth was round, who was attempting to make an excuse for Muhammad making an error. So he cited exactly one Islamic scholar for his entire thing, and everything else was about his own opinions. Whereas the majority of Islamic scholarship disagreed with him. All of research as a whole on any of these topics wildly disagreed with him. There's no majority who interpreted anything like. No one interpreted the Bible the way he said. There's no majority of scholars that interpreted the Quran the way he said. There's no majority of scholars who take the view of a hadith that he says his view of a hadith is not an orthodox view. So he would say science, but apparently he has the same view of Dr. Fauci, that he is the science, and he defines it. And if you would disagree with him, you are disagreeing with the science. So.
Excellent. Thank you for coming on, Mary. I hope to have Mary on the channel soon. We've been discussing her putting some stuff together. I'm thoroughly
impressed with Mary's knowledge on this.
Yeah, Mary's excellent. Yeah. She seems to know everything about every subject that comes up.
Yeah. Kudos to you, Mary. Blessings to you.
Thanks. I'm muting and coughing. Sorry, I have a terrible cold right now.
So thank you, Mary. We look forward to seeing you again soon. What are your closing thoughts, Rob?
Although I thoroughly love you, man, and also Mary and the other Christian guests, I will say one thing: Nadir has come a long way as far as his demeanor, his decorum. I remember way back, maybe 10 years ago, he was considered like pretty, you just can't approach the guy in debate formats. But as far as the discussion goes, I'll just be honest with you. I was really bored. But I stuck around and tried to elevate it to I know you're very patient and very disallow him to talk, and but I'm trying to elevate it up to a higher standard, like a high academic discourse. And
Yeah,
and I just found it interesting. He said, I'll allow Rob to have the last say on that. But that's after the discourse has been elevated. I'm not boasting you. I'm just being frank with, his reaction to it. So
yeah, I think he didn't have a clue how to respond to anything you were saying.
But not just that, but he chose topics. Like, why did he choose those topics? Those topics are just so, they won't convince anyone to turn to
sure.
Islam. I'm wanting something grand, and I was waiting for that. And yeah. So
I think he chooses those topics because if you go back to kind of the root of Islam, and the first thing that Jibril supposedly said to Muhammad in the cave, it was a revelation of secret knowledge. And so if Islam contains these secret knowledges, that's its proof. But of course, the secret knowledge that was given was about embryology and it was wrong. But that's the claim. It's that, hey, Allah is the one who, it's not your fault that you have all girls. It's not because you're bad in bed. And so I'm a true messenger from Allah and not a demon squishing you. Like that's the basis. And once you realize the deeply pagan idea of, and in the Gnostic, secret knowledge, that from powerful beings come these secret revelations. For them, if you don't have these scientific revelations, then it's not from the kind of pagan god that they believe in.
Let's then put it this way then. All right, it's all on me. It's not on Thaddeus and Mary. This is all on me. I'm committing the utmost shirk here. Islam is nothing but an entire meme and trolling on Gnosticism.
Yes.
If you wanted to meme and troll a Gnostic, read the Quran.
Yeah, I think that probably sums it up.
That summarizes the whole thing, right?
Yeah. It quotes chunks of Jenzaraba. It's hilarious.
So to answer the implied question, and a lot of people have asked me the same thing, why are you having Nadir on? He's terrible. And he's just humiliating Muslims. Don't pay any attention to him. These kinds of things. And the reason I was willing to have Nadir on is two reasons. First of all, Amir, who just became a Christian a month or two ago, Nadir actually challenged him to a debate. And he said he was interested in having the discussion with Nadir. And I'm like, well, I know what games he plays. So let's have that on my channel. And then the other reason is a lot of people have had this debate with Nadir in the last year, but only in a formal debate setting. And Nadir wants a formal debate because he knows he can't really discuss these issues. You'll see that every time I asked him a question, he just kind of, not every time, but many times he just kind of repeated himself, which had nothing to do with the question I asked. And I wanted to get out just how shaky his ground is. I don't think anyone's convinced. I'm not worried about anyone being convinced by his arguments, but I don't think that they were as thoroughly destroyed as they should have been, because people were just letting things slide. And, when he would say, for example, that if you didn't eat monkeys, there would be no Ebola, people would dispute not the accuracy of that statement, but they would dispute whether that has anything to do with him being a prophet. Well, the statement wasn't even accurate to begin with. So I wanted to get him on. This is why I insisted on starting it with methodology. I wanted to get him locked down, and you'll see he stepped away. He stepped back from what he would normally say. He
wouldn't agree with methodology. He wouldn't establish anything. You kept asking, and instead he's like, haha, Muhammad is awesome and Jesus is wrong. But he wouldn't ever agree to a methodology, no matter how many times you ask him.
Right. And I wanted to make that clear because Nadir's not very good at this, but other Muslim apologists are better, and they play the same exact game. That they change the rules as you're going along, and because they're better at it, it's subtle. People don't necessarily realize they're doing it. So I want to get them on. I want to have that methodology discussion. And I think that this is an opportunity to talk about truth, talk about what is important. A lot of people ask me, why am I allowing him to change the subject to talk about the Bible? And I said in the chat, because I want to talk about the Bible. I'm not afraid of talking about the Bible. I realize that this stream is called, why is Islam true, or a Muslim apologist tries to prove Islam true, or something like that. But if he's going to come up
more
and say
science next time, please, I'm begging
right.
you.
If he wants to come up and say that the Bible is wrong, then I want to talk about that. I don't want to just let that slide, like in other debates where they're like, we're not talking about the Bible. I want to bring it up. And we ended up spending, I don't know, 3.5 to 4 hours while Nadir was still here, on 2.5 of his 6 points. And all the previous times that he's brought up these 6 points, it was only like 15 minutes that were spent talking on them. And then they got to the back and forth, and then they like kind of just argued over trivialities. So I wanted to thoroughly get this refutation out there, not because Nadir makes great arguments, but because other people make the same arguments in a more sophisticated manner. So to Rob, I'd be happy to have you on to talk about actual science or whatever subject you want to talk about.
Actual science.
Anytime.
Yeah.
I have done a number of programs, not on my channel, but on other channels, where I have methodology that are scientific to evaluate these claims. Since Nadir didn't even want to make the claims, because he didn't even really want to make scientific claims, but I would love to talk about science in the Quran.
Hey, on forum posts are science, right? That's how, if someone posts something on a forum about their personal experience, that's like scientific proof that that's normative, right?
Yeah, sure. But when you said it's boring, you're not alone, right?
Oh, by the way, I'm not being. I hope I'm not coming across as rude or wrong.
No.
This has been beneficial.
So people in the chat sometimes say like this is boring, and I always say yes, this is the boring stream where we go into all the details instead of just hitting people on the head with rhetorical lines, because that's when we're doing that, we're playing the same game the Muslim apologists are playing. They want to hit on rhetorical lines, and they don't want to actually discuss things. So, I like going into the boring details. This topic of science in the Quran is not one that Christians usually want to talk about, or atheists for that matter. And it's not because there's something great about the Quran that they're afraid of. It's because they're like, these claims are so stupid. No one would ever believe them. I don't want to talk about them. And
that's why you have to wonder why he went this direction.
Right.
Because it's a Gnostic, because it's a Gnostic religion at the base, and Gnostic religions require secret truths, and science would be a secret truth. I mean, that's really it. Like the proof of Islam of Jibril was that Jibril came with a revelation about embryology to Muhammad, and that was that's the foundation of Islam. So if they're wrong about embryology, it's wrong.
Exactly,
but and not they're stuck there. But it's crazy.
Right, and not just that, but I was just amazed. Okay, let's just summarize the stream, and then we can close it off or something.
Yeah.
So his points were mustard seed, exorcism, or epilepsy. What was the other one? The meat disease stuff.
The meat laws, which
and alcohol
cause zoonotic diseases. Alcohol, and he didn't mention hand washing. But
that's a favorite of his too.
Is one he usually goes into, and occasionally.
So hang on. Okay. I'm sort of just realizing now. Okay, wait. So mustard seed, epilepsy, food. Let's just generalize it with food, right? And hygiene.
Mm-hmm.
So you're talking about practical, majority, everyday, common sense topics that supposedly are meant to be convinced that Muhammad is literally getting mysterious divine revelation from the creator of the universe himself.
Yes.
That no one else could think about.
Yes. That no one of the age knew any of these things, but Allah shows it is true by revealing it ahead of time.
Technically, Nadir isn't claiming that. That's what Muslims usually claim, that no one could have possibly known this. Technically, Nadir is claiming something different. He's claiming that people could have made these guesses, but they couldn't have been 100% accurate, which is a weaker claim, which is better because it makes it more defensible. but I mean, he's still way off base. But I just want to make it clear that his claim isn't actually that no one could have known this. It's that no one could have been 100% accurate on these things, which of course Muhammad is not.
Okay, so let's summarize. So mustard seed, and then another thing I noticed was he'll make these argumentations. 20-30% of his time will be focused on the Quran, and then the other 70-80% of the time would be on Bible bashing. So mustard seed,
Yep.
He failed to take into account the hyperbolic charge of Jesus, not just with respect to the agricultural idiom of the sowing of the mustard seed, but that he also said something that even his own hearers would find practically impossible, that the mustard seed will become this grand tree that'll spread everywhere. And that parable then was fulfilled in the church. The church became the cosmic tree. And then the Quran has Allah utilizing the mustard seed as a sort of like the smallest weight of measurement, so to speak, and equating that to be sort of like the weight of the soul of a person who, if you commit a sin down to the mustard seed level, Allah will still take that into account. So then what about things below the mustard seed, or that's lighter or smaller than the mustard seed?
That's literally why I came on, because
Exactly.
basically he was saying that he was saying that the Quran does not say that, it's not saying it's the smallest thing. In which case, what the Quran is saying is that because it's not the smallest thing, then if it's smaller, you get away with that. But then the next sentence literally says it is the finest thing. It's the smallest thing. So,
amazing. Smallest conceivable thing according to Allah. So Allah,
right? Allah can't think of anything smaller.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So that now that we got the mustard seed out of the view, all right. Let's summarize the next point. What was the next one?
We'll go in his original order, which was the meat laws are preventative against zoonotic diseases.
Okay, you guys handle that more than me. I can't be bothered dealing with that.
Next is alcohol. Next up is alcohol.
Okay, alcohol can be explained anthropologically. Beer was well known as a beverage that was even given as a nutritional drink for well over 10,000 years.
And then the last one that he stressed today was the epileptic stigmatism caused by the Bible.
Right. And so one odd family case, misunderstanding a century's worth of Second Temple scholarship, showcasing the brilliance of Mark's literary style in polemically engaging the Greco-Roman reader, so that the Greco-Roman reader can understand that this person named Jesus is doing things that all of you would only dream about that you could be able to do with respect to this phenomena, where they understood the difference between genuine natural epilepsy and a sort of like a supernatural, possession stuff.
And those were his points. So after this, I guess I'll drop you an email, Rob, and see if you'd like to come on again. But I'd love to have you. Some people in the chat said that this was boring, or I shouldn't have had Nadir on, or whatever. The fact they're in the chat kind of shows that they aren't all that serious. I mean, if they actually thought that, why are they here? But I like having these kinds of discussions. This channel isn't for everyone. If you just want someone to beat people on the head, this is the wrong channel. That's not what I do. I'm not saying anything about people who do that. I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just saying that's not what I do. But what you just said is a perfect segue into this comment from Nicholas. Earlier, I said, if we were viewing the Bible as a scientific book, it wouldn't be a very good source of science. And he says about that assertion, from the beginning, it reveals mankind was made from earth thousands of years before microscopes, etc. So let me clarify, because this works in perfectly with what Rob was saying. I'm not saying, when I said it was a poor book of science, I wasn't saying that it gets lots of things wrong. What I meant is it's not a book of science. If you're looking at that, it's not going to be telling you much. And you're going to be missing what it actually teaches. it doesn't teach you something about where epilepsy comes from. It teaches you that Jesus is the living God who has become incarnate and has the power to heal uncurable diseases. So if you're looking at it for science, and this is true of the Quran as well, if you're looking at it for science, you're looking at it for the wrong thing, and you're going to be disappointed. But if you're looking at it for what it actually teaches, you know, the solution to our sin problem and the path to eternal life, then you're going to get a ton out of it. And the more effort you put in, the more study you put in, the more you're going to get out of it, because you're going to realize that the Bible is doing all kinds of sophisticated things, interacting with people's beliefs at the time, interacting with pagan belief systems in polemical ways, but ways that are not obvious to us because we don't understand the culture anymore. So you put a lot of effort in. Now, to be clear, you don't have to put a lot of effort in. If you just read it and you just take it at face value, you'll get the message. But the more you put in, the more you get out of it. And this is not true of the Quran. You know, the more you put in, unless by getting out of it, you mean evidence that it's not from God, then yeah, if you put more effort in, you can get more evidence that it's not from God. I would agree with that. But there is no deep theology. There is no interaction with polemical interaction with false belief systems in the Quran. It has the kind of bludgeoning force that people are saying that, you know, I should have used against Nadir, where it just says you're wrong and doesn't give any reason to it. And then what it tells you you're wrong about isn't even what you believe to begin with, because it's so clueless, it doesn't even know what you believe.
Yeah, the Quran itself over and over and over again talks about how clear it is and how it's clear and it's not ambiguous, and you can understand clearly. And a lot of that appears to be an attack on the sophistication of the previous scriptures, and also all the double layered meanings that were a big part of the Gnostic works, because nothing that was Gnostic was read straight up. It was read with all kinds of other secret levels and things that are in a completely different system. But the Gnostic stuff promised secret knowledge. The Bible is engaging directly with things in the culture. That's a huge difference. But both are issues of education. Whereas whenever you look at the Quran, it will say this is a similitude. Or an example or comparison, depending on how you want to translate the word, right? And saying, it will state whenever there's anything non-literal that's being said. And everything that doesn't say, and this is a similitude, is supposed to be understood as being clear and literal, which is hilarious. If you actually analyze itself internally in the text and its own claims. I love that Muhammad was so annoyed at similes and metaphors that he was like, no, this is clear, and this one is a similitude. It's great.
I think so. In other words, like Galileo, the Bible is not a book of science, rather it's to show how we get to heaven, right? To paraphrase what Galileo said. I think also, as in closing, and this is sort of my closing now, this is more like a Christian sort of maybe like a doxology, but like a encouragement. I'm sharing my screen, Thaddeus, and I want to read, because since we're discussing about the epileptic boy, one of my favorite New Testament scholars who's written on Mark his name is Joel Marcus, and I put this particular quote in my Mark commentary to highlight when the father, paradoxically, he says, I do believe, help my unbelief. Notice that there's a paradox. It's like, I do believe, but then at the same time, he's admitting at the same time that he has unbelief. Like what? Like, this sounds contradictory at first. And this is now just my encouragement to all the Christians listening. So I'll just read what he says here. So the father of the epileptic boy is therefore in this double-mindedness a perfect symbol for the Christian disciple. Whereas logically faith and unbelief are opposites, in Christian experience they are simultaneous realities. The one who believes is always concurrently involved in the battle against disbelief. It is significant, therefore, that in the transition from the plea of verse 22 to that of verse 24, the Father moves from an aorist imperative verb, help us, to a present imperative, help my unbelief, which implies ongoing action. This view of faith as constantly under attack and the consequent necessity of seeking divine succor at all times dovetails with Jesus' later exhortation of the disciples to continual prayer in view of their divided condition, a willing spirit/weak flesh. This is in the Garden of Gethsemane. It also accords with the overall mark and portrayal of the disciples as people of faith who leave all to follow Jesus and work miracles in his name, but who also show themselves to be miserably faithless at crucial junctures in the narrative. So I think this bittersweet reflection, I just wanted to share that since we're on that topic, as a yeah. I hope even when Muslims hear this, Christianity and Christians who who follow Christ, it's a constant, reflective, ongoing, trusting, and yet at the same time, I wouldn't say struggle, but it's a synergistic. It's a genuine taking every day as it comes along, like constantly renewing the mind, offering your bodies as living sacrifices. And if Jesus is not a genuine reality, then as Paul says in 1 Corinthians 15, then your faith is worthless. We should be a laughing stock. We should be, of all people, the most miserable. But the reality of the resurrection is such that as Hebrews 2 and 4 says, why do Christians all the time return to the throne of grace without any disappointment? There's always supplication that we can get, just like the Father, I do believe, but help my unbelief, like that. It's like that daily discourse, which you can't get from Allah, just to be bluntly honest. So, yeah.
What a perfect way to end this stream, I think. I would encourage everyone who has watched today and is still watching now or sees this later to pursue truth. The truth should not be afraid of scrutiny. To Nadir's credit, he was not afraid to come on here and have his argument scrutinized. And I would encourage any other Muslim who sees this and thinks that he didn't do a very good job and you could do better, contact me. I'm happy to have anyone on. You can see I'm very fair. I don't interrupt people. I don't, cut people off and call them names unless they first start doing that. Right? They start interrupting other people. They start attacking me, calling me names. Then I'll give the like to them. But anyone who wants to have a friendly discussion, I am up for that. So thank you all for watching. Have a wonderful week. Go and serve the Lord. God bless.